Hello, everyone. My name is Amal Vital. Join me with other leaders, entrepreneurs, power players in the agribusiness, and government officials from across the world for the Agriculture, Innovation, and Technology Conference on July 21st and 22nd. This two-day virtual conference is hosted by Sensex Africa in collaboration with Opportunity for Youth, a program implemented by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and the Food and Agriculture Organization. The AIT conference is looking to strengthen value chains by utilizing innovative technologies for inclusive economic growth and job creation in agriculture and agribusiness. The greatest challenge to young men and young women in Africa is job acquisition, skills, and the ability to provide for their families. With that said, stay tuned for an empowering segment where 6 nominees were selected in hopes of winning the Impact X Champ Awards. Youth from the countries of Zambia, Cabo Verde, Ghana, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Tunisia, and Kenya will be involved in the X Champ Awards. Panel discussions, workshops, exhibitions, it's all right here at the AIT conference. Here are some of the speakers who will be in attendance. Mr. Lee Young, the Director General of United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Mr. Malobi Obeche, founder of Pan-African Traders. Ms. Larissa Miller. Mr. Joseph Olivier Bailey. Ms. Lubamilia Jordanova. Dr. Tamara Kunda, and a host of other entrepreneurs, policymakers, and power players in the agribusiness. This conference is a great opportunity for you to get involved. Whether you'd like to be involved as a participant or a partner, log on today at sensexafrica.eu for more information. Remember, with AIT, it's not just a conference, it's a movement.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Agricultural Innovation and Technology Conference 2021. My name is Mubambe Kevin Chenda. I am Director of Communications for Africa. Today, we have an amazing lineup for you. Yesterday was so amazing. Overall pouring out of messages, and the support was just beautiful, to say the least. Today we're looking for so much more, and we've lined up so much. And everyone, I encourage you to share this on your socials and your social media platforms. I want you to hashtag AI 2021, AIT 2021, hashtag Sensex Africa, hashtag We Need Oya, hashtag AIT 2021 is not just a conference, a movement. And today, just to start off the panel discussions, we're going to look at industrial innovation and digitalization, the need for new business process amid the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm going to introduce Miss Fatumatu Diallo, who's going to take over from me. And everyone, this is an amazing conference. Yesterday, it was full of positive discussions about empowering the youth and just generally driving our continent forward. And yeah, let's get it. So let's go, everybody. Sensex, come on.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, good morning, guten Morgen, and bonjour for our Francophone friends. Thank you so much, Shenda, for the introduction this morning. My name is Fatoumata Diallo. I'm West African born from Guinea, specifically. And I am the founder of FD Factor, which is a platform dedicated for younger people to grow their talents. I am based in London, but for today, I am joining you from Brussels. And I am very, very pleased to be moderating this morning's session. Now, building on from yesterday's brilliant sessions and different panels, excellent masterclass on financing, and also impressive closing from Larissa Miller, I must say that I did learn so much, and I'm sure that you would agree with me, at least for those of you that were there. Now, today, however, we will be tackling the topic of industrial innovation and digitalization, the need for new business processes amid the coronavirus pandemic. And in the first session this morning, we will seek to explore the untapped potential of the circular economy in the context of Africa. Now, issues such as global warming, food security, pollution, migration, and the relation to agribusiness will be discussed. Now, joining me on this first panel are Miss Patricia Spada, Director Program at Tamat, Italy. We also have Miss Mila Jordanova, who's the co-founder of Green Alliance Germany. We have Mr. Ekpo Nimo, CEO of Shobri, Nigeria. And we do have more speakers, actually. We have Miss Christian Holzinger, Investor National President of GCI Austria, Mr. John Arma, CEO of GA Ventures from Ghana. I welcome you all to this panel. And to kickstart our session, I would like to ask each of you, as an introduction, perhaps if you can give us a little overview of your background and also your work. And it will be great if we can stick to 2 to 3 minutes each. So, Miss Patricia, why don't you kickstart us? I think you are on mute. Hello, Miss Patricia, can you hear us? Hello, can you try that again? Okay, all right. Okay, there seems to be some technical issues going on. So as we try and fix this, perhaps we can move on to Miss Nicolette, if you kickstart us.
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Hi, I'm Nicolette Matuku, and I'm based in South Africa. And I am the corporate brand ambassador for Smart Pharma Africa. And I'm a founder myself. And thank you so much for this platform. I'm excited to be here and meet everybody and engage in this very fundamental discussion.
Thank you, Miss Nicolette. Thank you so much. And next, Miss Lubomila, if you go next, please.
Absolutely, yeah. I think there's a background noise coming from Patricia. There's a bit of a really... if you can go on mute, Patricia.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, fantastic. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Lubomila Jordanova. I am the CEO and co-founder of Plan A. Plan A is a software as a service company that enables businesses to monitor their emissions and ESG performance, and we enable them to decarbonize based on that. I'm also the co-founder of a community called the Green Tech Alliance, where we support green tech startups from all over the world, more than 1,000 of them to date, where we essentially help them get access to visibility, capital, as well as network. Looking forward to the discussion today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lumobila. Next, Mr. Oscar, please, the stage is yours. Please do introduce yourself. Mr. Oscar, are you with us? All right, I think he must have, okay. So, Miss Patricia, please, let's give this a shot again. Okay. We can't hear you, Miss Patricia, unfortunately. Okay, well, it looks like we have some technical issues this morning, but that's fine. Things like this happen. So as we go on, we'll have more speakers joining us. But you two fantastic ladies, we're going to have the stage to us. So in the meantime, we can kickstart with our first question, actually. Okay, Miss Patricia. Okay. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead with the first question. And Miss Patricia, please, if you cut your mic because there's some background noise coming from your end. Brilliant. Thank you so much. So today we're talking about circular economies. And in talking about circular economies, one of the foremost 21st century global challenges is that we have seen in recent years is global warming. So what is the impact of global warming in the agribusiness sector in Africa? I mean, we have seen increased drought, increased less rain, a lot of confused seasons, a lot of dying crops. So what are the effects of this on the ground? Miss Nicoletta, for you that is working in South Africa, what is the impact of the of global warming on the agribusiness sector in Africa? What have you seen? What have you observed?
Thank you so much. Here in South Africa, I think we're at a stage where we can't ignore global warming and climate change anymore. It's a high time. We're feeling it and we're experiencing it here. And I've seen that the most impact is actually with food security. So with the changing seasons and with the effects of drought, we see that most crop is being damaged. Or for example, here in South Africa, we have had hailstorms getting worse and worse. So we see fruit plantations. We see, your maize production. The fruit grows, or the veggies, or whatever plant it is, it grows. But when it's mid-term, before the yield, the hailstorms are severe, and they disturb the growth or actually destroy the plant. So we have seen that food security has now become a real issue where we don't have enough food to actually supply to because of this. And then that also spills into poverty, right up to the street vendor, where they used to have an abundance of food and vegetables to sell on the street. It has become so expensive for them now, and that they can't really afford or make much. And this affects actually affects their economic livelihood. So poverty as well becomes a real thing because of this. We've also seen that because of food security, there's now been the introduction of GMO, genetically modified foods, where now we import a lot of foods from outside, and there's mass production, there's chemicals and fertilizers that are used, and this has become a real health risk to people. We saw it in cancers that are caused by chemicals. And recently, I actually discovered that, when you're growing soy, for example, the pesticides that are used when growing soy actually affect fertility for women, as they grow. So there's been health risks as well when it comes to agriculture, food growing, because of the impact of climate change and all of that. So I think from a South African perspective, those are the three main things I can point to that have been a direct effect of global warming and climate change.
All right, brilliant. Thanks a lot, Ms. Nicoletta. You've mentioned a lot of important issues here: food security, damaged crops, poverty, imported food with a lot of GMOs, which is having an impact on the health of women and sometimes in their fertility. Ms. Lubomila, what's your take on this, on the question, on the impact of climate change on agribusiness, and also reacting from Nicoletta and what she said?
I fully agree with all the things that Nicoletta said, and I think I can just add up on that there's also an additional repercussion of these food insecurities related to the fact that remote areas are getting cut from the food distribution channels. As natural disasters as well as instability in the climate happen, there's also the possibility and the likelihood of people that are not living close to the bigger cities to have challenges of accessing certain products. Another element that is quite important to mention is related to farmers' lack of experience in facing such issues, which leads, of course, to less farmers in quantity, and also lack of knowledge related to how to respond to that. This calls for an educational support related to preparing essentially the communities for a different type of agricultural process, a different type of food supply chain process, where the traditional agricultural methods essentially become impossible to use or too expensive to access.
Excellent point. Excellent point. So, natural disasters, and you, in your response, you really talk a lot about, the lack of know-how, technical knowledge, how to probably move away from the traditional way of producing to a more industrialized way. So let's try to, Miss Patricia, can we try again to see whether we can get a better luck this time?
Okay. I think I am back. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am an agronomist, and I am the founder of an Italian NGO, TAMAT, that is working mainly in Africa, mainly Burkina Faso, Mali, Tunisia, especially in rural development. And there is a lot to do about agriculture because the potentiality there are in these countries are huge. But of course, something is needed, like digitalization. And we are working on rural development and on circular economy too.
Okay, brilliant. So thank you so much, Ms. Patricia. So I understand that, with your NGO, you're involved in the agribusiness sector in rural areas in Africa. So what have you observed on the ground in relation to, global warming and the impact of that on the ground in the areas that your NGO is involved in?
Okay, we are developing since more than 10 years organic farming, because even before climate change was a real issue, we thought it was really good to work on these. To preserve the environment and also to have better earnings, because when you sell a product of quality, like the organic products, you can achieve better prices. So we have always been working on these. So supporting, we call it irrigated perimeters, where we dig a forage, a deep well, and the energy is all solar energy. So, and we train the farmers on organic farming, not utilizing pesticide, chemicals, and using manure instead of fertilizer. And it has not been always easy to convince the farmers, because all over the world, is the same in Italy, the farmers are very traditional, because they want to stick with what they are usually doing. So we use a lot of comparison. We used to dig what we call boot sandwich. It's just digging 2 meters for 1 meter deep and alternating manure, organic products like leaves and things like that to prepare the land to be sowed. And it also can bring a lesser waste of water. So once we convinced them that the production was almost the same, but the price is better, they began working with this approach.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Ms. Patricia. I'm going to try and see if Mr. Oscar can hear us. Are you there, Mr. Oscar? Mr. Oscar, if you're there?
Hi, everyone.
Morning.
Yes, I am here. Good morning to everybody. Excited to be joining this panelists. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oscar.
Yes, I'm able to hear you.
Okay, so if you briefly, just give us a little hint on your background and also the nature of your work, and also if you could give some initial reactions to the first question on the impact of pollution or global warming on the agribusiness sector in Africa.
Okay, so my background originally is in tech. So I'm a software engineer, computer scientist at the university. And I used all of those skills to create a social enterprise called Chowberry. And what Chowberry primarily does is reduces food waste and then redirects food that ordinarily would be wasted to families that are facing hunger and communities that are facing hunger. And we built a that aggregates all of that data, and then we match NG to food that is approaching the end of shelf life or about to be wasted for whatever. And we've been doing this since 2016, 2017, and we've been able to impact or distribute close to 1.5 million meals in Nigeria. As regards climate change, global warming, and how it affects farmers and the sector that we serve, I believe we have issues like drought. Evidently, we have changes in rainfall. So my initial reaction would be building resilience within the agribusiness the continent and providing systems that would the adverse effect of shocks due to global warming and changing patterns, such as advice, better access to market in a timely way. We realize there's a lot of food waste that happens on the agricultural sector here in Nigeria, especially. And then there are ways such as building an early warning system and mapping those advisory services to farmers so they can intervene in a timely manner, and then ensure that there's.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mr. Oscar, are you still there? You cut for a few seconds.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, well,
you lost. Okay, I can hear you clearly. Yeah.
Okay, so I assume you finished on this first question.
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, well, thank you so much. After listening to all of you, what is really coming up a lot that I heard is a lot of issues around food security. And I think we all agreed that, the issues of drought, changes in rainfall, etc. But I would like to redirect into food security, because it's an issue that came back with pretty much every single one of you. And when we talk about food security, I mean, we know that exporting is a great revenue earner, and in venturing into agriculture and also agribusiness, how can Africa ensure its own food security before thinking of feeding the rest of the world through agricultural exports? Miss Lubomila, why don't you kick us on that?
Absolutely, yeah. I think as climate change unfolds and as food insecurity increases, everyone needs to be really mindful of how they are distributing their own resources. And with this in mind, some of the ways in which you can support this mindset and also secure having enough resources in your own country before starting to export is to focus on creating a competitive landscape that is really driving the value of the resources that you have higher, so that essentially you value what you have in-house a lot more. We see it also in Europe. I'm based in Berlin, where products that are coming from elsewhere are a lot more viable to have access to, but then the local essentially producers are exporting elsewhere. So there's a lot of traveling involved. There's a lot of movement involved that doesn't necessarily that leads to more revenues, but doesn't necessarily lead to the same amount of opportunity if we look it into the context of climate change. Because when it comes to climate change, we've seen it with COVID, and there's been so many disturbances to supply chains. So the first and foremost approach that we need to take is to find better ways to actually distribute internally in our own geographies. So one of the things that probably is useful for the local producers to consider is to start considering the marketing for the internal opportunities a lot more, creating visibility for themselves. If they have previously relied on a lot of exports, to really start understanding what does the local market prefer, what does the local market look for, and how can you become competitive in that. There's a lot of different innovative ways in which you can do that, and I'm sure we can dive into this in the next stages of the conversation.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. So, you speak a lot about supply chains and really local producers understanding the market locally and what are the needs of the local population. Miss Nicoletta, what's your take on this?
So when I look at food security, I look at two things. So it's one, the lack of adequate food for local people. And secondly, it's the quality of the food as well, because, it might lead to malnutrition. So also exporting food and importing food, there's a lot of food handling that happens. And there's a lot of preservatives that are put into that so that it gets to its destination safe, but also there's compromise of a lot of quality. So I think when it comes to import and export, before we start importing, we need to come up with innovative ways of how we can, as a society or as a country or as a region, start farming or growing food that we could have been importing. But also that's where agri-tech comes into play, where we start using these innovative ways to grow things that we could not previously grow in our countries, or things that we can't grow anymore due to global warming or climate change, but we can use things like greenhouses and start actually growing these things instead of importing. Although there has to be lots of capital with agri-tech, but I think there is merit in doing that, and then sell off the excess, because I am a food nutrition advocate, and I would always say that the food quality comes first before we can go into large scale exporting, and try and grow as much as we can of food that we wish we could have in our countries, but we can't due to environmental impediments. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Miss Nicoletta. And Miss Patricia, what's your reaction to the question, first of all, but also to what you've heard from our two panelists so far?
Okay, food security, I agree, is the first, our first aim. Then once you acquire the food security for the communities, you can think about exporting. We begin always supporting local farmers for qualitative and quantitative better production, and then we link them with other communities of citizens, for example. We set up an ethical purchasing group, and we develop a contract farming that is not so usual for vegetables, for example. And we also are giving a workshop on quality nutrition, because sometimes, especially with kids, the products are there, but people don't know how to use them at its best, putting them together to have a really good diet. So we set up this ethical purchasing group that we had set up the year before in Italy, because there is the same demand of good quality food, and also linking the producer to the citizen. We support small farmers. Otherwise, they are going, the small farmers cannot sell enormous quantities, cannot sell to supermarket, to big distributors. So in Italy, there is the same problem. Good quality, but too small quantities, they are not on the market. So we put together the consumer, the citizens, aiming for good quality food, and the small producer that otherwise would have to stop producing. And it's really successful, because we began with 10 citizens. Now we are more than 100 people buying through this ethical purchasing group in Italy and also in Burkina Faso.
Brilliant.
So it's a social enterprise, practically.
Brilliant. Absolutely. Thanks, Miss Patricia. Mr. Oscar, what's your reaction, and particularly on the issue of quality nutrition, good quality food? What's your take on that?
Okay, just to chime in my opinion, I think in order to improve food security, I believe in the democratization of the food system. What do I mean by food system democratization? The way it's structured right now is designed to favor big corporations, right? So a farmer somewhere in Africa is farming his cocoa, and then sells that raw produce to a big corporation who process it and sells it at premium, chocolate, which afford. Same thing with maize, for example, is processed by big corporations into cereal boxes, and they can afford some of these processed food that is in the market. So with food system democratization, that would mean that you would have clusters of farmers who process and produce their own food, right? Which leads me to the next layer that I want to speak about, which is value addition. You spoke about nutrition, quality food. So if they are producing their food, they should be empowered enough to add value to it rather than ship it out to big corporations who sell it back to them at a premium. So that's in my own way, in my own thinking of how we might be able to improve food security, building resilience, and a better response to the effects of global warming and climate change for farmers and the agribusiness food sector.
Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Oscar. And what you said is actually prompting me to go to the next question. Food system democratization, versus the involvement of big corporations, and also value addition. So actually, that is leading us to the next question. And I want to say here that Africa is projected to have a population of 1.6 billion by the year 2030. Now we are in 2021, and that's actually only 9 years away from now, and also it will be at the same time as the conclusion of the Sustainable Development Goals. And as we all know, Africa is home to some of the most arable land in the world, but also quite paradoxically, the continent that also suffers the harshest impact of climate change, including drought, as we have discussed previously, and also failing crops and laid to hunger. Now, this has further caused millions of people to be displaced as a result of hunger and failing crops. How can this issue be resolved? Miss Nicolette?
Thank you so much. So I think the first point of call is prioritizing policy making institutions prioritizing national adaptation plans. So we need to admit that we have this food security problem, we have global warming, and we have climate change, and then start adapting. So I think we are falling short as a continent because we haven't yet put in place adaptation plans on what climate change is and what the effects are. Most communities are still ignorant to the effects. So I think policy making, I mean your meteorological institutions, your universities, your government, your local government institutions actually starting to hammering the importance of these adaptation plans. Secondly, they need to start installing things like early warning systems where we know, we can predict in the next 3 years we've got a drought, or in the next 3 years we've got flooding. So we start putting in place crops and plans across the value chain that will actually adapt to whatever kind of climate that is on our way in the next 2 years or so. They also need to start putting a consideration in their budgets. Actually set out a committee or a whole ministry, if possible, that actually looks at this seriously and start putting budgets on it so we combat the effects. So it's all about adapting to the new norm, which is, your global warming and climate change, as well as, so it's just not the community and the government. Us as the communities and as the citizens, we also play a role in this. I think it's high time that we also start participating in environmentally friendly activities and farming and agriculture, which is environmentally friendly, for us to actually start combat, so that we also help our government institutions in adapting to this new norm.
Brilliant. Thanks, Ms. Nicolette, for this excellent intervention. In the meantime, Mr. John Armour has joined us. Welcome to you, Mr. John Armour.
Thank you.
Welcome to you. Welcome. Why don't you give us a little hint on your background and also your work?
Well, thank you, all of you. My name is John Armour. I'm the co-founder of GA Venture Capital in Ghana. We are basically a venture capital firm and a management consulting firm in Ghana. Back home, we have an audit department, we have a legal department, we have a branding department, we have a finance department to be able to offer 360 help to the stakeholders that we work with, which are micro, small, medium enterprises, which are DFIs looking to connect in that space. And then you have other stakeholders like government and so on that we support. Currently, I chair the board of JA Ghana, Junior Achievement Ghana, which is one of the oldest institutions that supports youth. On what I serve on other boards, including Kumasi High, which is one of our key startup players in Ghana. They also co-own Solar Taxi, which is an electric vehicle company, which is doing really well in Ghana. In summary, my life is basically policy, consulting, investing in startups. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Now, thanks a lot for this. And, in one of your responses actually is going to push me to make you react. You said you're involved in policy, and Ms. Nicoletta was talking about, how government should adapt or actually have some type of prioritizing policy making, like and also governments being able to forecast 3 years, 5 years down the line, whether we're going to have drought or we're not going to have enough rain, and to be able to adapt so that we can reduce, hunger and migration. So what's your take on that around, policy adapting to this? What's your take on that?
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I think largely I like to see this as opportunities. If we're discussing the circular economy, we need to look at it more from the challenges that beget the possibilities ahead of us. Almost every country has what we call a medium-term development plan. Every country, because when governments are constituted, they then begin to look at what are the medium-term plans, and these are then translated into district plans, development plans that most counties, most regions will begin to now implement. Now, the responsibility for driving policy change is also by ministries that are so set up to be able to engender some of these discussions that we want to have about the future that we all want. In Ghana, we have the Ministry of Science, Environment, Technology, and Innovation, so-called, which is supposed to champion some of these policies. The issue you have is a dichotomy as to who is funding these innovations that will come out of these discussions around circular economy. That's number one. Number two is education, as to whether or not people understand the change needed, whether the policymakers also understand the value chain of, look, how do we change lifestyles from a consumption-based economy into a production-based economy where we're beginning to re-engineer things, reuse things, we're beginning to remanufacture things, we're beginning to see how best we can use waste and transform it into things that are commercially viable for the consuming public to sort of consume. The other part they look at it from is the question of whether or not there's a business model behind the questions in circular economy, whether or not there's a business model, whether there's a return on investment for the public's money that they're going to put into these innovations. I'd like to see this change come more from the private sector, because to be honest, I like to be very realistic. The public sector will waste your time if you go to them with some of these ideas. But we need to bring them in a PPP arrangement, public-private partnership arrangement, where they see the cost-benefit analysis of going green, of adopting innovation. I'll give you typical examples. Number one, in Ghana, we have a company called Safisana. Now, Safisana transforms waste into electricity, energy, and so on and so forth. But the question is, will the off-takers be available for them? Will the PPAs be available for them? I remember we tried bringing a wind energy manufacturing company to Ghana, and it's taken us almost 2 years to still get that paperwork to look at it. So, look, the question of policy is around around a number of things. Can we change lifestyles? Can we forecast consumer behavior and begin to look at, okay, how do we engineer business models around it? What is the investment thesis behind these innovations that are coming out from the circular economy, and who pays for it? We need to look at it. Will it be PPP arrangements for the public for governments and so on to understand the benefits of it? I think it's a question we need to explore.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Mr. John Ama. And Ms. Lumobila, I'd love to have your reaction on, innovation, this re-engineering of business plans, and also educating the people to move away from a consumption-based economy to a production-based economy. What's your take on that?
Thank you so much for this fantastic question. I believe that there's a lot of different elements that have to be in play in order for us to achieve the sustainable future we all want to see. Education is a key one. And the reason for that is that historically we have been optimizing our existence as where's the most revenue, where's the most amount of opportunity we're going to see to take people out of poverty, to take people at a higher economic level. And obviously looking into where commercial interests would lie for larger corporates. It was mentioned by many of the panelists how we need to move to a more equitable model. But this model, in order to be achieved, requires for us to organize the way people think around the fact that we live in an ecosystem, and this ecosystem is dependent on each other. One element of the ecosystem is our supply chains. We mentioned what this could turn into if we consider the impacts of climate change. Another element of this ecosystem is biodiversity. We're not necessarily talking yet about this, but as we see biodiversity collapse, that means that our ecosystems are not necessarily reliable, and we cannot rely on stable agriculture, stable conditions for living, as well as obviously logistics and other elements related to economy. All of these elements require for people to understand these dependencies. If they understand them, they're a lot more likely to make them more sustainable and more good for the future choice. With this in mind, being also that we need to bring, of course, sustainability to not be always the more expensive choice. We have seen historically, and also like I'm speaking from the perspective of someone being based in Berlin, that the dynamic of the mindset that sustainability is expensive is still navigating political and also business discussions. We need to move away from this, because actually sustainability is minimalism. It is the way of actually making the most of resources in a wasteless manner, in a circular economy manner, in a manner that also allows for many to be part of the ecosystem without necessarily cutting them off, because there's a opportunity for elsewhere to make more money. So to sum up, I would say there's three elements for the success of moving towards a more sustainable future. One is education, the second one is the sustainable mindset, and then the final one is technology, because through technology then we can optimize and scale all of these good ideas and all of these essentially solutions to the big problems that we face.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Miss Lubomila. Next, Mr. Oscar, we just heard, things around understanding dependencies for a sustainable future, like, sustainability is minimalism. So what's your reaction to this? What's your reaction?
Yeah, just to pick up on what Lubomila said a few minutes ago in terms of the dependency and interconnectedness of some of these issues, I think it's very vital that it is highlighted that things like hunger, for example, is very, very connected and dependent on food waste, for example. Which is the area that we are intervening in. I mean, a third of the world's food is actually thrown away, right? Is lost either by post-harvest loss, by overproduction, poor equilibrium between demand and supply, and unstructured supply chains. This exactly and directly impacts on issues of hunger, on issues of starvation, and other related issues. So I believe if elements are drawn out and effectively mapped, and then their dependencies are shown. For example, what we do with Chowberry is that we aggregate all food that is approaching the end of shelf life or is about to be wasted, and then redirect it and put it to use, which essentially is the goal of a circular economy, the goal of upcycling and reusing resources. So if resources are equitably distributed, if there is equilibrium, if there is interconnectedness between the problem and the solution, I believe we're onto a more sustainable future, like Lubomila stated earlier on. And in terms of dependency, again, it is very vital that the agricultural sector leverages technology in a much more right now it's thought of as a second layer external tool. It will be vital that it is integrated in a much richer way, not as an advisory service like it is termed right now, or tools to enable farming or enable the sector, but it should be what drives, the sector, because it has its way of improving efficiency, getting accuracy in data collection, and just streamlining the operations and efficiency of a particular system, whether it's the food system, whether it's the value chain, whether it's the supply chain. Yeah, so those are some thoughts that I have at the moment. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks, Mr. Oscar. Miss Patricia, how can we better leverage technology, or how can we leverage technology to actually better structure supply chain for more efficiencies? And so, we can reduce the food. 1/3 of the world's food is being thrown away, Mr. Oscar said. So how can we leverage technology for better efficiencies?
Okay, the waste of food is really a huge problem. We tried several solutions. The first was to sustainable marketing. I mean, instead of having the farmers bringing to the shop of the purchasing group their product, we began doing it, preparing a weekly box with the production of that week. And the problem was to prepare the consumers to accept that you have to receive a box where there is salad, onions, and tomatoes, and maybe there are not aubergine, because that week they are not produced. And so the farmers were working less for the same prices, and we didn't have any waste. That is the big thing. Then we support transformation. What is that the consumer likes? So on social networks, on email, trying to understand our consumers, and they support the farmers to transform, adding value, and also permitting a longer life for the product. If you sell raw tomatoes in 3 days, they are rotten if you don't sell them. Instead, if you do tomato sauce, you can keep it for 1 year. So we are trying to do all the things together. And digitalization is very important. Using a simple smartphone, you can prepare yourself and not just arrive in the market and try to sell what you have, but you prepare what the consumers would like to have, or you prepare the consumer to accept what is produced in the farms.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I mean, this question was really a killer. And I'm going to slightly take a new direction. In the previous question, Ms. Lubomila brought up something, and that is, biodiversity, the ecosystem. The ecosystem in which we live in is actually having a lot of stress. And because of that, we having more problems, and that is the loss of biodiversity, and that is an issue that has been at the center of many recent debates. And our natural ecosystem is said to be in danger with the loss of many species, but also a lot of critical trees, like in the Amazon and also in the Congo forest. Is recycling resources and materials the only way to sustain Africa's biodiversity, but not only Africa, I mean globally in the world? Miss Nicolette?
So true. So with the ecosystems and biodiversity, I like to take a more personal approach, where we start looking this as individuals to be accountable, so we make a good environment for everybody. So let's look at people at an individual level. If we start practicing responsible farming, responsible agriculture, responsible energy production as individuals, then we are able to start protecting the environment that we live in as individuals. Then it spills into the communities, it spills into districts, it spills into national level, regional, and then global level. So I think it starts in one person is a responsible citizen of the environment. So we start preserving that. And then I would also like to give a wild example with regards to the Congo forest and the Amazon, for example. I think those two rainforests are one of the places that have the most biodiversity, but we see with deforestation happening and with people buying land within these big corporates actually buying land within these spaces, where now growing trees for wood and for paper has become more industrial and commercial. So we see that instead of them letting the wild forest grow with diversity in terms of from your trees to plants, even to animals that live within that ecosystem, there's only one kind of tree or plant that is being planted, and this is because it's for commercial use. So we then get that lack of biodiversity because we've moved from the organic right into the industrialization, right into capital and business. So I think we need to start encouraging all those ecosystems, educate people to understand that there's a reason why these forests are like this, and that there's an ecosystem that is interdependent, and that makes our environment wholesome. And we need to find ways in which we can encourage this kind of biodiversity, and also just moving into agricultural forms, where we find that the use of fertilizers right from production, we don't look at the end use only, but we also look at the production, how it affects our environment, the emissions, and also how it affects the soil quality in terms of biodiversity as well. So we have all these animals and little bacteria that adapts to this kind of modified way of agriculture. So we need to start encouraging more organic farming, like Patricia said. I think it's important we get back to our mulching, our compost, our manure, and if we can produce this even at large scale, so that even for commercial farming, there's a large portion of using these more traditional and organic ways, so that we also keep encouraging biodiversity in our environment. So yeah, that's my view.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Miss Nicolette. Mr. Orskal, I'd love to have your reaction on responsible farming and responsible agriculture.
So, as Nicolette was just speaking, it just brought memories and thoughts about, for example, why is organic food more expensive and harder to reach than the processed food, the one that's mass produced with a lot of herbicides, with a lot of GMOs and all of this. So I believe that we should look at subsidizing organic farming, for example, or subsidizing and encouraging this responsible farming, this clean, more sustainable way of farming, so that we talk about nutrition, we talk about things about healthier eating habits. So this is much more affordable, because right now the larger population doesn't have access to the products of responsible farming or the products of organic farming, for example. In terms of land use and keeping the environment and the ecosystem stable, it still draws me back to my point of ownership and democratization of the food system. Right now, even farmers, some farmers in my country, for example, have a hard time accessing land to carry out their farming activities. So if those resources are more equitably distributed, I think we would achieve a lot sustainability in terms of the farming practices. And just one final point about the need to leverage research. Our institutions, this is in Africa here, specifically Sub-Saharan Africa that I'm speaking about, that I'm aware of, really don't leverage research that is coming out of the universities, out of the institutions. So, for example, why should we depend on GMO coming from America or Europe or wherever that is, when our climate is different, the crops are different, everything is entirely different. So I strongly would say that the research coming out of local knowledge centers should be rightly leveraged to push on that knowledge into the farming practices, into the agricultural food system. Then we'll achieve better sustainability and better livelihoods in our day.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot for this, Mr. Oscar. Next, I'm gonna go to Miss Patricia. What's your reaction on the question of biodiversity and also the use of GMOs coming from the West America on a complete different environment, on the African environment? What's your reaction to that?
It's very, very important to keep biodiversity and to work on local varieties, maybe to make them, to have them producing better, but we have to maintain the biodiversity at all costs for us. So one of the solutions that Tamas found has been the setup of a restaurant. We call it a pedagogic restaurant. We set up two, one near the capital and another in another town. And we call them pedagogical restaurants, where you can see some vegetable grown with dripping irrigation, for example, local varieties. And also we support biodiversity, preparing traditional food that nowadays are so long to prepare that nobody is anymore preparing them at home. So, usually they are cooked with older varieties. So we prepare, for example, a flan with green beans that is impossible to find in any other restaurants, for example, in Burkina Faso. So there is people coming there especially to eat that dish that remember them of their childhood too. And so the producer are pushed to grow these beans. Otherwise, they would have been abandoning it. And selling in the restaurants, they can also achieve a better price. And then we have been doing some training for the waitresses, the cooks, to explain to the customer the value, the nutritional value, and also the cultural value of these products. So you don't only sell a dish, but you explain the dish on an agronomic side, but also on a cultural side. So that is very interesting, and it's quite successful. People is really interested, and we had also some tourists going there, even if it is not a neighborhood where there is any tourism, because they knew that they could really taste good local food that you cannot taste anymore in the restaurants in the capital, for example. And this is also giving pride to the farmers, giving value to what they are producing and to the traditional food too. So all these things, I agree with Nicoletta, education is fundamental, and also with Oscar, to democratize the food value chain. These are things that are very important. So now our farmers are proud of what they are producing. They are achieving fair prices for all their work, and they are using local products.
Brilliant.
Resolution.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot. This is quite interesting. Miss Lubomila, we've just heard something about valuing the local varieties and trying to preserve the ecosystem and educating people on the value that's on their plate, because what's happening is we abandoning a lot of local foods at the expense of globalized food. I'm going to call it this way. So what's your reaction to what you heard?
Absolutely agree with this, and I think seasonality is something that we need to learn in the way we consume. Actually, our planet is incredibly intelligent. The way the food is produced is really efficient, but also the products that come to our plate, if we look at what's around us, are perfectly aligned to what also our body needs at that particular season, at that particular moment. With this in mind, we really need to be actually looking at what is available at that particular season, what is available at this particular geography, and start being creative with the way we cook it, the way we prepare it, and then start educating also ourselves of what are the different possible ways of consuming it in a way that it does not hurt the planet, and it also leads to a high level of nutrition that, of course, we're seeking. There is a really interesting, and I want to go to the comment that was made by Oscar, because I'm incredibly concerned by waste as a whole. Food waste is one big issue. Inefficient waste management systems everywhere in the world, it doesn't really matter where you are really a huge problem. Loopholes in the law in the EU, for example, send certain types of waste elsewhere. So really, really big issue. And I think some interesting examples have been happening across the world with the zero waste movement, where a lot of innovative chefs have been opening up their blogs online, essentially with different ideas on how you can maximize from the things that you have left over and make them into a preserve. And this is from like really famous Michelin star chefs like Massimo Bottura, Patrizia, I'm sure you know him, up to essentially really people that are not professional with the topic, but just know how to do the grandma kind of approach of preserving every single thing that is there. I think we need to understand that in order to build a sustainable future, we need to make sure that the products of today are the resources of tomorrow. There's actually so much innovation in the space of making out of waste fuels, making out of waste materials that could be used for even packaging and so on. So this is kind of the things that where, of course, resources are available for investment, for innovation, this is where this money should be spent. And if we're talking about food limits and food restrictions and the poverty approach to how you can take this, we need to really democratize actually the knowledge and also access to certain food programs that educate people about how they can make the most, as you called it, like less of the globalized food, less of the processed food, but focus on really what is seasonal, what is nutritional, but also something that can allow for really the planet to take a deeper breath, which at the moment is not really possible.
Brilliant. I really loved something that you said, Ms. Lubomila. It is to preserve the seasonality. And I really liked what you said, that, you know, our environment is very, very, very intelligent. And and that is absolutely true. Well, the time is going on super fast, and we are going to our final question, and that is around globalization. So we know that globalization goes hand in hand with industrialization, and this is a similar trend that we have observed in African cities, like, you know, the big cities like Lagos, you know, Johannesburg, and Abidjan. So how can we reconcile on one hand industrialization and on the other pollution, so that waste doesn't become hazardous and also dangerous? Ms. Nicolette, why don't you kickstart us?
Thank you, Ms. Dallo. So I would say to reconcile industrialization and waste management, first of all, I think the geographic location of these industries is very important, where they are placed and where they produce. This is to combat air pollution, land pollution, and water pollution. So I think they, when it comes to land allocation or city design or whatever it is, we should make sure that industries are placed in geographic locations where they minimize pollution to communities around the environment around them. Secondly, I would say policing and policy making, that is regulation on waste disposal. So what I mean by that is they should regulate waste disposal. I'll just give a random examples from probably chemicals that are used in food production or just in industrialization in general. So instead of us throwing away in rivers or just in bare land chemicals that have been used for production, there should actually be safe places where, for example, here in Johannesburg, if you make chemicals and they go bad before you use them or you're done using them, how you dispose them off is there are companies that are actually here who you pay to come and collect those chemicals, and they then neutralize them into more industrial friendly chemicals. Then they do a safe disposal of this waste material. So this minimizes contamination of water, contamination of land, and contamination of the air. And it's compulsory for companies that deal with chemicals to actually be compliant when it comes to waste management, to actually contract these companies to do the right disposal of waste. So I think that way, in the African context, that's the only way that we can actually then reconcile the two and make sure that industry, cities are safe, clean air, clean energy, and a safe environment for everybody.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot. Mr. Oscar, your reaction on regulation on waste disposal and also the compliance of large companies.
Yeah, on the topic of globalization and industrialization and how we can move forward. So I believe in sustainable economics, right? So there's this notion that the old way of industrialization is bigger, leads to the boom, it's more viable economically. But then I always tend to argue that that was the knowledge of the day. So if you were using fossil fuels 100 years ago, that doesn't mean if clean energy is researched, new ways of mobility and transportation that are clean and sustainable are further research, that doesn't necessarily mean you will not experience exponential growth. Because the argument then is that the West are forcing this whole idea of sustainability and reduced industrialization in favor of clean tech, clean energy, greenery, and thereby slowing down the economic trajectory of less developing countries, so to speak. But I believe if more research again, if more exposure and focus is lended towards clean energy, clean tech, newer ways of achieving the same pace of industry as was 50 to 100 years ago in the West, then we would be able to build that sustainability where industrialization doesn't necessarily mean or go against the notion of sustainability and being green and being clean. So those are my thoughts around that.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on clean energy and clean tech. Our time is becoming slowly tight. So, okay. So next, Ms. Patricia, what's your take on this final question on industrialization versus pollution?
Okay, it's important, the industrialization, but not at price of the high pollution we see nowadays. The problem is that the cost of these, of not polluting, cannot go all on the shoulders of the farmers. So we have to try through policies to find how to distribute the cost of pollution. And also at the same time to educate the consumers, because they must understand that the biggest tomato is not the best one. If there is a small problem on the skin of the tomato, it's not a problem. It's really good. The taste is good. So we have to educate consumer to this. Then we say to close the loop. With every waste we have, we try, for example, we have byproducts of the vegetables, we feed chickens, for example. So we change the diet, we improve the diet, and we also use all that is remaining there. Or we prepare a good fertilizer with that. Furthermore, we have to make the people, both farmers and consumers, understand the problem. Because if you only arrive with a new legislation that you have to pay for this or that, it will be difficult for them to understand, to share the point of view. You have to make them understand the problem and also offer maybe some solution, because they have other solutions. And then, of course, energy is a real problem, because energy is really polluting. So whatever we do, we use renewable energies that have a cost at the beginning. So with our project, we pay for this cost, but then the people can use them, pay for the maintenance, pay to improving them, but they can use clean energy for whatever, not only for the well pump, but also for the equipment to transform food, for recharging the smartphone, and also electric mobility, for example.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Ms. Patricia. Next, Mr. John, what's your take on what you've heard so far?
Well, let me just wrap up, and I think it's been brilliant contributions from everyone. And let me see if I can summarize it in a few sentences. Number one is that we need to rethink biodiversity, circular economy from that startup phase into what is the new market that is beginning to develop, and to look at the opportunities thereof there. This is the new economy that is going to rise, and we need to support it. We need to move from a waste economy into one that begins to see a shift in business models that support small-scale industries to scale up these solutions that we are seeing on the ground. I'll give you an example. In Ghana, we have a company called Neoplast that produces rubber, and they're using this rubber to produce tiles and bricks to build. But to what extent would this be available for the average consumer to be able to buy, use, and become a thing, as you call it, in our environment? This is something we've got to look at. We have a company called Zaco. Zaco produces charcoal, which is briquettes, and this does not produce smoke. It burns less. But again, to what extent is this available to the ordinary person on the market to understand the benefits of this? So it's tied up in a few things. We need to re-examine the farm to fork scenarios, begin to look at how best we can explore financing options from the business perspective, for the consumer perspective, and begin to reorient minds towards the adoption of many of these technologies that are coming up for us to be able to scale the new economy that we're looking at. And finally, we need to also realign legislation to ensure that we're able to remove the bottlenecks that inhibit the expansion of these markets. And that's why the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is here. Well, as to whether or not it will materialize, we're yet to see, but to the extent that it will reduce the rules of origin around the transfer of these innovations to other markets, you will see business entrepreneurs like me begin to consider that one solution, while it may be limited to Ghana, may not be a solution that Ghana needs, but it will be a solution at the sub-region. And so my unit economics in building my investment thesis would make sense if I were to move into Nigeria, which has a higher appreciation of this market. I need to look at what my return on investment will be. I need to examine my cost of operations. And this is where we've got to look at in terms of business modeling for many of these firms that are bringing these solutions. Will it be available? Can we re-engineer business models? Can we re-examine financing options? Can we look at consumer education and begin to really bring people on the table? Let's re-examine the value chain from farm to fork, and then these solutions, try and see how best we can scale them to other markets.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Mr. John. Ms. Lubomila, your final take on this question, please. Thank you.
I think it's been fantastic to listen to everyone's contribution, and it's wonderful to see such alignment in terms of how such big issues can be addressed. Something maybe to add on to what was already said, one important element of the agenda for the future is to start putting sanctions on polluting industries, be it through carbon taxing or through other vehicles that can allow for these industries to really pay for the pollution that they lead to the ecosystem collapse that they're contributing to, in order to allow essentially for the rest of the economy to compensate for their activities. Another vehicle of change that has been considered now in the EU is to essentially set limits on emissions per industry, which essentially would go even beyond the carbon taxing, and it would set certain borders of how much you can even pollute. That's something else we need to consider. And I think with all of the other ideas that were already mentioned in combination, we could assume that we can at least achieve the 1.5 degree target that has been set out by the IPCC committee, as well as, of course, other bodies involved in the creation of this important report.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Ms. Lubomila. Now, my wonderful panelists, I'm going to call you to stay with us as I call Bibusa Wegman, the CEO of SenseX Africa, to join us on the stage for some final words, final questions and review. But first, I want to say a couple of words. It was an excellent session, and some of the issues that we have addressed on this panel around food security was better supply chain management, and on migration, prioritizing policy making, and on biodiversity, more responsible farming and agriculture. I'm going to hand over to Bibusa for some final words, and I thank you for your brilliant contributions. You were all fabulous and excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatuma. Thank you, Nicolette, Lubomila, Oscar, Patricia, John. I do have one last message and question for all of you before you drop off the stage. Unfortunately, my hands have to be backstage with the team, and so I wrote 3 full pages of everybody's statement that I will definitely need to read on, and I will follow up on each one of you. For me, I'm very passionate about leadership and the youth tomorrow. And what I feel is that we need to prepare our youth tomorrow to be better leaders. One of the questions is climate change. I'm thinking, would we be in a better position if our leaders were already trained about it? But who knew we're going to have this problem, right? I have a 12-year-old daughter. By the way, I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. My name is Bibusa Wegman. I'm the CEO, and I'm happy to be here on stage with everyone. So anyway, my daughter is 12 years old and very, very passionate about climate change. Clearly, because for her, she does have the resources to understand what climate change is and how we can save the planet. So now everyone has been talking about circular economy. When I go on LinkedIn, circular economy. And I go to, my online courses right now, circular economy. For me and you, Lubomila, for John, Oscar, Patricia, Nicolette, Fatou, we know what circular economy is, because circular economy, for me, understanding it is equal sustainability and doesn't necessarily mean, okay, we have to do green energy right now. Circular economy can also be applied to the structure of a company, right? Which also involves things like data, transparency of data, because if we want to transform the whole transition of circular economy, we need to know what data is available, so that in terms of food security, which countries are wasting a lot of food, how do we restructure the model of that country and redirect the food? If that food that is a lot wasted can be directed to, I don't know, fertilizer for tomato, what kind of data can we grow about it? Now, 2 questions for you. First of all, climate change. I feel the number 1 problem is deforestation. Why? Because when we talk to people in the villages, their only ways of putting food on the table is either farming or going to cut the trees and producing charcoal so that they're able to cook, right? What is one thing you can advise for the viewers who are our youth? And I'm pretty sure they have communities that do have a problem with deforestation. 1 word. Second question, circular economy.
what does circular economy mean to you? Very short, very precise, just so we can have our viewers understand and they can go and research after that. Thank you so much. I will wait for those answers because I'm curious. I will start with Ludmila, and then I'll let Nicolate, Oscar, John, and last and beautiful Patricia. Thank you.
Bibusa, it's always such a pleasure to share stage with you. Your energy is incredibly positive and is giving hope for where the future of the youth is going in Africa. In terms of my first question that you mentioned, I would say agroforestry. Anyone that is looking into the topic should just educate themselves about this, because this is a method of agriculture that actually allows for trees to coexist with a lot of different plantation that is, of course, applicable to the particular geography, but it, with very little resources, allows for a lot more production. This is the natural way our planet has been producing food for a long time. The only thing is that because of the monocultures that we've been using historically, with kilometers of corn, kilometers of soy, we have destroyed the ecosystem. But the ecosystem is clever, so it's able to renovate itself. So anyone that is looking into this could consider agroforestry. On the second question, and I keep it with one word, circular economy is how the planet works. We just need to start learning how the planet actually works.
Awesome, awesome. As I let the other speakers, I will let Fatu take over, because one of our speakers for the next stage needs to get ready. I am listening to all your answers and I'm writing them down, and I do promise that I will come back. I would have loved to stay on because the conversation was so much information. There was a lot going around, looking at production, looking at soil quality, looking at organic farming, looking at legislation, how the government can get involved, but we don't wait for them, because we will wait forever. So what we need to do is the private sector need to have a collective collaboration, more or less to say. But I've asked my questions, and I will leave Fatu to take over. I'm so excited to see everybody here. I just want to leave space for the speakers coming on, but I will do follow up with every one of you on this stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bibusa. Thank you so much, Bibusa. So we heard from Miss Lupo Mila, and to have a little bit of gender balance, why don't we go to Mr. Oscar?
Hey, okay, so I thought I had some extra time to do some thinking, but you put the spotlight on me. Okay, so in terms of the first question, the one word would be afforestation, planting trees, going for tree planting campaigns, areas where there are ordinarily no trees. I think that's something young people can really engage in to address deforestation. What does circular economy mean to me? It's I'll have to condense this into one word. So it would just be reuse. There are many tools and elements all around us that can be creatively put to second use, third use, fourth use. And like Lubomila said, it's how the planet works. So rainfall, waters the plants, and it just goes on in a cycle. Everything in the world is a cycle. So if we can think in terms of cycles and put elements into second use, I think circular economy would be the next great thing.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Mr. Oscar. Next, I would like to hand over to Ms. Patricia for your thoughts on Bibusa's question.
To fight against deforestation, we have to educate, inform, make people aware of the importance of forestry, and also give alternatives. Bibusa was talking about the use of trees to cook. We have to give people alternative, electric cooker, sun heated special cookers and things like that, because they have a problem. They have to cook. So if we want them not to use to cut a tree, we have to give them alternatives. Fair, ecologic, simple alternatives. and they will accept it. We have been working a little on this, and if you give an alternative that is also saving time, they will use it. And then what is circular economy? Circular economy, it's what it would have to be. In the perfect world, we are not wasting anything. We are recycling, using everything in an eternal loop. That would be perfect. We have a long way away from that, but we have to work in that direction.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Miss Patricia. Miss Nicolette, what's your take on deforestation and also circular economy?
Yeah, with deforestation, I think, especially in the rural communities, we just need to find alternative sources of affordable energy. Your biogas, etc., and afforestation as well. I'm just going to jump onto an example of Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, for every one tree cut, you're supposed to replace with planting 3 more trees. And this has happened since the 1990s. So that kind of afforestation is what we encourage. For everyone, you replace with 3, and I guess we can combat deforestation that way. And what is circular economy? So to me, I would say it's a more sustainable way, economic system where we use secondary raw materials instead of virgin raw materials. And I would like to say it's change of ownership, where instead of owning raw material sources, people are users, are more of users, and leasing sources of raw materials. That way we give opportunity to more people, and it's sustainable and it's equitable to more people. Yeah, that's what circular economy is.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Miss Nicolette. And we are heading over to Mr. John for your thoughts on deforestation and also the circular economy. You're on mute, Mr. John.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Let me start with the explanation of circular economy. And Bibuza, if I know it, wants us to break it down into a simple form. So for everyone on the call, for whatever you see out there that constitutes some sort of pollution, that constitutes some sort of waste, if you look around you from your typical Africa, you will see robbers in places where you're not supposed to be. It's too early for that. That is circular economy. How we can transform these wastes that we've saved into profitable use, whether it's in reuse, remanufacture, whether it's in reinventing and company models to adopt green technology. In terms of deforestation, it's alternative livelihoods. That's number one. It's stricter licensing for many people who are logging, who are illegally logging in our forests. And it's alternative livelihoods for those in these areas who depend on the kickbacks that they get from it. And it's also in terms of putting in place policies that promote afforestation, like the other speakers said. This would be my thought for now.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Mr. John. I think we had heard from Miss Lubomila. Do you have some final words, perhaps? Okay, brilliant. Well, I thank every single one of you. I think you were an awesome panel. I really enjoyed it. I learned so much, believe me. And thank you, Mr. John. Please continue watching us. We're heading over to the next session, and we're gonna make way for our next panelist. Okay. Well, I guess it's good morning for the most of us still, and we are back again with our next session. And this time we're actually looking at the adoption of technology and whether it poses a threat or an opportunity for domestic job creation. Now, ladies and gents, I would like to remind you to please don't forget to tweet and share on other social media platforms. The hashtags are AIT 2021, hashtag We Need Oya, and also Sensex Africa. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with our panelists. Thank you so much and stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amal Vital. Join me with other leaders, entrepreneurs, power players in the agribusiness, and government officials from across the world for the Agriculture, Innovation, and Technology Conference on July 21st and 22nd. This two-day virtual conference is hosted by Senzex Africa in collaboration with Opportunity for Youth, a program implemented by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and the Food and Agriculture Organization. The AIT conference is looking to strengthen value chains by utilizing innovative technologies for inclusive economic growth and job creation in agriculture and agribusiness. The greatest challenge to young men and young women in Africa is job acquisition, skills, and the ability to provide for their families. With that said, stay tuned for an empowering segment where 6 nominees were selected in hopes of winning the Impact X Champ Awards. Youth from the countries of Zambia, Cabo Verde, Ghana, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Tunisia, and Kenya will be involved in the X Champ Awards. Panel discussions, workshops, exhibitions, it's all right here at the AIT conference. Here are some of the speakers who will be in attendance. Mr. Lee Young, the Director General of United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Mr. Malobi Obeche, founder of Pan-African Traders. Ms. Larissa Miller. Mr. Joseph Olivier Bailey. Ms. Lubamilia Jordanova, Dr. Tamra Kunda, and a host of other entrepreneurs, policymakers, and power players in the agribusiness. This conference is a great opportunity for you to get involved. Whether you'd like to be involved as a participant or a partner, log on today at senzexafrica.eu for more information. Remember, with AIT, it's not just a conference, it's a movement.
My name is Mwape. I'm a management accountant and I run a consultancy along my small-scale farm, Mwape M Farms, in Lusaka, Zambia. I identified a gap between farming and farming as a business and as a result established Mwape M Farms in May of 2019. My business is centered on improving the livelihoods of small-scale farmers by promoting financial literacy in the small-scale farming sector in Zambia. Through my own agricultural journey, I've been able to demonstrate the benefits of applying sound farming practices, and this is shown in the yield of my farming projects and my finances. Agribusiness plays an important role in the world today as it produces most of the world's food and fabric and promotes the economic development of many countries. I encourage many youth to sign up for this year's conference as it will be very educational and may present networking and investing opportunities. See you there.
Well, good morning, ladies and gents. Good morning, ladies and gents. We are back with our second session. Okay, our panelists are joining slowly. Okay, brilliant. So, joining me on this panel, we have, I love this panel. I love all the panels. You're extremely punctual. I really love that. So we have Miss Mary Sol Montoya with us. She's the founder of Chamber of Commerce in Norway. So Norway and Colombia, welcome to you. We also have Mr. Gilead Okolonwo, who is the CEO of Beep Magnet International Group in Nigeria. And with us, we have Miss Amara Michelo, who is the founder of Jacaranda Hub, joining us from Zambia. Welcome to you. And we also have Mr. Teddy, can't see him, Igboro. Is he here? Okay. Okay. All right. And we have Mr. Siddhartha Parmar, who's the founder of Ignito Space, based in Zambia, I believe. And okay, so and we have Miss Yvette Gonzalez, who is a researcher at International Institute for Astronautical Science, I think joining us from Germany. And we have Mr. Tafsadarza Belhela. Welcome to you all, dear panelists. And I think we can start with some brief introductions. And why don't we start with Dr. Jalid? Dr. Jalid, please, why don't you introduce yourself and just give us some hints on your background and also your work.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be on this panel section, and I look forward to an engaging one of that. My name is Dr. Gilead Okolonko. I am the chairman, CEO of Big Magnet International Group, which is actually a fintech company that is focused on the use of blockchain technology in actually solving real-world problems. And then we have actually been on this for close to about 7 years now, trying to study the African space and the best method to be able to create an adoption of decentralized ledger. We have been able to develop a couple of use cases to make it easy for the African community to understand that technology is the future and that it's not rocket science. The West have actually done their part, but the point is that the future is in Africa, and then there's a whole lot of power here, but we need to actually educate our people. So that's exactly what we are doing, educating and then talking about technology.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Dr. Jalid, for this introduction. Next, Mr. Siddhartha, please give us a hint on your background.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Sid Parmar. I'm based in Lusaka, Zambia. I'm the founder of Ignitus Space, Ignitus Logistics. We are in plan to launch the first satellite from Zambia to space. It won't be launched from Zambia, but it will be launched somewhere. It's a satellite that will help with agriculture, focused on agriculture, sensing, and climate change, water resource management, and disaster mitigation. So a lot of things, and that's why I'm here today to talk to you about agriculture.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Thanks a lot. Next, Miss Marisol. Miss Marisol.
Yes. Hi, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm Marisol Guzman. I'm in Oslo. I'm the founder and CEO of Fabulous Futurist. I've been working in the industry of energy for 20 years. But Fabulous, and I am still working actually in a big corporation for energy, leader of innovation in renewable energy, and I do some other things. But in my social enterprise, I have Fabulous Futurists, which is a philanthropic platform for technology, disruptive technology, with a business model to deploy into the communities. So it's actually an honor to be here, because the topic, it is how technology with a right business model suits into creating jobs for people and to really stimulate the microeconomies. And that's what we want to. Our technology in Fabulous Futurists aim to be for microgrids, aim to be simple and small, right? Not big solar parks or big wind parks, like just the integration of a small wind turbine with a small waste to energy, so our focus is communities of 1,000 people.
Brilliant. Thanks, Miss Marisol. Marisol, next, Miss Yvette.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm Yvette Gonzalez, and I have over 22 years working in and for Africa and in international development programs, including agriculture. And I've spent the last 5 years in the space sector. So I did a crossover, and I look at space technologies for Earth challenges, including agriculture. So very honored to be here.
Brilliant. Thanks, Miss Yvette. And next, Miss Mara.
Hi, thank you so much, Fatoumata. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, depending on where you're coming from. My name is Marie-Janae Michello. I am the founder and CEO for the Jacaranda Hub, which is a social enterprise and ecosystem building program set up here in Zambia that provides a collective of resources and tools and resources, infrastructure, and also support towards the development of startups and entrepreneurs in Zambia. We just launched one of the biggest incubator in the country, the first and the biggest incubator in the country, called the Next Gen National Youth Incubation Challenge, which is focusing on fostering economic development through the development of entrepreneurial businesses, startups, leading to social and economic impact. And we have a very keen interest in agribusiness development with a focus on industries that are being supported heavily by our government, sectors like the aquaculture development, soya, and also looking at other areas of our national development agenda, like developing of mining opportunities in the country. So we basically have a very keen interest in young people. So we're focused on the youth and hoping that we can develop a pipeline and a long-term goal for Zambia. Thank you. I am excited to be here.
Thank you, Miss Mara. We're also very excited to have you. Thank you so much. Next, Mr. Tafatswa.
Thank you very much. My name is Tafatswa Bahela. I am from Zimbabwe. I am the founder of Normandy Agritech. Normandy Agritech was founded in 2019 with the aim to upskill small-scale farmers with up-to-date information and relevant tools that they may find difficult in accessing. Sometimes some of this information we find is a lot of it, you find a lot of it online, but we tend to try and curate that information. So say, for example, if someone wants to grow tomatoes, we can then give them advice on the correct variant to grow based on their location, looking at soil samples, etc. Thank you for having me on board.
Thank you so much. We're very pleased to have you on board, Mr. Bahela. And last but not least, we have Mr. Terry. Over to you, Mr. Terry.
Morning, afternoon, evening, all, depending on where you are. I'm Terry Gororo. I'm founder of a company called Inventory Club, which is an alternative finance platform, making it easier for anybody across the globe to participate in the African agribusiness value chain.
Brilliant. Welcome to you, Mr. Terry, and welcome to every single one of you. This is such a very dynamic panel, very well gender balanced, and a lot of different sectors covered. And I know that we're going to have a lot of fun today on this panel. So let's kickstart with our first question. We know that we are at a tipping point of entering a new era. So, you know, the so-called new economy with artificial intelligence at the heart of it. So how can Africa leverage artificial intelligence and smart technologies to increase job creation for the youth? Dr. Jalid, what's your take on that? You're on mute, Dr. Jalid.
Yes. When I got the subject of this topic, I said one of the key things we need to do is we're going to be very practical and be realistic with regards to what is happening. So sometimes when you look at data or information you read, it is quite different from reality on ground. And the point is that artificial intelligence, AI, it holds a lot. But we'll be looking at it from a global perspective and then looking at it from an African perspective. Now, the question is from an African perspective. Yes, we need artificial intelligence in Africa. There's no doubt, because it will actually help efficiency, and it will actually speed up certain processes. But the question is, in Africa, are we really ready with regards to this new technology that is being spoken about? From my research, I discovered that there's a whole lot that has not been done, even though in our minds we believe that it holds a lot. So that means my take is that for promotion of efficiency, take for example, all major problems that you think about is here in Africa. We have in the healthcare space. Take for example, misdiagnosis for individual who actually have a particular ailment, but when he goes to the hospital, because there's no proper data analysis and there's a lot of human factor, you discover that wrong diagnosis is given to that individual and that person is treated wrongly, and sometimes it leads to mortality. I want to take a typical example of my father. My father was sick at some point, and he got to the hospital. The doctors there did a test for him, and they came out with the result that he was born without a kidney. We said, how is that possible, that he was born without one kidney? I said, that's not possible because my dad was really sick. They started, and immediately they started dialysis, and they actually underwent about 36 dialysis. I lost my father in that particular process. When I sent the data result to India, they only said that there was a shrink in the kidney and there was no need for dialysis. But because he had started dialysis, he lived on it and he could not hold on, and then he died. This will tell you the sad issue that is happening in Africa, because for the opportunities that is connected with artificial intelligence, yes, because efficiency is going to be there. We will not have missed record reports, will not be there, and it's actually going to create an opportunity if we are ready to actually learn. Because when we talk about artificial intelligence, we're not talking about individuals who are involved with data scientists. So the question now is, it is an opportunity to actually direct our frontier to data scientists to understand how this particular system works. And the more we have individuals who are learning this particular process, new job is actually what's created. So my take is that with the emergence of this new technology, it will create an opportunity for new job, for new people to learn, and then to be able to apply this new technology to be able to solve problems. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Jalid, for your contributions on this first question. And I do send you my condolences for the passing of your father. I'm gonna hand over to Mr. Siddhartha. Is AI a driver of efficiency? What is your take on that, or your reaction to Dr. Jalid? Can artificial intelligence be seen as a driver for efficiency?
Thank you for that question. I don't think there's a solid answer yet for anyone on the continent in general. But the role for Africa is for us to be ready. I believe we're the new driving force. We are creating new systems. We are leapfrogging, and I would call it a quantum leap into a new way of thinking. So instead of just jumping like the rest of the Western world does, and they do incremental kind of steps to get them to where they are, I think in Africa we have the opportunity to just leap and get to the next level. So our role would be that we should be ready. We should be putting in and supporting the youth driving AI. We should be holding hackathons. We should be looking at space technology, where it is so embedded in AI that we can check the health of a leaf from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. So I love the fact that AI can be a driving factor. It is also a very dangerous thing if you look at it in a different perspective, but for what we want and what we need right now and how we need to quantum leap, I believe that AI is a driving force, and I think we should just be ready, supporting the youth, making sure that we're using all the right tools that will make sense on the ground. So I'll keep it short and sweet there, and that's my input on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Siddhartha. Ms. Mara, what's your take on Africa must be ready to take the quantum leap?
I think my take is it's not even a question of whether Africa should be ready or not. Africa just needs to, leapfrog to that demand for us to adopt technologies and the use of AI. But I think the question then becomes an issue of budget, an issue of political governance, and also political will to be able to invest in technology advancement and development in Africa for us to be able to meet the world's shift in terms of how we're utilizing technologies. And because Africa is at the heart of some of the major problems that could be easily and efficiently resolved by technology, Africa then requires to respond more rapidly and more openly to the use of technology more than the Western world. I think we need to also consider the fact that we should not be a center for deployment where technologies that have been used, tested, and now the Western world is moving on to new technologies. And then as Africa is just now catching on to that level of advancement, I think Africa needs to be at par with the Western world so that we can become a major player in economic and social development and also conversations worldwide. So for me, the command or basically the call to Africa is that let's stop thinking we still have time to catch up, because Africa has always been at that point of wait, let's see what's happening, the pioneers in the Western world, then we can catch up and see if it's working or not. If SIDA is pushing a satellite from Africa, we should champion that, we should support that, and Africa should really jump onto that, because that's the kind of innovation we want to see. And if it's coming from young people, even better, because then we have time to test, to fail, to rebuild, to reinvent, to correct, and then utilize the technologies for us to better Africa. So I think for me, the core is basically, let's redirect our investments and priorities so that we can start to see what we need to do in terms of developing Africa. And technology really is at the core of everything that we're doing today.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Ms. Mara. So I take here, importance to redirect investment priorities and like a lot of big push into artificial intelligence and smart technologies. Mr. Terry, what's your reaction to this?
So I'm reading some stuff. Okay, so when I was looking at the questions, when I was looking at the AI thing, one, I'm not an expert on AI, so I'm speaking quite loosely on it. It's not my field of expertise. I'm more from the database background, from the data background. So I'm going to put it into two parts in terms of this AI discussion. I think there's general AI and there's Africa-specific AI. I think general AI, Africa can utilize it. Talking about things like climate change or soil conditions and a few other things. Like I said, it's not my space of expertise, so I haven't delved into it, but I think there's general AI. Africa-specific AI is it's a different discussion altogether, and I think that there is a lot of work that needs to be done before Africa is actually ready to build AI specifically for Africa. And I think the primary piece, and the primary piece, in my opinion, is the data. Africa is rich of data, but the data is in individuals' heads, individuals' hands. It's on paper. And without that data moving into accessible, consistent, trustworthy, and transparent forms of storage, like blockchain, it will be significantly harder for Africa to fully realize what it can do with AI. That's my take on it. But I think once we start building out the systems, once we start, and the systems being I think blockchain should be the bedrock of African data. And I think when we get that in place, I believe that we will be able to do some magnificent things with AI. Because AI, I was having a conversation with one of my colleagues yesterday and was talking about AI. I said, AI is an extension of a person. It's an extension of the people's thinking. So whoever designs the AI should think like them. So an AI for an African should think like an African, because you're designing it to do or to carry out actions that replicate or assist what you're doing. So therefore, we cannot import AI from Europe or America or China or anywhere else, because the people who designed those AI systems designed it specifically for them and how they think. Africans think the way Africans think. But the bedrock of everything is the data. So without having the right data systems in place, I don't think we're ready to do anything AI. We'll just be importing AI and using it. We'll essentially be trying to fit into whatever exists rather than building something specifically for the continent.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot. Mr. Terry, I really loved something you said, that AI is actually an extension of people's thinking. Miss Marisol, what's your take on, AI on the African continent and job creation?
Yes. Okay, I do have a different view about actually technology, AI, data, and actually the technology integration with people. I think that we have been focusing creating technology human-centric when we should be creating technology ecocentric. Ecocentric meaning technology that actually fit the ecosystem, and people is just one element of the ecosystem. And in that ecosystem, we also have plants, we also have animals, we also have everything else, right? So in that sense, the technology should actually fit such an integration. So in terms of just creating technology and where we are going, I think that we really lack a business model that empower people. So we have to create the tools and the business model at which they can integrate with the ecosystem, not the other way around. Technology for them to, so when they have that technology to integrate to the ecosystem, I mean technology that will help people to harvest natural resources, right, for their own use, and then we put AI to actually not do that for them. We actually empower AI to do a system of how you say, accountability. I mean, we put for an example be it. There is a lot of data coming from the satellites, coming from open source resources about solar radiation, right? That's where actually AI can fit. You actually can use AI to measure how is the solar radiation of the day and just use it for doing the statistics. But if you have already the business model at which actually people is able to own their energy, sell it, trade it, the AI is just complementary. But because, the AI is a model, is a mathematical model, you can use it for statistics, you can use it for the other big thing. We are trying to come up with business model that actually AI, I mean, human-centric. It should, I think, is the wrong way.
Okay.
And that's actually goes back to what Fabulous Future is about. We are developing the tools and the business model because it doesn't start with technology. It starts with the business model. Technology is many things, right? So it's like you see one technology takes to develop by a startup in 2 years, and then it takes a pilot and it takes a lot of effort. While everybody's actually competing with each other with that technology, right? Because it is actually very human-centric. It is competitive with each other. It's not focused on the integration to the ecosystem. It's not made to actually suit the higher good of integration, collective integration. So in that sense, a job creation will only happen not competing for resources, not competing for technology, not competing for market. It will happen only in integration, and that only will happen with business models, with technology, that it is work for the ecosystem and the humans are plugged into that integration, and that's symbiosis. So yes, that's what I think.
Well, thanks, Ms. Marisol. I take that technology is actually part of a larger ecosystem, and it must be integrated, and people must be empowered to use, to adapt to those technologies so that they can benefit, use and benefit
but
from
I
it.
want to clear, because I want to be clear. Ecosystem is no, what I mean with the ecosystem is, for example, I have the ecosystem of the Amazons, right? I have the ecosystem of the rainforest. I have the ecosystem of, the Pacific coastline. That is ecosystem. I didn't mean ecosystem of a lot of things, a lot of elements just like an eco. No, I meant natural ecosystems.
Mm-hmm.
And then within that natural ecosystem, you are able to actually quantify what is the resources, what people need, how people integrate with those ecosystems, just as in the old times the Indian communities used to work. They actually were part of the ecosystem, animals were part of it, and they were symbiotic with that integration. We just disintegrated, but now we can actually do that because we are going through, we have always thought that we are as globalized, but we are not as globalized as we thought. That we are more connected, that's different. But our microeconomies has always been there. The thing is that it hasn't been under a banking system, it hasn't been, and the business model of startups or technology is still not acknowledged that we are still in the rural communities, that we are still working in bartering models, that we are still on the model of the Indians from before, or the, the native people. But we are trying to put technology, a business model that, again, is trying to get us productive, market competitive, not integrated. So that's something I think that we should challenge.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Marisol. I think you're talking of a human-centric approach to AI, but thanks for bringing this clarification. Next, we have Ms. Yvette to have your take on, AI and job creation for young people.
Thank you so much. First, I'd like to acknowledge condolences to Dr. Okolokwa for sharing that story about your father. I wanted to acknowledge your lived experience. This conversation, this panel could be a 3-day conference by itself. And like Terry, I'm not an AI expert, but I have tangential experience with what AI can do to influence other sectors. And when I looked at technology as a topic, this is such a small fraction of what technology is at spectrum, right? And Mara said that it can mean so many things. I look at AI is here. So the leapfrog is over. Like the AI is here. Since at least 2018, a lot of programs have been implemented in Africa, at least that some have been aware of, for Kenya, South Africa. And there are programs from IBM, Google, Amazon even created AI hubs in few countries. And the problem or the challenge that has at least been observed is that it's all multinational companies coming in, multinational companies training, multinational countries putting their staff in. And it is really critical right now that African industry, local industry, be able to take that on, and that there's an absorption capacity, right, of local entities and national entities to take on, one, the adoption of how can they use it, what can they use it for, and what is the benefit, and then recognizing that, and then being able to have capacity. How do we train not just youth, but all our working sector, and then how do we educate for that? And I say we because it's been 2 decades working and living in Africa, and I feel part of community. And community means we come together and that we work together to do this. Local mechanisms that I've seen actually falter in space industry, in humanitarian, and across the board maritime is that we put technologies before policy. And when you put technology first, because you're so excited to get it to work, and you're so excited to get to market, you're so excited about what can be next, policy typically follows behind. And I work with Sid, I know Bibusa, and we often talk about the fact that, for example, satellite technologies, we are only now catching up with policies to regulate satellite industry. after the fact. It was the same with maritime. It was the same with a lot of industries. When we look at AI, AI is here, and it's exactly what Terry said. Humans create it. Often, the demographic that creates it and programs it is not the demographic that uses it. So that bridge has to be made. And that has to be done by national entities and national organizations. And I think there's going to be a lot of, in the next few months and years, the need for buy-in and consensus between public, private sector, making sure government is in line with the sectors to say, okay, we can create policies that benefit the use of AI and the application of AI.
Well, thanks a lot, Miss Yvette. I really loved something that you said. Actually, most of the hubs, or I'm not going to say most, but a lot of them are being put in place by foreign multinationals. And I really like what you said about, African local industries to be able to take that on and drive it for themselves. So that is actually taking me to the next question. In fact, yesterday we had a whole panel dedicated on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and actually it became effective in January 2021, and it gives Africa a combined economic bloc which is estimated at about $3 trillion in combined GDP, which is actually quite a lot. I think it's about the GDP of France and another European country. So does this give Africa a leverage in technology investment for the future? And since we're talking about job creation, and around job creation for young people, which is the biggest population of Africa. Dr. Jalid, why don't you kickstart us on that? I think you're on mute.
The free trade agreement is exciting, but the point is that it's actually going to take quite some time for all these manifestation to actually be achieved. That's one thing for sure. Because when we're actually combining the African continent and then putting our energies together, definitely we're going to actually achieve results. That's for sure. But I want to actually talk about something with regards to technology itself. We must understand that there is a war that is actually happening behind the scene, whether we like it or not. And this war has always been there. And what is this war that we're talking about? In the past, before, we were talking about certain things, but currently now, virtually almost all big organizations, they are talking about data acquisition in terms of who is the person that holds the highest amount of data. Now, I want to say this. In Africa, we are just realizing that now, but the West have actually realized that a long time ago. And that is why there's what I call, from my research, what I call the freemium model. The freemium model is a strategy that big organizations in the West have deployed to be able to amass data for themselves, because data is the future. And we willingly offer this particular data to them. Take, for example, the data that has been amassed by Facebook when they gave us social communication. Do we know that the artificial intelligence behind Facebook is not today, it was developed? It has been there. And it is quietly studying our behavior, our characteristics, and then keeping this particular information. What about Google? Your email address, Gmail. You open your Gmail for free and you input all your information. And then they even tell you that, look, do you want to have a store? You put your information there. Look at WhatsApp. These are giants of the country or the global continent that is actually making this possible. But the question is, in Africa, with our free trade zone, are we talking about from a traditional point of view, or are we talking about from a digitalized point of view? What is that particular integration digitally that is bringing us together? What is that digital asset that is actually putting all the national resources that we have in Africa together? We do not have that, and we are not talking about that. I like what Terry said about blockchain technology. The quality of an AI is dependent on the quality of the data. That means if we are talking about an African-centric AI, the question is, do we have quality data? The point is this: there's this particular thing about Africa that there's always a fast way to do things. If we must change this, we must now tell ourselves the truth, that we must actually what? Follow due process. Due process will mean taking painstaking effort to actually do things the way it should be done. Naturally speaking, in Africa, there's this particular sense of corruption. And that is why it is hard, whereby you see a fantastic business idea, you are not discussing it in a global platform, but because you are Africa, the paper that you bring to submit the proposal will not be trusted because they feel that you have done a couple of manipulations on that particular information. So we need to begin to actually now look at how can we trust information? How can we be able to manage this particular data so that it can actually help for this particular digitalization that we are talking about? And then the effectiveness of the free trade zone, we can tap into it. Now, some of the things that we need to begin to look at is that we cannot succeed only from a private sector perspective. The government must be involved. The government needs to actually talk about policies, and they should not wait for Western policy to actually draw their roadmap and then now bring it back to Africa to now copy. The truth is that the Western policy and that of Africa, they are different. So if you try to merge them together, you will not be able to achieve the African-centric purpose that we are talking about. So for me, I believe that we have started from one point. Why? Because before now, we are talking about decentralization. We're talking about segmentation. Nigeria is there, Cameroon is there, South Africa is there. You can imagine how big that. Take for example, airline. Do you know that if you want to actually travel from Nigeria to South Africa, it is actually more expensive if you want to actually go from Nigeria to UK? The same continent. That is an issue. So if you want to move goods from Nigeria to South Africa or to Cameroon or to Ghana, we need to be able to open our borders so that this can be possible. Now, for that to work, we need to actually start talking about trust. Now, what is happening now between most countries now is the trust level to be able to come together. How can a product that leaves from Nigeria will be certified that it is good for South Africa? Or how can a product that is leaving from Zambia can actually be certified in Ghana? Technology will come in. And that is why when we impute blockchain technology from the source of production, all data is actually there that is transparent. And once it leaves from Nigeria, you can monitor that particular record on the blockchain. And once it gets to Ghana, you can also track that. And then we'll now begin to build trust. With this kind of integration, it's going to go a long way. And once we amass this continental data, then we are now ready to actually begin to compete globally. Note this, that most of the technology that you think about, even before its manifestation, have already been patented. 50% of technology has been done by Americans and Chinese. That means even before we start thinking, people have already gone there to block the information. So we in Africa need to begin to look at that small concept or idea we have. We'll now begin to look at what is the regulatory framework. And that's what I appreciate what you said, policy and regulation. Do you know that you may do a trademark in Nigeria and that particular trademark in Cameroon or in Ghana will not be effective? But people will trust trademark that is done in the United States because they
Okay. I think Dr. Jalid is having some technical issues, but he did a brilliant intervention, and we know that data mining is the next gold. Is actually the gold of the 21st century. So, Amara, I'd like to bring you up here. Like, what strategy for data mining of the Continental Free Trade Zone? Mara, what's your take on this, on what you heard around the digital integration of the Free Trade Zone, and also the issues around travel, which is literally impossible or very hard between African countries, and much easier to travel outside in. What's your take on that, Mara?
Okay, so I'd like to just bring it back a few steps just for a layman's consideration when we come to talking about big data and also the use of AI. So we have most organizations or businesses actually in the world, or in Africa especially, that are still operating in a traditional, creating traditional businesses. We have not seen any or a lot of non-traditional businesses leveraging data or AI, okay, and that opportunity remains untapped. And addressing the knowledge gap within or with the entrepreneurs will definitely open endless doors to developing opportunities for the users of data. And then also we just have to then provoke the creation of new businesses that were not continuously creating traditional businesses, especially among young people. And I speak like this because we mainly work with young people, but provoking the thinking around how much of technology are we utilizing and are we applying. And I know that the concept of technology and focusing it on people-centric approach, okay, will continue to be a problem because there's that gap, the knowledge gap, there's the exposure, there's still underdevelopment when it comes to technology in various countries across Africa. So to bridge that gap such that, usage of data or data mining becomes the big, gold, becomes a huge challenge to achieve if we continue developing businesses in the traditional form. This also then provokes governments. How are you focusing on national development in terms of infrastructure development that can contribute to some of the businesses that are coming on for them to be able to utilize technologies more efficiently and effectively? So for me, I think it's basically creating a new crop of entrepreneurs or SMEs that start to think more forward and start to think of developing centers of creating innovative support structures that can then go on to utilize most of the technologies that we see being provided. Yes, we've had a lot of technology that has been imported that becomes useless in Africa because there aren't enough people utilizing it. But then when we talk about the utilization of the opportunity that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area brings, we need efficiencies in manufacturing, which will eventually reduce the cost of manufacturing and also promote end user appreciation or end customers. And we want to encourage consumption, local consumption, and Africa consuming its own products. So when you talk about the opportunities that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area brings, there's a lot of opportunities, but are we going to be able to achieve them in the shortest period of time? Yes, it's an ambitious goal, but the goal has to be supported by, the right infrastructure and also the right policies and agendas that are being pushed by government for us to be able to realize that. I've been fortunate enough to sit, in some of the meetings with the African Union. Fortunate enough to sit with Ambassador Mchanga when, promoting civic engagement and promoting youth and women participation when we talk about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Again, that conversation is just at that high level in those meetings. The youth don't fully understand what the Africa Continental Free Trade Area will do for them. The cost of flying across Africa is almost impossible for young people that are not running, big businesses. So how do we expect to open the borders when the cost of, moving from one country to another is still a challenge? But then, of course, we still have to talk about efficiency. Okay, if it's going to take me a couple of weeks to get a visa to move to another country, and once there, it's going to take me another week to get around, then why am I going to waste so much money and time moving from one country to another? Okay, when it's going to inconvenience me and it's going to be a burden and a cost on my business. So we need to really think about different factors that contribute to why countries are not able to trade among each other within Africa. And most of them are basically traditional issues that we need to consider here. The other thing is, when we're talking about movement from one country to another, we're talking about what sort of incentives are there from country to country. What sort of discussions are we creating so that we can incentivize the cross-border and also engagement for African countries to be able to open up borders? So the conversation really is fragmented, and we're not pinpointing some of the issues that have been hindrances for a long time, and we need to start tackling these things. And for me, again, I will really look at the young people, the youth that have major issues when it comes to traveling. A lot of youth in Africa don't have passports. Something as simple as owning a passport, okay? And the headache in getting a passport, that's one issue. Okay, Zambia right now still has manual, processes where we are not digitizing issues like issuing of passports. They're not digitized. So I still have to go to the passport office and still queue up and still wait 3 or 4 days to renew a passport. Let alone getting a passport is a headache because it has a lot of human interferences. So when we talk about the Africa Continental Free Trade area, really we should look in country and say what structures have we created so that countries can become more efficient, that structures can use technology to become a bit more efficient. Then we can talk about what then would the opportunity look like for me to be able to interact with another country. So I think for me, the goal is countries need to step up to that challenge for us to actually realize this goal and this dream. It's achievable, but it's going to take a while, and it's going to take people actually living up to those promises and those agendas.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Tamara. So I hear that countries need to address this knowledge gap around the usage and also the mining of data. But you also spoke about efficiency around, travel, and a lot of actually the biggest part of the population, young people don't have passports, and the difficulty around movements and what kind of incentives countries can put in place to increase the movement of services and also people on the continental zone. Terry, what is your reaction to this question so far?
Okay, so I've just been listening in on the conversation. I think there's a number of things to unpack here. Dr. Gilly, you mentioned about the trademarks and IP, so I thought I'd start with that first. And I'll probably sound like a broken record player by the end of today, but a lot of what I'm going to say rests on blockchain. We are talking about lots of, I suppose, Africa's decentralized, to put it that way. We've got 54 countries. They all operate independently. We've got AU that support them together to operate as one. But there needs to be a single place where all information can be accessed and things like that. I think so. Firstly, with regards to the AFCTA, I think that, let me stick to what I was saying first. IP, blockchain, NFTs. I think that irrespective of whatever's going on in each country's local trademark offices and things like that, I think that we need to definitely focus and look towards blockchain and NFTs, because if we're talking about innovation, a lot of them are out there and there are patents, and they actually cost quite a lot of money to get these patents. But if we go back to the traditional way of writing a book and proving you were the first author, what would you do? You'd write the book, send a copy to yourself, recorded delivery, and you don't open it. So no matter what happens, you can say, look, this predates everything because it's what I did. So I think that, and I'm just touching the IP thing first, because it's actually really important when we start looking at all the potential opportunities that can be created still stems from IP. So the ability to prove that, well, actually, I had this idea first and it's logged. So it's going to have one or two things that happen when you log your IP as an NFT on blockchain. Either it proves you were first or it proves you wasn't first. There's only two things that's going to happen. And it's indisputable globally, irrespective of whether it's seen as a legal thing for now. But I think what we have on our side is the fact that blockchain is a global movement. And the moment these things are discounted anywhere, it has an impact on blockchain. So when we start putting things like IP on blockchain, we have the global blockchain community aiming to back it up. So I'll start with that first. I think that the AFCTA exposes people to opportunities to create new business models. Even though it's going to take us some time for the AFCTA to actually really get to full steam, to get to essentially where Europe is. It's going to take some time to do that. But what I believe will happen and what we'll see in terms of expediting that process is far more private businesses setting up and actually trying to and executing against unseen business models, purely for the fact that this opportunity exists. The people will start to build things in anticipation of when everything is running smoothly. What we might see happening is people launching operations across a number of countries, which over time we will see that it makes the integration of doing business cross-border so much easier. I think technology will play a massive role in that. And it's always still about the data and the ability to access the data. I think that with regards to travel, for instance, I'm going to move back to blockchain again. Digital ID will play a massive role in making it easier for people to move across the continent. One of the goals of the AFCTA is to be able to enable people to move across the continent easily. I know there was some talks about a passport and stuff like that. I think that Africa should have a two-tier model in a sense that, look, so far you're in the continent, you don't actually need a physical passport because your face is your ID and you're logged on. You know, there's a block, it's decentralized. Every country's running nodes, and you can just go somewhere and tell you, hey, this is Terry. Okay, right, Terry's cool to move here or move there, and it reduces the barriers. Now, we still have huge barriers in general anyway because of the rural communities and their access to so many different things, and how do we do that? And that brings me to the next point of accountability, because I think the challenges that we're going to have when it comes to the AFCTA is accountability. And being able to pinpoint who is accountable for that breakdown in the process or whatever, we are going to have a massive problem. And I, once again, put it back down to blockchain and what Dr. Gelly was saying about, you know, when something it starts its process in Nigeria, it ends up, it goes to Ghana, then it can touch down in South Africa, go to Uganda, be in Kenya, you know, be in Congo, be in Morocco. But the bottom line is it's all still feeding into the same blockchain stream. What happens is that accountability thing becomes real, because you're able to see this person, it failed at this point, and this was the person who was responsible for that failure. And I think once that starts to happen and people start to realize, actually, I am exposed for what I'm doing, I think it will enhance our processes and now make everyone buckle up and start really moving forward. Another thing that Dr. Gelly said was about the idea of corruption. Corruption is global, right? It doesn't matter where it is. Africa just gets a bad rap for corruption. The West is far more corrupt than Africa. Africa's not even doing anything when it comes to real corruption. It's just that Africa is just open as hey, understand it. Whereas the rest of the world, they put it under different things. But then you start to, every so often, you get a snippet of, hey, did they just do that? And what happens, it just gets brushed under the carpet. But these things are happening. But I just feel like, back to the question, I think the AFCTA creates new business models. I think many entrepreneurs, and it's not about just young people, we need to really get off this whole idea of young. It's not about just young people, because every time you say that, you exclude the 40 plus people, the 50 plus people, the 60 plus people who have a wealth of knowledge, experience, and expertise that can help drive the future. I think that we have to start saying people, not young people, not women, not men, people. People will be able to build new business models that makes it possible to do business from South Africa to North Africa, East, West, and Central. And I think at the core of what's happening in the AFCTA needs to be a blockchain strategy. Whether there's an AFCTA blockchain everyone can plug into. And I think the other thing is when a lot of people hear blockchain, they think of finance. Finance is a component of blockchain. Finance is a use case of blockchain. But if we're looking at the movement of data, I think blockchain is going to play a massive role, and AFCTA should be looking at how that works. But before the AFCTA is doing it, individuals should be doing it and start looking at how to integrate across the platform. Or sorry, across the continent. I'm so used to using the word platform, across the continent. But yeah, that's my thinking on it. I probably have some more things on this, but yeah, that's me for now.
Thanks, Mr. Terry. This was very rich. You brought in a lot of different themes here. So one of them that I have is the African Free Trade Agreement actually creates a new business model. So I would like to hand this to Ms. Marisol. Is this an opportunity for more jobs for young people on the African continent?
Yes, okay. So I would believe that I agree with the creation of business models and in the era of digitalization. It is, it allows us to decentralize, it allows us to empower people as well. So in that sense, again, I always go back to the business model and to the legacy. Like, who has the legacy? How are they going to be empowered? How people can be monetized? Otherwise, we will start going on the big monopolies of data. We will start going on the, So I always encourage to business models like blockchain, trading, crypto, to be suited for people. That people own their data. That that the legacy of farming. It is still on people. Like the problem that happened with that we were talking about Facebook and what happened in India, for example. Data is not being mining only. How we actually harvest the land, how we have done it for generations, that is intellectual property, and that belongs to people. So in terms of job creation, I think that people will function better when they know what they do. And if they are actually empowered to still with the tools, as I say, that they know what to use, and they still with optimizing the methods that they know how to use, then we are not just job creating, but we are actually creating impact of job creating. We are making it more efficient. And that's something that you have to distinguish. It's not just about creating jobs. It is about, creating jobs that are more impactful, that are jobs that are more efficient, and give them the power to them.
Brilliant. I love that. It's not only about creating jobs, but jobs that have an impact. Mr. Siddhartha, what's your take?
Wow, there's a lot of being said, even by Dr. Gleed, Marisol, Mara, and Terry. Mara, specifically see your frustrations because I was also a founder of a incubation hub, and I know where your frustrations lie. So I know exactly what you're talking about, and congratulations for keeping up with where you are right now. So good job with that. With Dr. Gleed, I see your definite frustrations on the continent and trying to band everything together. But therein lies the solution. You see, and what Mara was just saying earlier was that we don't have this and we don't have that and we don't have all this. It's about us and the AU, or us to recommend to the AU, the AUC, and the people putting this free trade agreement together, whoever they are. I give them props for actually doing what they've done so far. But it is therein that lies the solution, because if we were to bring in, like how Doctor was saying, why can't we buy, why do we import fuel from Iran or Saudi Arabia when we can buy from Nigeria as Zambia? We need to have that coherence. We need to be able to trade between ourselves. And up to now, the systems that have been put in place has not allowed that to happen. We haven't been able to travel the continent with the right prices. I mean, for me to get to Senegal, it's twice the amount that for me to get to Miami, which I love going to anyways. But it's so much more expensive just for me to travel to Dakar. Now the same thing when we're trying to do trade. When we're trying, Ghana is an exporter of cocoa. Why does the cocoa go all the way out, get processed, then come back in? It doesn't make sense. In Zambia, we're a big producer of copper. We want to buy phones. These phones are produced outside. We want to buy copper wires, cables for putting into our houses. are produced outside. So it's the same thing. Like, we just need that platform. And as I said, therein lies the solution. Whoever comes up with that, I am ready to support them however I can. But whoever comes up with that is going to create the first decacorn. Mark my words, the first decacorn, which is more than a unicorn. First decacorn on this planet will be made the person who starts linking African countries and making it work. I don't know when that's going to happen, but I'm right behind that movement, and I'm ready to say I'm here to work for it. So with that being said, data is the new oil, and we should harness as much data as we can on this continent, because it's ours. It's our data to play with. It's our data, and it belongs to us. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Siddhartha. I think next we can hear from Miss Yvette. Miss Yvette, what's your thoughts or your reactions on everything you've heard so far?
Oh, I agree that it's a dense discussion and topic, and I have to say I really appreciate what Mara and Terry contributed, and Dr. Okoloko. Yes, your passion even broke the internet. So it's really, it's so deeply rooted, this frustration, and it's across many countries. It is so deeply rooted because there are so many mechanisms of resilience in place. There's so many ways the local solutions can really provide a way forward. And Sid said this, there are so many barriers still in place. So what are those barriers, and how do we address those, and how do youth address them, and how are they aware of what they have to do to address that? As an observer, because I haven't lived in Africa for a few years, as an observer contributing and working with African countries and on African projects, I still write programs, I still work with teams across many countries. It's an understanding. It's this fundamental understanding. We understand why the agreement was put together. It's to increase intra-African trade, is a driving economic force, especially post-COVID. And it was the Secretary General of the Accra-based AFCFTA that said something. I found the quote a few weeks ago, and it's really, there is not a single African country that can work alone to trade its way out of poverty. And what stung me about that is that there was a documentary. It's on Netflix. It's called Poverty Inc. Have any of you seen it? And Poverty Inc. was stemming from the Haiti earthquake, and I lived there, and I responded to the Haiti earthquake. But it bridged to Kenya and stories across Africa of why is there a company and a business of poverty, and why is that the driving underbelly of really hindering all this progress? Like, what really are all the elements we're addressing? And one woman said at the end of that documentary almost the exact same thing. If multinational and international just let us pave our own way, we would be one of the richest continents. We would progress so quickly if we could do it ourselves, because we're capable. And that was 2012, I think, or 2013. But it really emotionally got me, just the way I see Dr. Okoloko, because you're like frustrated that there are solutions, there are mechanisms, there are smart people, and there's energy from youth that really are empowered to take the next step. And Sid's right. Like, you see a great idea, I'm behind you. There's something you can drive forward, I will do it. And we have that, but we're not alone. Youth have that. People in their 30s and 40s, there's so many demographics that still have that energy, optimism, and realism to make things work. And Terry, you're not driving home like a difficult conversation on blockchain. I mean, I think it's exciting. And Kenya came out with a report that they put together an AI and blockchain task force. And there's a report out now on how local research institutions, local businesses, local technology companies have been working to make sure blockchain supports not just the local economy, but the intra-economy in the region. So there are so many solutions. I'm very optimistic, but I am not blind. So when Dr. Gillian explains about all these forces that are coming in, and Mara talks about the accountability to really meet those, I get it. But I think a lot of people do. And it's just about how do we collaborate to take all those next steps so that we simultaneously address youth who are disengaged. How do we address eco-anxiety? And Marisol mentioned this, you know, especially during COVID, so much youth across the world expressed eco-anxiety for what do we do to make things better, because we have a few decades to do that and to shift the tide. And then you have policy. So there's all these driving forces. It's all simultaneous, but I think it's possible. And I think trade agreements like this are trying to link that together. We can make the most of that.
Can I say something?
One thing of the blockchain part, I'm sorry to interrupt like this, is
yes.
I mean, we can have immutability, but I go again to say, I'm come from Colombia, so I grew up with farmers. I come from the coffee district, so as a child, I was just riding horses and in the coffee plantations. I live in Norway, has been 15 years, so I've been middle-sized developing countries and then European. So, but I always go to the intellectual property, right? The indigenous people, we have been harvesting the land, right? And it has been taken away from us, right? So it's again to the data. And I think that with blockchain, we cannot, you know, it is not just about the smart contract and assuring the traceability. It is also a level of democratization and immutability, right? In which we should protect the intellectual property. And it goes back to, you know, what the problems with the data and Facebook and data mining of big corporations. What happened in India is that they took the data, they put precision farming, but they obliged the farmers to buy the fertilizers that the same Facebook corporation does, right? And it just didn't fit with how they were used to actually harvest the land. So they actually went bankruptcy trying to buy all of those fertilizers. So these data miners didn't care about how they are used to do it, how the fertilizers, or if actually they wanted to put those fertilizers, right? So it goes again with contradicting data purposes, contradicting way of monetizing that, big monopolies, and what actually people know what to do and how to do it. And that's what we should be protecting with data. But that's what we should be protecting with business model, with data mining, with technology that fits people, not just fits the big monopolies or fix data. And that's a problem with the last 2 years. Everybody was trying to design smart cities, precision farming, and then they created a SaaS as a service or a software as a service, or I did myself actually created a project with IOTA to connect all the smart meters and all the sensors to a distributed cloud to control real-time data. But actually my model was actually to secure that was immutable, right? And at the end, the business model didn't fit and the startup crashed. Why? Because it was cheaper for SaaS as a service and for people to hire a data service cloud connected on the cloud than on a distributed cloud, with all the other benefits. People do not know what security, they want to be told, connect this and do this because we give you, interpretation from analytics this way, right? But so people is getting used to actually giving the data away as long as they are being told what to do and how to do it, and that's very dangerous, I think.
Well, thanks.
I want to say something. Yes, I want to say something. You see, what happened now is one of the problems we are talking about. Power just went off in Africa. And that is a problem. When we look at the first subject of artificial intelligence, where are you going to start from? Where are you going to do artificial intelligence where there is no power? Where are you going to do artificial intelligence where there is no internet? Look at how I'm looking for signal in different places because I want to get internet. And we are talking about the next level. So when we look at it, we need to be honest. You get it about ourselves. And that was why I was trying to say this thing before. Now, let's bring this point home and tell ourselves the truth, because I too, I understand blockchain. But there is one thing that I've discovered which we need to begin to realize. There is no way we can talk about the effectiveness of blockchain without a clear-cut regulation, so that we can know the direction we are going to go. If we develop solutions before regulation comes, you discover that all the energy put in place one night, the government will just come and say one thing, and all those innovations will actually go bad. Now, one other unique challenge about blockchain is interoperability. We know different blockchain has been created, but how can we know that the one that is created in Zambia and the blockchain created in South Africa and one created in Nigeria can meet at a point when there is no framework and regulation and protocol that this particular thing will work in Africa? So the first thing for the African Trade Union or Free Zone, they should forget that thing they sign in paper and let them come to technology and do African Free Protocol Zone. Connect all the African country in a protocol and set a roadmap that if you are building from Zambia, follow this protocol and connect. If you are building from Nigeria, follow this protocol and connect. And before you know what's happening, we have connected the whole continent without even any agreement. And it is trustless. So if I am connecting to that protocol, I know that fraud cannot happen. I know that I can move from point A to point B. And every other technology and application you are building works within that particular protocol. We must tell ourselves that those in the authority in the government are old school. These people don't even know anything. And these people are not willing to bring in the youth because it is dirty. Politics is dirty. And sometimes the youth are not willing to play around that space. So in that context, it becomes a challenge. Now, you, in terms of Terry, you have a particular project, but it is limited to the much you can do just with your own power. It might work only in your country, but how are you going to connect? Now, let me give you an example. I created a solution because I have a blockchain project, and the focus is that you need to focus on consumer loyalty. Because I've looked at every sector in blockchain, highly regulated. I was discussing with a friend last night, and he told me I had a fantastic idea to be able to distribute power through power grid using blockchain. We spent close to 1 hour criticizing that particular idea. I asked him one question. Have you been able to connect to the cartel that owns power in Nigeria? If generator, people is a cartel that makes money from generator. And because of that, they will not allow anybody or this particular power to be regular. Then there's a problem. Now, he said, if you are not able to connect with the power that be, which grid are you going to pass the ability for you to generate your small energy power in your location, use blockchain tokenization to be able to distribute it in areas, energy you are not consuming, share it with other locations using blockchain technology. But which grid are you going to pass that particular transaction or that particular thing to get to other people? That also become an issue. So what we are saying is that my own submission is that to all our youths in Africa, see, we will not give up. We will keep on trying our best. We will keep on doing what we know how to do within your immediate closed system. Succeed. So look at areas that are not too regulated, where eyes will not come to you, because you need to have a use case to be able to even present it. And truth be told, we may have to lobby our way if we want them to begin to see, so that they can even test that it is working. Now, for the last 4 years, I've been building a technology that has to do with blockchain, whereby we can be able to connect all the consumer loyalty in the African continent. That when I buy something in Nigeria and I get a loyalty token in Nigeria, I can come to Zambia and spend that particular token or that particular loyalty. The reason I decided to go through that route, through blockchain, is because loyalty has been in existence for decades, and government is not interested in that aspect. Is it not loyalty? You can actually play around. But effectively, we are going to gradually now connect all the African continent together. Because if we're able to get to South Africa and connect with all the businesses there, that their loyalty there can be spent in Nigeria, we have achieved that. We go to Ghana, we have achieved that. And before you know what's happening, we have been able to connect all the African continents together using loyalty without the eyes of the government in that particular place. So what I'm saying is that when there are challenges, we need to be able to smartly continue to use use cases to contribute our quota in our own way. Finally, we need to look at STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. These things are very important in our institution. We need to go back to the drawing board and then be able to put these things in place. If we say we want to combine, because we have a lot of problems that is here, that the way we relate to this problem is different from the way that we relate to the problem. So if we now begin to look at science, take it seriously, understand it, we now begin to relate it to the problem of Africa, we now begin to provide what solution. Technology is not far-fetched. Now let me give you an example in Dubai. One thing we must understand is that the African continent, we need to protect it. Why? Most of the technology that is in Nigeria, that is so-called blockchain, we are only connecting the Indian brothers to develop the blockchain for us. Indians have been able to connect and use their brain. That when you connect an Indian, he will tell you you're going to pay $100,000, $1 million. And they are using their brain. But do you know that the Dubais, the Arabs, very smart people, they know that they are going to lead the way with smart contracts. But what did they do? They decided to go back home and call their own citizens, their own people, lock them in a particular place, bring in all the best people to train their own people to be able to understand this technology so that they can manage their own system. In Africa, in African continent, we need to begin to look at that. If the West wants to help us, what they need to do is collaborate to be able to see to it that this knowledge is transferred. Even though I know that knowledge is not transferable, you only steal it. That is why if you fold your hands that somebody will come and give you the food, they will not. I want to say that there's something that has to do with infiltration. And the African leaders need to come together and do that. What is it? If we can come together and now say, we need to infiltrate and set a roadmap. Because one thing is that having a plan, that we need to solve this and follow that plan. Now, once we have that particular plan, it might be 30 years, it might be 20 years, but we know we are working in that particular direction. So if it is this technology that we are talking about that we need, we use a 20 years plan, send some of our African people to where this technology is developed, to learn it, and come back home to be able to apply this particular technology. If we do, we will be able to actually now provide support. Because very soon, this was going to happen. The data mining we are talking about that is happening currently, a time will come whereby technology will be very cheap. And where to sell it now become a problem. Why? Imagine a situation whereby in America, most times we in developed countries, we want to work with international. Why? Because once they bill us and charge us in that particular place, it makes a lot of revenue for them. But what about now, what now happens is that when it now becomes cheap there, you now discover that we are now the beck and call because all the data and the technology is now with them. So if we need any information, we need to pay them. Still yet, we have not gotten our own. So the problem is sit down and now begin to provide solution with use cases. So I highlight that we have technology as well, but we need to find a forum where we need to meet as young people, not leaving it to government. Because if you leave it from there to government, they will not be able to do anything. So let youth come together in special forums. Now we're not talking about what value can we, what can you do? You are in agriculture and AI. How can this AI connect to this blockchain? How can this connect to this? How can this leave government? By the time we connect this concept together, we now have a prototype. Then we cannot begin to start from that point. I believe there's success. There's a way. But one thing is clear, that we must tell ourselves that we are ready to work. If you are not ready to work, there is nothing that will happen. I rest my case. It is well. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Doctor. I think we can all hear your passion, and I heard a lot about your frustration on, the power cuts you had and the lack of energies. But actually, you've covered so much, and everything you mentioned was so rich, and you had really solid points. So that's actually, pushing me to take a little shift here. So to the rest of the panelists, I would like to ask, in your opinion, what could be a roadmap for a better education? How can we push more African youth into STEMs and science so they're able to create their own systems and also manage their own systems in AI, data mining, blockchains, cloud systems. Mr. Siddhartha, why don't you kickstart us this time on this point?
Sure, not a problem. Thank you for all the other valid points, Doctor. I see your passion. So kudos to you there. Yesterday there was a topic and they were talking about how can we make farming and agriculture appealing to the masses, to the youth. So I put in the chat, let's make farming sexy again, or let's make agriculture sexy again. And how is a way to do that without being a derogatory statement? I'm not talking about it in any gender specific, just making it something that's appealing to the young. Certain thoughts are that if we were to use marketing and engagement techniques, which like video game producers do, like gamifying it, maybe there's a way to make it happen. Maybe then the youth will be engaged. Maybe there's a way if we can incentivize farming in a way that it makes them look popular or whatever. Therein lies somewhat of a solution. Terry was talking about blockchain. Who understands what blockchain is in actuality? When we hear blockchain, as he had specifically said, we think Bitcoin. And the only reason Bitcoin is so popular right now is because it's sexy. It's worth $40-something thousand, and everyone loves it now. So everyone is talking about it. But when Bitcoin started and when the blockchain started, it was boring. There was nothing appealing about it. There was nothing, it's like how I would call farming. I even hate going to plant some seeds because it's kind of boring right now. But if somebody was to give me a nice little tool, like how they brought up this gun that shoots out salt, which makes killing flies fun. So I bought this gun and kill flies, and it was fun to do that. So let's gamify it. Let's find a way to make it appealing to the youth, make it sexy. Let's see if that works. I don't know. Those are my immediate thoughts, and I like bringing in the fun element to make things work, because at the end of the day, everything that's fun is always got some element of work in it. So it's like anyone's passion in general. If you're passionate about something, it becomes fun.
Thanks.
Sorry, go ahead. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much. In fact, I heard about gamification a lot. Some of the largest companies use gamification actually as a strategy to train their leaders so that they can adapt to change and they can readapt their strategy and be sustainable over time. So it's definitely a solid point over there, and I like the idea of making farming and agriculture sexy again. Mara, what's your reaction to this?
Thank you, Fatima. So the issue of STEM makes me laugh because owing to the COVID pandemic, and we just got hit by the third wave, which was quite traumatic actually for Zambia, has been, which resulted to quite a lot of deaths. And this time it's not just the statistics, it's real people in our close circles, family members. So schools have been closed for a couple of months now. It was supposed to be 21 days. It's resulted to more than that. The government schools have not been conducting online learning. So the students are actually cut away from any form of learning. And the private schools have managed to do, their online Zoom learning. So one of the decisions that the government made was to then put a statement that they're going to discontinue STEM in schools because they feel that students will not be able to catch up and it will be stressful for them to take a STEM exam. In my mind, I'm like, that's the stupidest thing to do. because STEM would actually give them a better opportunity to continue learning, right? But we are not willing to put in the proper infrastructure and invest in the right infrastructure and teaching mechanisms so that our students continue to learn. So what happens if COVID continues, which it will, right? And if we're not then creating to ensure that we can now, mitigate the next few years that come, it means that the kids in the government schools, who are more than the kids in the private schools, by the way, will not be learning for a long period of time. Meaning that the quality of education, which is already bad in a country like Zambia, becomes worse. Now, tell a graduate who's gone through this pandemic period and talk to them about blockchain, right? Talk to them about blockchain. Because STEMs were the only ways that we're now introducing the opportunity for young people to learn ICTs, right? So you've already taken that away and you're imposing the use of technology on this student that has never come in contact with simple ICT tools, like a computer. So for me, it's we're fighting a battle. We're trying to innovate and ideate on one side, and we're working with the government that's saying, wait a minute, we have traditional ways of doing things. It's worked for years for us, and we're not willing to progress that much. So I think like Doc said, like Yvette said, we are not stopping here. We're continuing with the fight. So we've actually then decided to write a paper to government to contest and say, this is nonsense. You put in the infrastructure, invest in EduTech so that students can continue to learn, and STEM should be at the heart of their everyday learning, because that's where the world is right now. We're using technologies and STEM is a driver, it's an enabler. So if we were going to cut that out, then we're going to disadvantage a lot of children who are already heavily disadvantaged. So for me, the challenge is how can we, influence, and I say that lightly, influence governments to start working, positively with private sector organizations like us in understanding where we need to be taking some of the development agendas, because long term, even in the short term, it's beneficial to the people they are serving. So when it comes to education and STEM, for me, that's something that's quite frustrating, but also it's an opportunity, because we keep talking the same conversation, we keep pushing the same agenda and pushing the same conversation. So we're driving a national incubation challenge now, which is focusing on youth development. Wow, the realities of access to technology, the realities of understanding of how technologies work, the realities of understanding concepts of entrepreneurship and innovative thinking, there's a huge gap. The knowledge gap is still very, very big. It's extremely massive. So we called for young people to get on board and apply. The use of a USSD app to register became a big issue. So why should I, use a USSD app? Why can't I just drop an application? Because you're in all the way 900 kilometers from Lusaka. Why would you want to come all the way to Lusaka to drop an application when you can drop an application online? So that actually made us aware of some of the limitations. You want how many youth? 60% of the country, which is youthful, right? And you're talking about 30% of that applying into the next gen. And you are made aware that even using feature phones to register to this program is an issue, because their level of understanding and appreciation for such technology is still very limited. So we need to educate and raise the knowledge gap. We need to bridge the knowledge gap, because and I think it's also our problem as people who are in these spaces and pushing these agendas. We are under the assumption that everyone understands Mara's thinking, that everyone is as educated as Mara, that everyone is as exposed and well-traveled as Mara. The reality is Africa is still in the dark. A lot of Africans that we're trying to serve are still in the dark. So at the heart, at the back of our minds, as we develop, as we ideate, as we talk about blockchain, Terry, think about, I'll tell you about Banamlenga in my country, who lives in Chinsali and has never had exposure to such technology, but she's an amazing farmer. But her farming is traditional. We want to accelerate her so that she can now become more efficient and create better yields. So at the back of our agenda for development, let's always carry the people that have not had exposure by no way of their fault, because our governments are still scrolling through development. They're still crawling. And when you talk about issues of blockchain, I'll give you an idea, Terry and Doc. In Zambia, it has to go through a sandbox, right? Now, this sandbox is being administered by people that have to catch up to that technology, and they have to write a whole policy paper. They have to go and study. They have to go and visit another country to get a better understanding, and then come back and say, oh, yes, we think it can work. And then they'll get opposition from other people who say, but we haven't been exposed. So send us to that country as well, so that we can all be, enlightened. Then it becomes a government propaganda. Those are things that we're fighting here. So that sandbox then, because it doesn't have a proper framework, okay, because the people that are managing or administering that sandbox haven't had a lot of exposure and appreciation. And for them, it's not their KPI. It doesn't change their, it doesn't put bread on their table. Right? So for them, it's not an agency. There's no agency in pushing some of these agendas. So those are some of the issues that we're constantly fighting. We have not given up, because I think we are winning on so many levels, and we're going to continue winning. But for me, the challenge is to us who are at this level of thinking and development. Let's start to carry a lot of people that need to get to that level of thinking with us, so that they can accelerate, because they're the ones sitting, they're the gatekeepers. Things won't move if they don't push that paper forward. So we want to accelerate their thinking fast enough for them to be able to understand where we need to be, so that we don't slow down development. And that's what's happening. We are eager to develop, but it's being slowed down by people that it's not their agenda. It's not their priority. So that's my take. And for me, bring back STEM in Zambia, because we cannot discontinue STEM because we are worried about how kids are going to be examined. Let them fail. It's part of the lesson.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much, Mara. Really, listening to you, I hear so much passion, and you've addressed a very important issue, actually one of the biggest problems that Africa is facing at the moment, and that is an education that is outdated, I'm sorry to say, and the current system is not preparing the next generation for the future world of work. So we are disadvantaging the already disadvantaged people. So I'm curious to hear from Yvette for your reactions on the education system, and also STEMs.
So I'm in the space sector, so I am a big advocate for STEM. And I say STEAM as well, because art is a really important component of that. I agree completely with Mara. And I say that even with the frustrations and the spectrum of emotion for this, because there are solutions that are insightful, right? So why do we put and close and hinder the pathways that are actually the ones that open up innovation? And there are other solutions that are now being, like I worked in Burkina Faso and Benin, Sierra Leone, and Uganda recently. And one group that's working, and I'm a resource person. So I've been putting like a list of resources. I really like to connect people to answers, solutions, and possibilities. And I do that with pleasure. And so I put about 10, I don't know if you see them. And Imagine Worldwide is one solution that we've been trying to work with, giving to rural areas who have no internet, who have no energy, tablets that can be solar charged. And these tablets have preset educational tools for students to learn at home, especially during COVID, insurgencies, conflict, and certainly during times when it's not possible to go to a local education a system or a school, or where there just isn't one. And this is one step further than mobile education. So bringing STEM to communities, because you just don't know what will incite a new solution for the future. You just don't know what. Children are really hungry for knowledge. They're adaptable, they want to learn, and they want to be part of solutions, and they're active, and they have energy. And if we have science, technology, engineering, math are at their disposal, I think you will see a huge boom in not just creativity, but when you lift that squashing of the creativity and you open these doors, you're going to see answers that we just haven't considered before. And that's where you get that true change and that shift and that, like Mara was saying, where do we have it innately, so why should we put barriers on it? Who is gatekeeping? And I think Dr. Gilead said this as well, and Mara made mention, yes, we're very aware of the reality. All the years I lived in Africa, I was shocked over and over and over by all the hindrances to progress that were just so vivid and so tangible. And then I just faced them day by day, and I thought, are you kidding me? This policy inhibits this growth, but then they complain about the lack of growth. No, this is, and it would take months and years to overcome that, but it took real champions to do that. So it's one, recognizing that STEM is important. Two, finding your champions. Where do you have people who really have the energy and the drive? And then three, influence. Who has influence not just at the policy level, right? Because you need a champion at the policy level. You need a Mara sitting at the African Union having these conversations. You need a Terry who's a champion for the actual blockchain and the technology. And then you need somebody who's a champion for education for students, right? So that you can marry all that and you say, okay, I have this like complete front of champions who know what portions of these have to happen at the same time, because it's not one or the other, it's all of it at the same time. And that might be daunting to some people, but I mean, from this panel alone, I can tell people are so ready and willing to take part in that. We're all willing to take part of it. 22 years in Africa and working with Africa and building programs and traveling the continent. And I'm still as energized today as I was 22 years ago. And I say that because when I walked into DR Congo 22 years ago, and I saw the state of the healthcare system and the schools and the education and the youth and agriculture, it could have disheartened me. It could have broken my soul, and I could have gone home and said, like, oh my God, this is really a hard nut to crack. And then there was a time 20 years later that I went into rural Sierra Leone and rural Benin, and it was the exact same situation. And again, I could have been disheartened. I could have been demoralized. I could have been hopeless, and I wasn't, because I still saw people were fighting for a new future. And I think STEM is part of that. So I'm in support of sharing resources. I put my email for Space for All Nations, which is connecting partnerships across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. We do South-to-South partnerships, and we also have our research institute, and we marry and put together our researchers with youth. We put a researcher together from an academic institution with schools, vice presidents, prime ministers. If you have no access to STEM for free, as long as you have internet, we can help to create those bridges, at least at a minimal level for now, and make sure that there's STEM for free, accessible to some groups. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thanks a lot, Yvette. Thanks so much. I guess I'm gonna take something home with me today, and that is bringing STEMs to community. Next, I'm gonna take it to Terry. What's your reaction to what you've heard so far?
Oh gosh, there's loads of reactions. There's been a lot of fantastic points shared. I've been taking loads of notes and learning a lot. I would say, so I'm going to look at some of my notes that I took. I think that one of the things that I know I've been the main culprit of, like, talking blockchain. That's because I'm talking to a panel of people who are familiar with blockchain. But I think Sid said, people don't quite know what it is beyond Bitcoin. And I think they realize the problem. When we think about it, someone's mic needs to be muted. When we think about it, nobody knows how this works. We just know that we can use it. We know what we can do with it, but we don't know the ins and outs of it. But the developers who build on it, they know what to do with it. Then we have business people who have ideas, who need to build with it. So I think that when we start looking at technologies like blockchain, that conversation is reserved for the group of people who need to understand what that is about. It's not for the wider audience. The young people don't need to understand blockchain. It's just like the internet. They don't understand the internet. They know what they can do with the internet. They don't understand social media. They know what they can do with it. So it's really about presenting it as a tool of this tool. And I don't even think the tool should be called blockchain, because blockchain is just another database. It's a distributed database. It's a ledger, right? We don't talk about Oracle and MySQL and Postgres and all the other databases and NoSQL, and we don't talk about that. But we talk about what we can do with it. So I think if we're trying to move people forward, then it's really about, this is what you can do. Here's the opportunities. This is what you can do. You have to paint the picture of what the future can be like, and then allow people to use their imagination to now create things based on the benefits that you've sold to them. Everybody, like nowadays, everyone's like, you know what, like I said, with the internet and smartphones, it's like, with the smartphone, you can do all the things you couldn't do 10 years ago. Now people are building all these things that they couldn't afford building 10 years ago. But nobody knows how a smartphone works. I don't. Only people who build the things know how to do it. So I think that what we need to do is, from a blockchain perspective, is for those who are interested in developing, they need to understand blockchain. For those who are interested in building businesses, they need to understand the benefits of blockchain, and not even necessarily calling it blockchain. Mara mentioned about, you know, the sandboxes of when you start doing blockchain, it goes into a sandbox for people who don't understand blockchain. Then we should not be using the word blockchain. What people are using the word blockchain for doing now is a way to say, I am in, look at me, check me out. A lot of people are doing that, right? In spaces that it doesn't need to be said. In spaces, there are spaces where you discuss your technology stack, and there are spaces where you just talk about what you're solving. And when you focus on doing that, I think that those sandbox issues, they melt away because you've not said anything that raises a flag. As Doc said earlier on, we have to go under the radar. And under the radar doesn't mean saying, hey guys, I'm doing blockchain. Under the radar means, here's a solution, this is how it works. You know, you could be in this part of, you could be in Nigeria, you could be anywhere you could be in Uganda, you could be in Kenya, you could be anywhere, and we connect you, and no one cares what the technology is underneath it. Only when you're trying to get the hype, that's when it happens. So that's one thing I'll say. Education globally is broken, right? Let's face it, it's broken. You go to university, come out only to realize what they taught you isn't actually what needs to be done. It gives you some sort of foundation, and it does have its benefits, but the benefits are actually not the subject that you study. It's the soft skills that you get from doing it. Everything is learnable online. When we went into lockdown in UK last March or April, I decided that, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to learn how to code. I've been trying to learn how to code for so long. Now I have the time. Over the last year, I've been working on building Inventory Club. I built it. I coded it myself. Why? Because I was able to go online and take a course and learn. Then go online and find somebody who can coach me to get me through any challenges that I might face. So we can use, we can learn so much stuff online. It doesn't necessarily have to go through a formal education. Formal education system is absolutely broken. It allows us to learn some things. It allows us to understand how to think about certain things, but it also dumbs us down and stops us being able to think. So we need to revisit that and say, okay, well, how are we going to do this? You know, how is it going to be possible to enable people to learn? I've learned so much more since I stopped formal education. Since I stopped formal education, I actually started learning things. But formal education gave me a foundation. So we have to now figure out, okay, how do we use this to just be a foundational piece? And how do we now get people access to the things that they need? And what Yvette's saying with, you know, basically being able to provide these tablets, I thought that was fantastic. I said, you know what, that's great. And I thought to myself, what would be also great is to have a mesh network in rural communities, whereby if you need to do any updates, you push it because everyone's in the mesh network. They don't need the internet, but they can get access to updated information through a mesh network, which is designed specifically for the community. That means the community is connected to information that needs to be done, and the updates can happen easily. I also think apprenticeships are a very key factor. We're talking about young people. If we're talking about young people and we're not talking about the apprenticeships and the private sector connecting with the education, we've got a big disconnect. In the UK, a lot of the big firms are like, we don't want graduates no more. We want to take people for apprenticeships so we can teach them what they need to know to do the job that they need to do. Right, so I think that's the other thing. I think the education system globally is broken. It's very old. It hasn't been changed forever, right? However, we're seeing a lot of ed tech. We're seeing a lot of these MOOCs or on online learning and stuff. That's changing a lot, and it's enabling people to remove themselves from the position that they are, the positions that they want to be, by taking their education into their own hands. All it is that for some people, it's just a bit too expensive to access, but there's so much free stuff. And better yet, YouTube. People are learning so much on YouTube. So when we're talking about education, we have to really see that the education revolution has begun. It's been happening, right? But what we need to do is now signpost people to this is what it is. Education is one of those things that people, generally speaking, most children don't like school. They don't want to go to school, I want to play, right? So now we've got to figure out, okay, how do we make education sexy? How do we make people want to learn?
Thank you so much, Terry. We have only a couple of minutes to actually left to wrap up this session. This was a brilliant panel, and I think we're the only one that went over the time that we were allocated. So it means that the conversation was very, very passionate. But I just want to quickly say this. What I hear from what you're saying is it's like we should not only be consumers, but consumers that are well informed, that understand how to use these tools for their own benefits. This is something like, that's what I get in what you said at the beginning of your intervention. We have two more people to say their final words, and then I will hand over to Mr. Bahela for the final review, and then we have to wrap up. So Miss Marisol, what's your final reaction? And if you can please keep it to 2 minutes, that would be fabulous.
Yeah, it's been amazing to hear you. But I have a different approach. Again, I honestly, I have been Judge of Horizons 2020. I have been working with governments. I understand, the agendas of the sandbox and innovation into companies and how corporate social responsibilities work. And to be honest, it just doesn't. Exactly for how you guys have said. And why? First, the system has never been integrated. And second of all, there is no business model that empowers people. So I just keep saying that. And in that sense, to achieve the integration of both education, business model, technology tools, we really simple have to start with communities of 1,000 people. And I am not going to let this to the dependency of the government, because we all understand the system. The system must finance venture capitals, central grants, federal banks, swap credit lines. So it is simply, you can start by giving this community, the attention and a business model in which they can create and monetize and do a marketing model that they get entitled to the natural resources that they have, that they are the owners of the water, the electricity, everything that they produce, and then just give them a tablet will not solve the problem if you don't give them access to internet. And that's where our satellite, and the system. So the government, I would believe that they should actually focus on this layer of giving us, internet, like aligning all the big corporations that could actually create those things that we cannot just ourselves go to. I cannot launch a satellite myself, and I know a community cannot go and launch it. So let's government kind of gather together with all of these finance people and meeting in some valley to say, okay, this like that, but we will not give you all our data. We will give you maybe, you manage our data this way, and that's what government should be doing. Government should be negotiating with these big enterprises to allocate some kind of resources, and we should be focused in taking the communities to a higher level and educate ourselves, give them the tools, and make agriculture sexy and make technology sexy and it's education sexy, exactly to tell them that and the community that it is happy and it's nice. You don't have to travel to a metropolitan to work in a smart cities or to fly in a drone to actually for you to be productive, relevant, and happy. So that's actually my closing sentence. I want to give a community the tools that with what they know, they can go back to simplistic. But we still need a model that will help them to communicate from community to community, and a blockchain and a bartering model that allow them to monetize from community to community. And yeah, so that's pretty much what Fabulous Futures is. Anybody, you are a genius, you have a patent, you don't have to give it to big corporations, give it to this community. And it does, technology doesn't fit everybody. What it fits in one technology, in one community, might not fit in another community. So just go back to simplistic models and give them people the chance to integrate to job creations and monetization, but on their own intellectual properties.
Thank you so much, Miss Marisol. So that is, if you could, you would go back to simplicity, give local people the tools to, to go from community to community. Thank you so much. Last, we're gonna hear from Mr. Siddhartha. Your final words in 1 or 2 minutes max. That'll be brilliant.
I only get 1 minute. That's okay. So my final words is that as much as there's a lot of frustrations on the continent and we don't have the systems in place, it's up to us now to start putting these systems together. It's up to us to push the agendas that we are talking about right now. And it's not about us talking about it, it's actually about us implementing it on the ground and making sure that we are accountable to each other. So as Bibusa has been taking notes in the background, as I know she's going to come and hold each one of us accountable. So it is our responsibility going forward that we put what our words are. We put our money where our mouth is at this moment in time. So it is about us to push our agendas forward. And if we can all band together, you guys with such great talents across the continent, we all band together, we all can make this happen. I believe strongly that we can make it happen. We don't need anyone else. We need just us. And that's my final thoughts for today's panel. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to every single one of you. It was a brilliant session, and I think for me, I'm gonna actually take your words, Siddhartha, and it is our collective responsibility, and it is up to us to push our agenda forward. And I think that's a brilliant conclusion. I'm gonna hand over to Mr. Tafadza for a little final review, and then we will wrap up.
Thank you very much to everybody. Thank you, moderator. Thank you to the speakers. It was a very engaging conversation and some very pertinent points raised. Just for the sake of the audience, I'm just going to take us back to the initial topic of what we were discussing. Does the adoption of technology pose a threat or an opportunity for domestic job creation? I think clearly in what everyone has discussed today, they are both threats and vast and massive opportunities, particularly within the agri-tech space and agriculture as well. I like particularly what Dr. Okolonko was saying earlier about in terms of it's our data and how do we then manage and control and educate our people on the importance of our data and the collection process, and how do we then go into the communities and make them understand that this stuff is actually very important. So speaking to the question, I think, yes, they are massive opportunities. As well as those opportunities, there are threats that we need to identify early on as Africans and take control of that information and in terms of how it's then used and implemented. There was also a lot of talk about encouraging the governmental partners working together with SMEs and that's the only way that we can move forward, especially around the Africa Free Trade Agreement. I think for Africans, our work is very much cut out for us, knowing what we have to face up ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your intervention, Mr. Bahela. And with this, I think we're going to have to bring this session to a close. It was brilliant. I've learned a lot and I've really enjoyed every single contributions. Thank you so much. Our next panel will be on opportunities for success, promoting new pathways and participation across socioeconomic lines to enhance social mobility, community and economic development. And this will be moderated by Calvin Jodisi. I thank all of my panelists, and please stay tuned, continue watching the following sessions, and please do share your experience, your thoughts on social media using the hashtags. I thank you all, and I think now we can leave the stage.
And so here's my new project in the Volta region where we are growing lettuce, where by a year time we are hoping to supply Ghanaian people organic and correct lettuce. So to others, people say farming is dead, and we always say that farming is a potential.
Hi, my name is Mwape. I'm a management accountant and I run a consultancy along my small-scale farm, Mwape M Farms, in Lusaka, Zambia. I identified a gap between farming and farming as a business, and as a result established Mwape M Farms in May of 2019. My business is centered on improving the livelihoods of small-scale farmers by promoting financial literacy in the small-scale farming sector in Zambia. Through my own agricultural journey, I've been able to demonstrate the benefits of applying sound farming practices, and this is shown in the yield of my farming projects and my finances. Agribusiness plays an important role in the world today as it produces most of the world's food and fabric and promotes the economic development of many countries. I encourage many youth to sign up for this year's conference as it will be very educational and may present networking and investing opportunities. See you there.
Good evening. Good afternoon from my end. My name is Calvin Jodisi. I'm actually coming live from Nairobi, Kenya, and it's been quite an exciting conversation that we've had so far. Thank you very much, Fatumata, for such a wonderful motivation. I think it's been quite a great conversation that we've had, and I've really, really enjoyed, the kind of conversation on the panel. The panel was quite, quite amazing, quite impressive as well. Thank you very much, everyone who's joined us today, and also for those who joined yesterday. I think I stayed in yesterday as well, and the panel was fantastic, and we had really, really good conversations as well yesterday, and I must say that was quite impressive. Yeah, so I think we're just going to go straight to our panel, and the panel, this particular panel, will actually be looking at opportunities for success, um, promoting new pathways and participation across social economic alliance to enhance social mobility, community and economic development. So we will be looking at that holistic views. And thank you very much, my panelists, for joining us today. I would just like us to go straight on and introduce ourselves, before we get into this conversation. And thank you so much for actually availing yourself to join this panel. Thank you. So we'll start with, I think we'll start with Mara, and then Zidaba, and also and Seed as well, and then we'll go to Tishiamo. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Kelvin, your sound is extremely low. Could you adjust your mic so that we can hear you? You're really, really low. Thank you, buddy.
You can hear me now? You can hear me, right?
It's a bit better, but I think maybe you need to adjust in your cam mic. It's not receiving enough sound.
Okay, sorry for that. Should be... Okay, it's fine now.
It's better, but it's not what we're used to.
Okay, is it okay now?
No.
We can't hear you.
No, we can't hear you, sir.
Okay, let me try. You can hear me now, right?
It is a bit better, but it's still not properly audible.
It's still low.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try fix it, but if you can hear me right now, I think it should be fine. Is it still low?
Yes, it's still low.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that. Hear me? I think now it's fine. It should be better now. Is it?
No, Calvin, it's still low, buddy. Sorry.
It's still very low, sir.
Okay. Is it okay now? Is it okay now?
Unfortunately, it is still quite low, but maybe we could carry on and see if we will be able to engage. I think we can hear you a little bit. I'm just worried about our audience that they might not. But for the sake of time, I think maybe we can carry on and engage further.
Okay. Oh, it's fine. So I'll try fix it. I'll try fix it on as we have our conversation. I hope, and I'll try be as loud as possible as we fix it. So I think it's just the setting problem. So let me just fix it in a bit. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you can now hear me a bit better.
Perfect.
Okay, so sorry for that. I think it was just a technical itch. Yeah, so thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. I think we've already introduced our conversation today. I would just like my speakers to kindly, briefly, just introduce themselves. And just as said, I would be glad to start with Mara, and then I'll be glad to start with Mara or Betty, and then Zindamba as we go on. Thank you. Yeah, Zindamba, go ahead. You're muted. You're muted.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Zindaba from Zambia. I'm the founder of a social enterprise called Mulimi. So we champion the scheme that links small scale and emerging farmers to finance, insurance, technical support, and market linkage. So we've been in inception since 2015, and we are now transitioning into technology, and it's an exciting phase for us. So yeah, that's a little bit about us. Thank you. Thank you.
And Dr. Kelvin, I think you are muted. If you can just remove your mute button.
Yeah, we can go to Tisiamo, kindly take it up, and then Betty,
Oh.
and then Sid.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you to all the panelists that are joining us. My name is Tiamo Dichabe. I'm from South Africa. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of a non-profit company called the Africa Leadership Development Institute. Our main focus is on leadership development, entrepreneurship development, and enterprise development, mainly obviously focusing on socioeconomic development for our communities and aligning government policies to the programs that we are rolling on the ground. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go, Betty.
Okay. Thank you, Calvin. Okay, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank all the event organizers and partners for creating this amazing platform. My name is Bethlehem Fikre. So I'm from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I'm co-founder and CEO at Zafri Papers. I'm an entrepreneur and the mother of two kids. So our company Zafri Papers was founded by two female entrepreneurs, me and Bethlehem Dejane, who is the CEO of Zafri Papers. I'm a software engineer, my professional background, and I have been participating on different kind of projects since graduation. And now I'm working on Zafri. Zafri Papers is an agriculture-based project. So we use agriculture waste to produce paper and paper products. So I think that's a little bit about Zafri and myself. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know, Mara, you've introduced yourself before, but you can actually just go ahead and introduce yourself again, just in case someone is just joining for this particular session.
All right. Thank you so much, Calvin. My name is Mara Jane Michello again. I am the founder and CEO for Jacaranda Hub Zambia, which is a social enterprise operating out of Lusaka, Zambia. We are an organization that provides support into the startup and entrepreneurial ecosystem, enabling opportunities for young people to participate in creating socioeconomic impact and commercial value. One of our major objectives is actually enhancing collaboration and learning among young people in ICTs and entrepreneurship, and of course, maximizing the benefits of all stakeholders and drive value co-creation. So this is an important topic to me because it really sits at one of the ethos of Jacaranda Hub, which is developing communities and enabling our communities to tap into the opportunities that are there. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to this panel. Calvin, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, Sid, just go ahead and introduce yourself again, just for our audience.
Not a problem, not a problem. Hi, my name is Sid Palmer. I'm based in Lusaka, Zambia. My background is technology. I love technology, and I love to see how I can disrupt economies through technology that I implement on the ground. In my past life, I've done last mile delivery and logistics. I've done retail merchandising. I've done classified networks. So some of the biggest tech and e-commerce companies have my stamp on it. But most notably now in Zambia, we are launching the first ever satellite from Zambia to go to space in the history of Zambia. A very ambitious and very a proud vision of mine and our companies. And we are using that for agriculture and climate sensing, disaster mitigation, and water resource management. So technology is definitely my forte, and I'd love to share my insights with the panel here today. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is quite a incredible panel that we have today, and looking at the diverse pathways that we're looking at in this discussion today. I mean, one of my first questions that I would like to probably ask probably all of you to contribute on in this particular conversation is how do we position agripreneurs whatever pathways that they are in, how do you position themselves, how do you position them to actually be able to help enhance food security in Africa? Because I know food security is quite a big challenge in Africa. How do we position agripreneurs to be able to enhance food security in Africa just for economic and social development? And any of you can go first on that.
I can go ahead if nobody's there. Or ladies first, if Zindaba wants to speak.
Zindaba, you can come in first here.
Okay, so I was expecting to not be first, but I really think firstly for us to be able to bridge the gap for agripreneurship, one of the biggest issues is finance. Myself running an SME, one of the biggest issues that I've had to deal with was access to finance. And that is a big issue that most of the agripreneurs are really going through. So finance is something that we really need to look at. So we need to develop, there's need for development of packages in financing that are speaking to the agripreneur. I'll give an example. In the agriculture sector, when we look at crop production, there is a cycle. You cannot give me finance that you expect me to start servicing today when my crops are going to be ready in the next 9 months. How do I sustain that? So there is need for investment packages in finance that are tailor-made for the agriculture sector. And obviously, one other thing is innovation. There has to be innovative ways that will tackle development for agripreneurs, because that is the key. You need to have innovation, and entrepreneurship is what is going to bring about innovation. So innovation is something that is really important. And then obviously we need to talk about technologies that are adaptable by SMEs in the agriculture sector, because we have different tiers of agripreneurs. You cannot expect to develop a package that is, obviously I'll give an example. Sadat is trying to do something that is trying to go to space. He has a target market. It's not everyone in the agriculture sector that is able to adapt from what he's trying to do. So we need to have adaptable technologies that are ideal, depending to the type of people that you're trying to target. And then obviously policy formation. We do have a lot of policies in Africa that have been written down. They're beautiful. But then the problem is implementation. How are they being implemented? So I think for me, that is what is really needed for us to be able to foster development in that for agriculture entrepreneurs. Yeah, I could see that Sadat was already disagreeing with me, but I will definitely come back. Thank you.
I mean, Sadat. So you're in the space, space technology, and definitely we know the role that space plays when it comes to agriculture, and we've seen a lot of the work that drones are doing when it comes to different aspects like irrigation and all that. And so what are some of the things that agripreneurs can be able to do, because we all looking forward to a secure Africa with enough food for everybody.
Okay, so thanks, Calvin. And Zinaba, just to come back to what you said, our space application is for everybody. Let me make it very clear. Everybody, including Zambia, including the region, everybody. That means that even the rural farmer will benefit from it. Why? Because of the execution. Everything depends on the execution of anything. In all my previous businesses, we've executed and we've made successes or failures because of execution. Whichever way we executed, that's what it is. So in this process, we are looking to have the right stakeholders on the ground, the right people to address. For example, if we're looking at cooperatives, we're looking at credit unions, we're looking at in Zambia, we have the FISIP program, who already are paying money back, their loans, and they're getting finance and what. So they're already accessing some sort of credit, some sort of money. They will have access to these right tools as part of their package. It's just like how you buy an implement, like a farming implement. You buy a plow or a hoe or whatever, or a tractor. You are paying partially for this at the same time. And this is where inclusivity is where we're going to have a synergy. And that's why I'm telling you that the technology that we want to implement, and it's been implemented in other countries across the world, just needs to be packaged in the right way so that it's accessible to the masses. And that is what I truly believe. And to answer your original question, Calvin, was how will it enable? What will be the driving force behind it? I think just by having net exports of your produce stabilizes your currency. And we're facing the same problem in Zambia right now. Of currency is getting destabilized because of our reserves. We are a big copper country, but yet we can't figure a certain key economic issues out. It's not rocket science. What I'm doing is rocket science. What they're doing is economics. So we just can't figure this out. We have to figure it out. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Mara, you can add something, and go ahead, Mr. Tishiyama as well.
Okay, I think for me, I want to pick it up from a point of why, and I'm thinking about young people here. Why has agriculture been such an attractive venture for young people? I think the incentives for young people to go into agriculture have not been provided. I'll give you a very practical example. Right now, some of the interventions that are being made from a government perspective to foster development in the agribusiness sector, okay? There are calls for aquaculture development. So they've picked sectors or value chains that government has a big agenda and there's funding in those spaces, right? But then what has been made difficult is that they're expecting young people to have collateral. And in this case, collateral should be either land or property. In fact, property, which should then complement what you're getting. And that's a loan. Okay, so a lot of and then they made it in such a way that the ones that are non collateral based funds towards aquaculture, they've been made in such a way that they're low and they're expecting you to form up a cooperative or a group of people. Now, if you're alone and you don't necessarily want to go into partnership with strangers, potentially strangers, it means that you're already disadvantaged. Okay, that's one area. But then the other area, we still have wasted outputs, okay, where we don't have proper infrastructure for processing, agro-processing. and developing more markets locally, okay? So the other disadvantage or the other area that has not been heavily incentivized is the pricing of commodity, okay? The prices are determined by, the market or the buying systems, and it's determined by someone who's not the farmer themselves. So you're always at the bitter end of the sword, because by the time you're done, especially if you're in production and your crop is ready for harvest and for the buying season is open, you are then told what the price is, not how much you invested, the sweat, equity that you put in, as well as the investment that you put in. Then it becomes frustrating for you, because at the end, what you calculated as your revenue or your income from that season has already been disadvantaged because you're not determining the pricing, okay? So those factors already make it very difficult for people who are young to go into agriculture, because it's not a sure income. So we need to change those mechanisms and start to create structures that support and incentivize agribusiness development in the country. The other thing that we need to look at also is that access to land, okay? A lot of people say, yes, there's a lot of arable land in Zambia, okay? Most of the people that we consider young farmers or young people that would go into farming or agribusiness, okay, are found in rural areas. These are making up most of the small-scale farmers. Yes, they've got access to land, but these are the ones who are far from the technologies we're talking about. They are far from the capacity building mechanisms that have been put in place. So there's that disconnect. Where there's access to land, there's very little support going in terms of how much education can we offer you, how much agribusiness capacity can we provide, how much agronomic education can we offer you, so that you improve your farming technology or your farming techniques. So there's a huge disconnect, and I think we need to sort of create a framework that brings the ecosystem closer, and then we can start to document, we can start to follow up, and then we can start to create a very more organized system in terms of agribusiness. Because even in agribusiness right now, we still see a very siloed kind of effect, where we've got these groups crop production. Okay, so we're not fully exhausting the value chain, because most of the people are actually found in crop production. So we need to create a pipeline for diversification. And how do we do that? It's by then creating systems and clusters of organized agriculture in Zambia that can see Zambia then growing its agribusiness status. And that, I think, what is going to produce a very good reference for what agribusiness looks like in the country.
Thank you very much. I think that's quite, that was really quite detailed, and I think it's quite impressive. Mr. Shyam, I don't know if you can add something on that as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kelvin. You see, ours is more on understanding what is currently on the ground. And as you understand, currently the majority of the farmers are aging, especially when you look in the South African context. I'm not sure about how it is also in the rest of the continent. But in South Africa, we've got a very aging farmer market, where a lot of the young people are no longer interested. And to answer your question to say, how do we position young people into the agribusiness sector, and also aligning them to the food security issues, what we would like to see happening is an alignment in terms of the skills gap that we are starting to see. As we know that agriculture is innovating and coming up with new technologies, and as such, there's a lot of jobs that are becoming redundant and not necessary, especially when you look, for example, in the agro-processing sector, where you find that the artificial intelligence and robotics are starting to play a very significant role. And obviously the packing and the biotechnologists are much more needed, data analysts are much more needed, nutritionists are much more needed. And these are other aspects and roles that young people can actually play a role in. And ours is then to say, how do we bridge that skills gap and mainstream more youth participation into the sector? And I believe agro-processing presents such opportunity. I believe that artificial intelligence and the 4IR in itself presents such opportunities. And obviously coming up with other job opportunities like sensor specialists and technologists that can work directly with the producers on the ground. So there's a lot of new work opportunities that can be created for young people in the sector, entrepreneurship development in the sector. But we must also remember that agriculture is not a standalone sector. And there are other sectors that can actually contribute to ensure that we mainstream more youth participation in the sector. For example, in Lead Africa, we have got a concept that we call ACE. ACE is an acronym for Agriculture, Construction, and Energy. And we're saying that if we can mainstream more young people into agriculture and also expose opportunities within the construction of infrastructure for agricultural production, whether it's roads linking up to the farms, whether it's the silos, the agro-processing facilities, the packaging facilities, and so on. That will enhance also the opportunities for young people to be positioned correctly in the sector. The energy sector, the renewable energy sector in itself, I mean, agriculture is also an energy consuming sector. And positioning young people also within, for example, biomass, solar energy, hydro energy, and so on, can also increase participation of young people into the sector. So we must not look at agriculture as a silo sector, but as a holistic picture of saying, in terms of the value chains that are needed in this sector, where can we position our young people? I mean, in South Africa, we're currently sitting with an unemployment rate of about 49%. That's almost half of our young people sitting at home, not working. And then, but the skills that they have and what they went to tertiaries for is not aligned to what's in the market. So there's the National Economic Development and Labor Council then came up with a report that highlighted key aspects of where the skills gaps are and which jobs are becoming really not applicable going forward and which jobs are becoming more applicable. And if we can then position our young people into drone technologies, hydroponics production, aquaponics, and then those will be able to create much needed job opportunities and entrepreneurship opportunities for our young people. So that's our alignment as Lead Africa, to say mainstreaming youth participation in the sector is not only about agriculture, but saying what other sectors are contributing to the holistic picture of the agriculture sector, including ICT. Thank you very much.
Wow. That was quite an holistic way of bringing, the whole perspective. And I think, marrying the different sectors together, I think it's quite a a great way to view at this particular conversation. And I want to go to Betty, and we're going to change the twist a little bit, the twist of the conversation a little bit, because I know the kind of work you do in Ethiopia. As an agro-waste, entrepreneur, working with some of the agro-waste to make, the papers and all that. Do you really feel that that's the future of sustainability in terms of either sustainable agriculture or even just sustainable environment?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, this was actually the main challenge we were facing back then. I mean, while we are sharing this idea for different kinds of people, they used to say, like, do you think that the raw material is sustainable enough, and related questions. So actually we're targeting the agriculture waste, which is set alight by small farmers. So it's a huge amount. Farmers, they usually say, when we ask them why they are burning the crop waste on the site, they keep saying just to get quick turnaround of crop, but I don't think they know what they are doing on the environment. It's directly related with they are polluting the environment, and they are destroying even lives. So we're targeting that specifically that agricultural waste. And of course, we have been discussing with different government officials because as we start, the challenge was like even government officials were not allowed. They didn't even allow us to use the agriculture waste because it's used for animal feed, for livestock, and they also use it to make traditional houses in Ethiopia. So we were facing many challenges, but as I told you, we're targeting the ones that are used, that are not used, and they are just satellites or burn it on the sites. So am I allowed to answer the question you asked earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yes. And also answer the
yeah.
question that I asked.
Okay. So I agree with my sister from Zambia. I think her name is Sindaba. Yeah. So she was mentioning about finances. Of course, finance is the main issue for every entrepreneurs, not only agripreneurs, but all entrepreneurs are facing different kinds of challenges in terms of finance. So we're also facing different challenges, but we have overcome that. We have been able to secure different kinds of investments. But I think here, for agripreneurs, different ecosystems has to be created, such as incubation centers. So in our case, Zafri Papers, we first got into incubation center. It's called Blue Moon. So it was the first one in Ethiopia, and we got like many things. They provided us trainings. We have the chance to collaborate with different kinds of experts, and we were exposed to different kinds of network, which is really the bigger challenge for agripreneurs. So I think creating an ecosystem is the best thing. I mean, I can say it can solve some of the problems that agripreneurs are facing right now. I googled this NGO called Agripreneurship Alliance, which is based in Suez, and they are helping agripreneurs with agri-food sector. So I think we need such kind of organizations in Africa, because I guess we Africans are more near to the problems, and we understand our problem. So I think it's easier for us to create a better solution for our problems. So I think this can be one means of helping agripreneurs to be successful. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that was a good way of bringing out, and in just as said previously, I like the work that you guys are doing in Ethiopia and the resilience that you have, and also just looking at the different dynamics, because personally I didn't know that agro waste can actually be used to make papers. So I think that is a really kind of shift, and we talking about pathways, we are looking at different forms and different ways that we can definitely, as Sid said previously, is also just to make agriculture sexy, and make it good for us. And so I want us to go to the aspect of leadership, because I know leadership plays a very critical role, especially in Africa, if not in the entire world. And I'm going to go to leadership in aspect of agripreneurship and entrepreneurship. So I would just want to go first to Tishiamo. Do you feel that leadership plays a role in that, and how can we help shift mindset, for young people and even everyone, shift the mindset on entrepreneurship, especially when it comes to agriculture?
Thank you very much, Calvin. You see, leadership is very critical, especially when you look at, for example, policies and programs that we are implementing, firstly as a continent, and secondly, as individual countries. Now, at an international level, we understand that based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the SDG 2 advocates for specific outcomes of how the leadership and the states should be enforcing or ensuring food security within our time. And then when you look at it from a continental level, you understand that besides the free trade agreement that is in place, there are programs like your CAADP, your Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, which is a NEPAD initiative. And obviously that is supposed to be implemented at country and regional level. And when you take those kinds of programs and policies, you'll understand that as Africans, we are able to create wonderful programs and policies. But the issue is the implementation of some of these policies and programs on the ground. And based on the Malabo proclamation and protocols that were signed by the heads of states, it was agreed that the countries in Africa will utilize 5% of their budget to enhance and support agriculture. And in the recent report, you'll find that a couple of our countries are still not implementing CAADP. And that is based on the leadership that is in these countries. And in South Africa, for example, the National Economic Development and Labor Council came up, like I said, with different roles that we should be playing in the different sectors and the kind of opportunities that you should be driving into the sectors. But we need leadership and political champions to lead some of these aspects in terms of the implementation of key policies on the ground. We've got wonderful policies. For example, in South Africa, the latest policy in the agriculture sector is called the National Policy on Comprehensive Producer Development Support. But when you have to now implement such a policy or a program, you will definitely need to ensure that there's a political will and political buy-in, and that the leadership understands the critical aspect of why we need to implement these policies on the ground. They cannot be sitting at a high level in government and in parliament and policies being gathering dust there, but on the ground, our masses and the people on the ground are not benefiting from such. So for us is that we need to have a clear institutional arrangement when it comes to leadership. What is the current institutional arrangement in place to implement policies like your Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program of the African Union? What are the clear institutional arrangement of cascading those kinds of policies to regional level, to national level, even to provincial and local municipality level, and ensuring that there is buy-in from the top down in terms of the farmers that are on the ground, understanding that policy and having a holistic approach and an inclusive approach into the development of those policies and the implementation of those policies. So leadership becomes very critical in terms of how do we drive down these policies and programs to be effective on the ground. And number two, when it comes to my sister was talking about cooperatives and bringing in young people into cooperatives, but without giving them the necessary training. Leadership training is very important when we are starting entrepreneurship development and enterprise development. Leadership does not necessarily mean that you are leading people, but leadership also talks about leading yourself. We're talking about personal leadership, interpersonal leadership, collaborative leadership, institutional leadership, and those kinds of aspects are required from our young people, especially women, youth, and people living with disabilities that want to be involved in this sector, because you'll find that commercial farmers are highly organized. And unfortunately, our emerging farmers are not as organized as the commercial farmers, because they have a clear leadership structure from the cooperatives that they sent or they set up at the national level, cascading it down to small associations that are specializing, for example, in citrus, that are specializing in maize, that are specializing in meat production, in poultry production, but they are all accountable to one bigger organization where there's clear leadership of how that sector should be ran. So we need to inculcate that kind of aspects when we do our training, our incubations, our coaching, our mentoring, that leadership development starts with a person, not the organization. And if people can't lead themselves, they can never be able to lead others. So it's very important that we start inculcating leadership development in all the aspects of our programs that we are designing. Thank you very much.
Exactly. I thank you very much. I mean, Zindaba, you work a lot with, you work a lot with the communities, and thank you very much joining us. And I would like you to contribute into after Zindaba. I mean, Zindaba, you work very closely with the communities. What's your aspect in terms of leadership, or do you feel that there's a change of mindset when it comes to, working with the communities when it comes to agriculture? Are they really embracing it, and do you really feel that the government is doing enough in terms of leadership? Unmute a little bit.
In terms of leadership, for a leader, you need to actually practice what you're trying to do. You cannot tell the farmers and everyone in the value chain to do a certain thing when you as a government are not actually investing in the particular sector that you're doing. So the best thing that we need to do, that we need as the agriculture sector, is more investment and more promotion about the agriculture sector. We need to create a picture to the world that shows that agriculture is the way for agriculture is the way for Africa, is the way forward for us to go forward. There is a mindset change, especially in the community. A lot of farmers are embracing and are looking at agriculture as a business, and people are looking at more innovative ways of practicing agriculture. With a lot of stakeholder engagement, a lot of people are working together. We have wonderful programs that have come on board that are tailor-made to the community, because that is where the gap has been, I think, for so long. A lot of programs were made in the boardrooms without the actual farmers who are the off-takers of that knowledge, what that was being created, not being involved. So we've seen a shift in community leaders being involved in the leadership roles and leading by example. I myself am an example of an organization that was implementing programs for the farmers from an office in the urban area. It had to take us 4 years to realize that we need to be in the community to see what the farmers are actually going through, what are their pains every day, their points of pains every single day, what they go through for them to be able to access market. So that is something that there has been a change. And the only thing, I think the key factor here is to just have the leaders do a little bit more practicing what they're preaching, and just do a little bit more sensitization in terms of the agriculture sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was a well elaborated. I don't know if Adebayo, if you can be able to unmute and probably just contribute on that the same. And then I think we're going to go next to Mara, who is just going to little bit just describe the ecosystem enablers. What's the role of that in enhancing also agripreneurs and also different pathways of social and economic development. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Apologies for joining. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. Sorry, I missed the question. What was the question? My network has been really horrible today.
Yeah, so the question was around leadership. Do you really feel that, because for us to be able to change the mindset, we really need to have leaders who are actually able to help young people, especially, to be able to change their mindset when it comes to agripreneurship. Do you really feel that there's a lot being done, especially in your country?
So I would say yes, a lot is currently being done in Nigeria to make agriculture more attractive. I mean, there are lots of challenges that has become more obvious as a result of the foray of more people into agripreneurship. Initially, people used to think that the people who go into agriculture are the very poor people. So the images you have in your head of the people who work in the agri space are poor peasant farmers, people who cannot afford anything, and people who are ripped up by middlemen or final marketers and things like that. But I think that the image is getting better now. With the advent of technology, we have been able to infuse technology into a lot of the things that we do, including farming, including agriculture, including different ends of the value chain, that has made it more attractive. And you see people coming out to, name themselves all sorts now, farmer in suit, farmer in stilettos and all that stuff. So a lot of things are being done to attract people into the agricultural space, and particularly in Nigeria, the fact that oil is drying up, everybody is looking onto agriculture as the next big thing for the country. However, there are challenges. There are challenges in terms of security of farmland. There are challenges in terms of security of produce. There are challenges in terms of moving produce from one point to another, or moving produce from the farm to the ultimate consumers. And those are challenges that have been existing for decades now. We continue to innovate as young entrepreneurs as well as agripreneurs to find final solutions to all this problem. I think at our end, generally in Nigeria, it's progress. Any movement forward is progress, and that's how I see it from my end.
Yeah, Mara, because I will be bringing a few in this particular.
Sorry, am I the only one who can't hear Calvin?
Even I can't. I thought it was my computer.
Oh, okay.
It's the network, sorry. Yeah, but I was done. Thank you.
Okay. No, I think Calvin was saying something, and his network is quite bad at the moment. Hi, Calvin.
Sorry, Mara, go ahead. Yep.
We missed quite a bit of that. Do you want to repeat your question, please? Oh.
Yeah. So my question to you before you leave is that what is the role of the enablers in this particular aspect, because you are one of the ecosystem enablers and doing a lot of good job. What is the role of enablers in this particular one?
Thank you for that question, Calvin. I think one of the key roles of the enablers is for us to actually be able to understand the opportunities that lie in agribusiness development, so that we are able to communicate that effectively. So it's basically unpacking the whole agribusiness value chain from end to end, so that we are not promoting just one track mind when it comes to agribusiness. Seed is working on a satellite that is potentially going to contribute to agribusiness development, right? We need to be able to provide that information to the majority of our agribusiness entrepreneurs, for them to understand what sort of opportunities they may get from his innovation. How are they going to be able to benefit from what he's creating? And they can start to open up their minds, because a lot of times we want to provide textbook references for most of our people. We need to be able to provide real life experiences. So where we find technologies, where we find opportunities, where we find activities that are being undertaken that are positive and good for progression, we need to be able to point to those and provide that as a reference point, as best practices for most of our entrepreneurs in the agribusiness space, to be able to understand and see the possibility of themselves being able to develop in whatever field they're in. The other thing is we need to continue lobbying for more investment in the agribusiness sector. We already know, it's known, we've been told this is the next big sector that will create more employment. This is where employment is being created. This is where people are being fed. Okay, this is where these are the key economic drivers in the countries. We need to then deliberately create more investment, pipelines of opportunities in this space, so that we can see growth. Effective growth, not just growth at minimum or level. We want to see massive growth in this sector. So when we're talking about access to markets, we want to see real markets. Okay, when we talk about opportunity mapping, enablers have a very key role to play when it comes to opportunity mapping from province to province. Zambia has 10 provinces. Okay, And yet, all the produce is being concentrated in the main city, in Lusaka. Are we saying that only Lusaka is the only city where people eat? The other channels are being taken to Kasumbalesa, the Congo border. Are we saying that only Congolese people are the only ones that buy our produce? So we need to create a proper framework for opportunity mapping so that we can start to identify the real markets and start to point all our agribusiness entrepreneurs in those markets. The other thing I feel that as enablers we need to do is build capacity. You see, the thing about agriculture, it's not new, okay? It's just that it's been underutilized, under-promoted, and under-invested, okay? We haven't had a lot of investment and a lot of support going in this sector. It's only now that we see, guess what? There aren't enough jobs, you know, the white-collar jobs that everyone has been running for, they're no longer there. So now we need to come into agriculture. That given, it creates an opportunity for massive decentralization, because the youth that are educated, the youth that have gone to school and done 4 years of studying in economics, those are the people that should really go and become agribusiness entrepreneurs, because you don't need to study agriculture to become an agribusiness entrepreneur. What we need is educated people. What we need is people who have the knowledge and understanding and have gone to school and captured enough knowledge and skill for them to be able to apply. It doesn't mean that for you who's gone and trained as a teacher that the only thing you should do is teaching. It means that you can actually become an agronomist and teach agriculture techniques for more people to be able to use the right technology for agriculture, the right techniques for agriculture. So I think we just need to, as enablers, we really need to create an attractive platform for agriculture so that we can demystify the whole concept of education, because what education has been taught us in so many years is that if you're trained as a mathematician, the only thing you can do is mathematics. If you're trained as a doctor, the only thing you can do. We had Tamara yesterday, who is a medical doctor and one of the biggest farmers in the country. Okay, another big farmer was trained in the medical field. She trained as a nurse in Australia. The Z farmer, she's one of the biggest farmers in the country. So it goes to show that it doesn't matter what field of training you're in. Agribusiness requires people that have passion and have commitment. And it's our job as enablers to make it attractive and to really help people to understand that they can do that. The other thing for me that we need to do as enablers is really lobby for more access to land and make that process of acquiring land, commercial land, and converting it in traditional land and customary land and converting it into commercial land, so that becomes your ticket to financing as well. When you go to that institution that says we want to see titled property, you've got that piece of paper. So it's basically lobbying that institutions like the Ministry of Land, one, provide access to young people, provide access to land for young people, but two, that they are quick to convert that customary land into commercial land so that young people can hold an asset that they can walk to the bank with and say, this is what I'm doing and this is the kind of investment I'm looking for. But I think on the final bit is basically for us to work with more entrepreneurs and startups in this space, for us to be able to create more innovations, for us to accelerate the growth of the agribusiness sector. So partnering with someone like Seed and saying, how can we support you? And how can you then come and support some of the agribusiness entrepreneurs that we're working with, for them to adopt the type of technologies that you're developing. So collaboration is very key in this space, and it's our job as enablers to be able to identify opportunity mapping, bring different people together so that we can create a stronger ecosystem for the agribusiness sector to really develop and for Africa to start producing for Africa and the world. And we are ready. We've got the land, we've got the youth, we've got the best climate. So we have the resources. What we need now are frameworks that really support for us to maximize on these resources. Thank you.
Thanks, Mara. I think that was quite, very good. I mean, like the way you put it, I think it was really good. Before I go to Betty, who I know Betty has really benefited a lot from the enablers. Mara, and just before you leave, I wanted to ask you one question. But anyway, let me go back to Betty. You benefit strongly from the enablers, the ecosystem enablers, and you talk about the Blue Moon, the Fast Innovation Hub in Ethiopia. Could you be able to probably just tell us more about what are some of the things that you've been able to benefit from the enablers, and how probably you can encourage maybe some entrepreneurs who are in this platform, that the way they can actually go about it to benefit from, especially from the enablers?
Okay, thank you. So let me begin by telling you how we joined Blue Moon. So Blue Moon is an incubation center. So it's only for agriculture businesses and related businesses, actually. There are also some agri-tech businesses. So youth have different idea, but they don't have access to different kinds of things like finances, network, and youth needs. We need many things, but we don't have the access. So that was the challenge on the first place. Then, as we get into Blue Moon, the incubation program, we were able to know very small things, like small. They are considered as small things, but for us, as we are new for the agribusiness, and also we are youth, and our professional background is different from agriculture, so this was a challenge. So we began with writing business proposals, doing our financials, and things that seems very small but has big impact on the project overall. So after we joined Blue Moon, we got different kinds of trainings, and the platform, as I told you, is exposed to the external environment, external world. So we've been able to take different kinds of forums and different. So we've been able to get different kinds of network. So actually, it needs your strengths because we have other groups, we have other projects who joined with us, but some of them doesn't succeed because sometimes we don't have the awareness that agribusinesses, of course, can go higher and can get succeed. So I think for Zafri, we are, I think, icons favored, and Betty, the co-founder, Bethlehem Dejani, the other Betty, we're both Betty. So she's a strong person. She has a strong personality. She always fights to get what she wanted. So, so I think it was a good platform for us to overcome our challenge. Let me tell you something. When I was attending in the university a few years back, Department of Agriculture was not considered as best field of study. Even I remember they used to call them farmers, and they used to give them some names. But the truth is, everything is based on farmers. I mean, and the agriculture business as whole. So I think this is also another challenge for youth to get into such kind of programs and and just to get involved on such platforms. So yeah.
Yeah,
So I think yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
thank
Thank
you.
you. Yeah.
I mean, Sid, I just want to come to you a little bit on the same path. I mean, we know that space technology is is such a fundamental opportunity right now in Africa and globally. And we just see space travel just started, and so what do you how is that going to help champion that particular pathway of working with probably different agropreneurs and just being one of the enablers in that ecosystem, and how are you looking at probably even partnering with the diversity with the diverse agripreneurs in different countries?
Okay. Uh, Thanks, Kelvin. So, space technologies account for a lot that we have on the ground today. For example, the laptop that you're looking at, the cell phones that we use, the internet that we use right now to speak to each other, was all founded out of space. So we have a lot to give to what's up there. Bring it back down to earth, and you look at the value chain that you can create. It starts with in anything to do with agriculture. It starts from before, then you have your current, and then you have your yield and your after, right? So what you plan on planting, you should make an informed decision. It shouldn't be hard to access information about your soil that you're planting in. It shouldn't be hard to access the inputs, the seed, the fertilizer, all that, and to access the right stuff for your soil. So if you have prior information from the satellite, for example, from our data company, and you have that information on the ground saying that in this specific area, it's this type of soil, and for this season, it's best that you should plant. Obviously, agronomists would come in on this place, and for this season, you should plant soya for your 5 hectares, so you can yield X amount. So the farmer now, the rural farmer, now can be told by their cooperative or whatever that, you know what, you guys plant soya because there's a shortage, and coming this year, we're gonna be able to export that and get better value for your money. So it comes from before. So it's about predictive yielding, predictive production, which hits so many SDGs, if you can think of, food insecurity, proper planning and production. It all boils down to that. In 2018 or something, Zambia overproduced tomatoes. When I'm saying overproduced, they had so many tomatoes. People were throwing away truckloads of tomatoes, and people like in America are paying $10 a bottle of tomato ketchup. So we threw away tons and tons and tons of tomatoes, and everyone who planted tomatoes, the prices crashed, and it was a nightmare. And then just this year alone, nobody planted tomatoes. So what does that mean? Now we've got to import the tomatoes in. So we've got to bring them in from South Africa or Zimbabwe, which is good. We're supporting our neighbors, but we have enough production here to sustain the local economy. So it's about that. It's about the past, and then we'll talk about the present. You've planted your soya. Now you want to know whether the army worms are coming or the locusts are coming. You tap into some satellite data. Boom, boom, boom. These are the data points that I, as a company in Zambia and in the region, will be giving the rural, the tiniest person farmer on the ground. Those are the people I'll be giving. So you'll know when the locusts are coming in 3 months before. So you start buying your insecticide. You start buying your preventive shields that will block them from entering your farm. Then talk about climate change, and you think, okay, you know what, in 2 weeks from now, it's going to be so arid that if I don't water my plants enough, I might lose my all my crop, all my yield. So let me start watering it at this certain amount. You know how now you have most rural farmers are watering using like hose pipes or a little bit of a sprinkler or something. And even those sprinklers have evolved. And that's what's amazing, that everything has evolved more and more. Now it even that little sprinkler has started to become like a little bit of drip irrigation. So instead of being like a sprinkler that, you know, those that go around, instead of that, now there's this thing called a wobbler, and they put it in the middle of the field, and it looks like it's raining. I love going under the wobbler because it reminds me of childhood when I just go and dance in the rain. So it's so cool that the technology keeps on improving, and it's just about utilizing and just knowing. And if we don't give power to the people by knowledge, by information, by data, if we don't give them that information, what do you expect? We're not going to get anywhere. We're not going to get anywhere. We're not going to increase our crop yields. We're not going to have huge agriculture companies. Sorry, Betty, I know you run a agribusiness hub, but we're not going to have the people coming into your place if there's no data feeding into you. Even your agribusiness hub, Betty, Blue Moon, you want to give the best data for your people so that investors can invest in those businesses, correct? So if you have the right data, then you have the right path and the right future, because then you are making a calculated guess. You're not making a spontaneous, today I'm going to plant my crops, or today I need to fertilize them, and today I need to. You have an educated guess, and this comes down to, again, it builds into like virtual agriculture schools, learning platforms, education platforms, which all just tie into a whole ecosystem, and that's the beauty of it all, guys. I think it's about using technology to disrupt that whole value chain, and each part of it needs to come and be disrupted somehow.
Yeah.
So that's the way it is, brother.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think because of time, our time has really past spent. So I just want us to give our parting shot, and I think then we should be done. So we'll start with Shamo, and then we go to Betty, and then I'll go to Adebaju, and then I'll come back to Sid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kelvin. I really want to echo Sid's inputs. And as we looked into some of these new work opportunities or entrepreneurship opportunities for young people to get into, what Sid is talking about is mainly called the Internet of Things. And such information and data is very important. And you'll see that as the patterns change for management and so on, that some large-scale commercial farming will require that you have an IoT manager, for example. And Sid indicated also that you've got a lot of technology that comes from space and brought down to Earth. You look at the experiments that NASA have had with aeroponics and how to get more young people into dynamic programs like that, and vertical farming specialists, precision agricultural technologists, horticulturalists, agronomists. These are skills and work opportunities that need to be mainstreamed. And this large data, the new data age, they call it the fourth industrial revolution in itself, will require that we are able to really manage our data correctly, harness our data and be able to utilize it effectively. In Lead Africa, we've got a process that we call the future search process, just like the Sid had indicated, where you look at the past and you look at the data from the past and saying, from that data, how has it brought us to where we are currently? And currently, where are we and where do we want to go in the future? So that future search process is very important to put in place, especially in Africa, because as we know that we're expecting almost $3.4 trillion to be invested into the continent within the next 10 years. But through the report and the research that we also did with the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, where we had to look at the capacity of African farmers to manage foreign direct investment. We found that that was lacking. So training and skills development is very key, Dr. Kelvin, that we are able to give our people and the farmers on the ground the right leadership techniques and management skills, the right entrepreneurship in terms of innovations like your hydroponics, aeroponics, aquaculture, and drone technology, and so on. Very important, but also looking at the enterprise development element and saying, how do we create incentivized programs where young people, as they get involved in the agriculture sector and starting their enterprises, we're able to support them in terms of their value chain, from their inputs to the production to the agro-processing. And how do we create access to markets through what they've produced? These are enablers in themselves, and it's important that as stakeholders, we come together, we collaborate, and we look at aspects that can ensure that Africa can feed itself. You know, one of the key things that I always say is that Africa needs investment and not aid. We are tired of aid. We don't want aid. We need investment. We've got people on the ground. We've got young people who are interested in agriculture. And over the past 15 years, we were able to mainstream young people in the agriculture sector. And now they can't come up with that issue of saying young people are not interested in agriculture. Because when you look at the databases that we have, in each province in South Africa, we've got at least 100 young people who are involved at some point in agriculture. But it's in creating the right value chain, the right systems, and creating the right process for them to be able to be commercially viable. Because we don't want just agriculturalists or farmers who are just there for subsistence farming. We need to ensure that our young farmers become commercially viable and they are able to be to invest and reinvest into their enterprises. And through policies and programs that are implemented by our continent at the African Union level, like CAADP, and even at national level, like your Comprehensive Producer Development Support Program and your CASP and your LRAD within South Africa, it's clear that we need to ensure that we understand the fourth industrial revolution and how the young people can play a significant role in the future. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Yeah, Betty, go next.
Okay, thank you. So, I think I'm going to tell you a little bit about SAFRI because since we are doing with small farmers, local farmers, we have been facing different challenges, starting from the raw material, even with government officials. But we have overcome those challenges. I can say it's because we have a dream and we have faith in ourselves. So I think youth has to be empowered, and they have to be empowered and inspired. I think.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Am I still on here?
Okay,
Maybe
so
you are muted.
Zindamba and then Adiba. Sorry.
I think, okay. For me, my closing remarks is there is so many opportunities in the agriculture sector, especially for Africa and Zambia. There are so many opportunities. All we need is stakeholders, everyone. We have something to play. We have something to bring to the table. The farmers need us. We need to work as partners. Coming from the past, maybe in the previous 10 years back, people were working in isolation. And my age to everyone who's in the agriculture sector is, let's be open-minded, because At the end of the day, we are trying to work towards food security to grow out Africa out of poverty ourselves and not depend on aid, like my brother said earlier. So it's very important for us to actually not just speak about these things, but implement them, because the farmers need us. We need technology, we need market players, we need finance, we need insurance. This is what the farmers need, and this is the only way we're going to develop the agriculture sector. It is very important, and I think it's a key factor for us to go forward, to just work together. So let's be open-minded. We are the people who've already taken a step out there to try and make agriculture better in Africa, and we should be open-minded to help other people that are coming, the youth, the younger generation. They depend on us. If we're not going to be open enough to have collaboration and to just be open to work with other people, we'll still be having this conversation 10 years from now. So for me, I think it's very important for us to just foster development and work in partnership for development of Africa. Thank you.
Thanks. Adebaji. Adepeju, please. Sid, kindly go ahead.
These are the closing remarks, right, Calvin?
Yes, please. Yeah. So just make it brief. Yeah.
Sure. So just to again reiterate what everyone has said, and I think I'd like to leave a nugget for the future and what I see going on in the next year or 2 or 3. I see an Africa with an increased productive rate in agriculture. I see an Africa with some amazing technology made by the people from Africa, made by the people from the ground. And I see us becoming net exporters to the world. I think it's time we reclaim what is truly ours, and that is, we are the powerhouse of the world, and it's up to us to make it happen. So I leave with those nuggets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this has been a fantastic panel, and thank you very much for the conversation that we had, and also definitely, I mean, for me, I might say the conference has been quite inspirational and also quite a good avenue to be able to connect. So I think that has been really good. Thank you very much, Sid. Thank you very much, Zindaba. Thank you very much, Betty. Thank you very much, Shamo. And I would just like to thank you. And in this, I would like to welcome Mr. Hamad of it all, and we'll be taking over the Impact X Champ Award. And ladies and gentlemen, you are actually free to leave the stage now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And so here's my new project in the Volta region, where by a year time we are hoping to supply Ghanaian people organic and correct lettuce. So to others, people say farming is dead, and we always say that farming is a potential.
Mr. Amard. Got an ARD.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is Muvambe Kevin Chenda, Director of Communications for Sensex Africa. And what an event so far. Day 2, we keep going. The previous panel, the panelists, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. You guys, the outpouring response from everybody has just been immense. And don't forget, everyone, panelists and people watching at home, I want you to share this on all your socials with the hashtags Sensex Africa, hashtag We Need Oya, hashtag AIT 2021 is not just a conference, but a movement. And ladies and gentlemen, we keep going. Right now, I want to introduce a very, very special individual to Sensex Africa. This guy, we've been seeing this gentleman on the promo video for the AIT 2021. If you could see the guy with the amazing English, the guy with the amazing energy. He's a youth mentor. He's passionate about agriculture, and this actually aligns with what this conference is all about. This is about youth empowerment. This is about pushing the African continent into new frontiers. And ladies and gentlemen, my guy, Ahmad Vital. Take it, brother.
Thank you all for having me, as always. And welcome to all the participants in the Impact X-Champ Awards. And I'd also like to, show some love to all of the panelists, all of the people, conducting workshops, and all of my colleagues from across the world who are looking to empower the youth across the country and in Africa and different things of that nature, and trying to, get them into the agribusiness. I'm grateful to be here for this opportunity, facilitated by Sensex and OYA and the UNIDO. My name is Ahmad Vital. I'm representing That Guy Media Group, and I serve as a speaker, author, consultant, and a mentor to young adults through professionals and through the ministry as well. One of the things that I love to do is I love to see young people succeed. That's the bottom line. We're all here to do that, and I'm glad to join my colleagues in these efforts. Over the years, I have traveled to Africa many times, and most recently, I was in Zambia in 2017, and I was able to visit the Trapapa Primary School. And, it was very inspiring to see the young minds, all the bright minds who are out there. And you could tell that the future is going to be great in Zambia and definitely other places across Africa. But there also were some challenges. And the challenges were that a lot of these young people had to walk, several kilometers just to get to school and get an education. And when you talk about acquiring education, the education is going to put them in position to succeed. So we must do everything in our power to make sure that these young people have the best opportunity to succeed, because the knowledge, the land, the resources, the skills, all of this is going to help generate income for their families, and more so for their larger communities and their countries at large. When you look at the agriculture business, I have a lot of immense respect for it. And whereas there's a lot of ways that agriculture has changed over the years, obviously back in the day, it was a lot more hands-on. There was a lot of things going on in that nature. However, technological advances have made agriculture a little different. But at the end of the day, let's just keep it simple. You have seed time and harvest time. Seed time. And really and truly, if for anyone who's ever been in the farming industry for any amount of time, the thing is that delayed gratification is something that farmers are definitely involved in. You have to put in the work and know that it's going to take some time before that crop, that seed, can manifest into something greater. And that is what we're all doing here today with the AIT conference. We want to plant seeds into the young people. We want to plant, knowledge into the young people. We want to plant wisdom, insight, and give them the motivation to be able to pull together and make things happen. So as I speak to the X-Champ recipients who are out there and listening to this broadcast, I want you to keep an open mind. Keep an open mind to the fact that there's going to be advisors, there's going to be investors, there's going to be mentors, and they're going to be giving you things that are going to help you succeed. I want you to keep an open mind, because the work that you put into this is going to be worth it. Your family is worth it. Your community is worth it. Your country is worth it. And with that, the global society is worth it by your work and your dedication to making sure that you build a strong agribusiness. Sensex has presented an amazing opportunity, partnered with OIA and UNIDO. There's 6 deserving young adults who are going to be part of this Impact X-Champ Awards. And when you look at the slogan, AIT slogan is, this is not just a conference, it's a movement. And I find that slogan very inspiring and very interesting at the same time. And what I mean by that is, as we get started and we get into the award ceremony, I want to focus on 3 words: impact, empowerment, and movement. Now, when you look at impact, we're going to focus on impact right now. This goes beyond the skills, education, and the strategies you'll get through the process. Impact is generational, right? This is going to go well beyond you. This is going to go to your families, and your families have different levels. Mother, father, yourself, and then you may have some siblings as well. But you also have the extended family, your communities, your countries, and everyone is watching you. But it starts with building sustainable wealth for your family to be able to produce what is needed and necessary for your families. And the beautiful thing is that when you talk about impact, it does go beyond you. And going beyond you is also going to be the idea that as you build this, as you get mentored, as you get advised, and as you get the investments needed to be able to build your business, you now will have the knowledge and the know-how to be able to move forward and do some things. And what'll be beautiful about that is 10 to 15 years from now, you can look back with all of those skills you had, and you can reach back and find the teenage version of you and empower them to do the same. So that is how the impact is going to go well beyond your life and be able to extend it. You will become a bridge builder. You will become the mentor. Right now you are receiving, soon you will be giving that to others. Now with the impact, you also have empowerment. Empowerment is what this entire conference is about. People are invested in seeing you succeed. Youngsters, allow those seeds to be implanted. Allow those seeds to take root in you. Allow them to grow. Be open. Listen. Be obedient in the idea that these people want to see you win and want to see you do great in the agribusiness. There are so many different ways you can go about this. But when you talk about empowerment, not only do you need to allow it, you need to receive it and be able to embody that, to be able to do what you need to do in the agribusiness and move forward and be great in everything you do. So you have the impact and you have the empowerment. Now it's the movement. And if anything has taught us from this conference going forward, with all of the great speakers who have preceded me, all of the great panelists, all of the great, inspiring minds from across the world who are in a multitude of different businesses, they are willing and ready to join you in this movement. But here's the beautiful point about this. This is the movement that's going on, but it's not an outside entity that is the movement. You, the youth of Africa, you are the movement. You are the future. You are going to be the producers of essential foods for your country, for your community, your family, and for the world at large. The agriculture business, the agribusiness needs you to step up and be that person and be part of that movement. Get the knowledge, learn the skills, be adaptable in this climate. A lot of things have changed over the last years, and I know some people have dealt with a number of different challenges. But as we've known through human history, we are a resilient people. We are innovative in that way. And the beautiful thing is that now we've overcome. We're on the other side of those challenges. Now it's time to make moves. It's time to be the movement, to engage in the movement, to press forward and make new things happen. These people are lined up here ready to make sure that the youth in Africa have everything they need to be able to move forward and make a great agribusiness going forward. This is your time and your moment. Make the most of it. You will do great and amazing things. This life moment is an opportunity like none other. And I'm grateful that all 6 of you have taken this on. You are the entrepreneurs. You are the future. You are the bridge builders within your family. Wear that, own that. This is what you do, and this is what you're becoming. Allow all those who want to see you make this happen, push forward. You represent the impact, the empowerment, and the movement. This is not just a conference. This is generational. This is wealth. This is building, and this is success happening right here in this very moment. What you are doing right now will change the world. And what people are putting into you will change the world. Allow one more seed, all of these seeds, to be put into you and make great and amazing things happen in your life and life for many to come in Africa and across the world. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ahmad. We thank you so much. We thank you for gracing our platform. We thank you for spreading your knowledge. We thank you for your passion. I don't know what more I could have said about the Impact X Champ segment, because this is, the conference is cool. Talking about these issues that, pertain to the opportunities for the youth in Africa are cool. But this is the time where we implement. You understand? We take this into our communities. All the talking that's fine. But without, the after effect, I don't think this would go nowhere. So Ahmad, we applaud you, we salute you, and thank you so much, brother. And we thank you we thank you for your media group as well for the visuals. That was a fantastic ad. So, thank you so much, brother. That Guy Media Group, it's on, brother. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence and your knowledge, your passion, and your wisdom. I salute you, brother.
Thank you all. And I'm glad you all had me on. And youth is what we're here for. Yeah. Youth is what That Guy Media Group wants to represent and move forward with. The bottom line is we have no future without the youth. And young adults are the future, whether it's here in Texas or here in Africa. The bottom line is that we have to make sure that they have all the tools needed to be able to move forward. And thank you, Sensex Africa, for having me on. Available for anything you guys need and anyone who wants to reach out to me, any of the social media platforms. But thank you all for having me, and look forward to working with the X-Champ nominees here in the near future.
Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amal Vital. Join me with other leaders, entrepreneurs, power players in the agribusiness, and government officials from across the world for the Agriculture, Innovation, and Technology Conference on July 21st and 22nd. This two-day virtual conference is hosted by Sensex Africa in collaboration with Opportunity for Youth, a program implemented by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and the Food and Agriculture Organization. The AIT conference is looking to strengthen value chains by utilizing innovative technologies for inclusive economic growth and job creation in agriculture and agribusiness. The greatest challenge to young men and young women in Africa is job acquisition, skills, and the ability to provide for their families. With that said, stay tuned for an empowering segment where 6 nominees were selected in hopes of winning the Impact X Champ Awards. Youth from the countries of Zambia, Cabo Verde, Ghana, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Tunisia, and Kenya will be involved in the X Champ Awards. Panel discussions, workshops, exhibitions, it's all right here at the AIT conference. Here are some of the speakers who will be in attendance. Mr. Lee Young, the Director General of United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Mr. Malobi Obeche, founder of Pan-African Traders. Ms. Larissa Miller. Mr. Joseph Olivier Bailey. Ms. Lubamilia Jordanova. Dr. Tamra Kunda, and a host of other entrepreneurs, policymakers, and power players in the agribusiness. This conference is a great opportunity for you to get involved. Whether you'd like to be involved as a participant or a partner, log on today at senzexafrica.eu for more information. Remember, with AIT, it's not just a conference, it's a movement.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Thank you so much to Ahmad Vital. I mean, if you need more validation, or you need to seek validation about how passionate us as individuals are about forwarding the African continent and empowering the youth, just look at Ahmad's submission. It was fantastic, and we salute you, brother. Thank you so much, and we love that suit too. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just I don't even know what to say, because for us as a team, for me, this is a win. I'm introducing a woman of substance, a leader, a trailblazer. This lady has been on the international stage, local stage. She continues to inspire, impact the youth as well through her initiatives. She's a legal counsel. She's a mother. She's everything in a whole bag of one. She packs a punch. She's a member of our executive advisory board here at Sensex, and she mentors us. And she was our former first lady. I don't know what to say. This is so special for me. I'm filled with so much joy. My boss is filled with so much joy. We have a trailblazer, ladies and gentlemen, on our stage, gracing us, here to impart knowledge, wisdom, the former first lady, Dr. Maureen Mwanawasa, our mother. Thank you so much, Mom.
Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful afternoon to listen to so many speakers and very passionately about our continent. And I feel privileged to be part of this great team and energized working with young people. This afternoon, I'm making a presentation which I've coined Agriculture, the Cornerstone of Economic Revolution in Africa. Africa is well positioned to have almost 60% of its population to be young people. Africa is privileged to host most of the natural resources in the world, which require transitioning from potential to viable activities. This is a challenge, at the same time, a very great opportunity for the continent. A very great opportunity for young people on the continent, which they must seize and run with it. Africa is geographically positioned as the breadbasket for itself and beyond. And many characteristics of Africa support this assertion. For example, we have massive arable land, fresh natural water bodies, human resource, and above all, average literacy levels. These factors, coupled with the young population, will put the weight of economic growth on solid ground. Many countries have made agriculture a priority in the economic growth, but there is need to ensure that structured approach is used in achieving these objectives. Equally, research and development must be an ongoing program in order to ensure that progression in agriculture is measurable. Commodity trade within the continent and beyond must also be encouraged and be measurable. The competitive advantage of the countries must also be measurable in order to streamline marketing systems. Value addition to what is being produced is a must. and therefore appropriate technology and transfer of technology must be emphasized. The SADC region have signed so many protocols, one of them industrialization, and agriculture cannot be taken in isolation because it attracts plenty of opportunities of employment through food mass production and other non-edible agricultural crops. While most African youths are not employed, according to the World Bank statistics, we will need 350 million new jobs by 2035. And we believe that through activities like SANSEX, this should be able to be achieved. Therefore, youth must realize the potential that lies in agriculture as an opportunity for their livelihood. SANSEX and other global partners must create conducive environment that attracts young people to agriculture. For example, through making youth access to information and communication technologies tailored for agriculture. Most rural areas have no access to electricity, be it through hydro, solar, or other alternative energy. This calls for deliberate government policies to ensure that energy infrastructure is fast-tracked and made available. Access to IT education in primary and education schools in rural areas is far from being available due to lack of deliberate and intentional infrastructure development. Furthermore, policies on land ownership must not be discriminated against based on gender and age in order to create more access and sense of ownership to land. Access to modern farming equipment through individuals or pooled access to the various rural activities or areas should be made available, even on a hired basis. Access to agricultural equipment must be available on hired basis or individual ownership. Skills training and access to finances and financial education should be made adaptable and available on an ongoing basis. Young people should be encouraged to position themselves as not only beneficiaries, but also as drivers of these changes. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to mention at this point that SANSEX has been able to inspire and impact young people in the just recent concluded training program. We commend the global partners for their unwavering support to this movement. The importance of agriculture in the reduction of poverty, hunger, and diseases cannot be overemphasized. The contribution of agriculture to economic growth is immense and must continue to be supported. The young people who are at the base of the pyramid of economic emancipation hold the key to ensuring that Africa's agricultural sector, and indeed it grows to unprecedented heights, and so that livelihoods of people on the continent will automatically be impacted. The population of these young people will create a big impact on the much needed markets for the goods and services in the agriculture sector. I've deliberately referred to the base of the pyramid. The base of the pyramid at the moment occupies the majority of the young people. It carries the face of unemployment. It carries the face of desperate young people. It carries the face of diseases and poverty. But these are the numbers that needs to be lifted from that bottom of the pyramid to the apex of the pyramid because once these young people are empowered, the sky is the limit. Africa will be able to be a continent to marvel because we have what it takes to be any developed or indeed a first continent in the world. So I would like, as an executive of SANSEX, to say that this program remains a movement so that no one remains behind. Thank you very much to the previous discussants and to those who are about to speak after all of us. Thank you so much.
Dr. Mwanawasa. I was so excited. I felt like I should have read longer, but thank you so much for gracing us, your knowledge and your wisdom. We thank you so much for being a mother of the nation. We thank you so much for inspiring the youth and women of this country. We thank you so much, Mom.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. Well, it has been very, very amazing. And to be honest, I have been having goosebumps just from everything that's been happening. And looking at it, it's a very amazing experience to actually even be here. And for the fact that we're doing this for the youths themselves have responded in a very positive manner. And I'm really happy. But looking at Facebook comments, you know, the hashtags, Instagram, and all these social media platforms that are very, very, very good. Also, I would like to thank Ahmad as well as my mother. Yes. And I just want to appreciate you for your time, for coming through and also being a part of this. We appreciate your time. We love you so, so much. Now, because everyone's been waiting for this, we are having two very special people on stage. We're going to be announcing the winners. And I'm really excited about this because, I mean, I'm a youth. And being a youth is a very good platform. So allow me to introduce our CEO, that's Bibusa, who's going to be coming through, as well as the beautiful Tato. Welcome, and yeah, praises.
Hi, Innocent. Thank you so much for having me. Because I have a guest, I'll allow Tato to introduce herself first, and then I'll introduce myself. You have to unmute yourself, Tato.
Thank you very much for having me here. I'm very excited and looking forward to the awards.
So if you can just introduce yourself, Tato, what you do, tell us about the Makeba Foundation, and then I'll give a brief description of myself, and then I'll come up.
No problem. As Bibi has already mentioned, my name is Tato Mokotu, all the way from South Africa, based in a small town called Bloemfontein in the Free State. And I'm currently the new chairperson of Miriam Makeba Center for Girls, which is based in Midrand in Johannesburg in South Africa. As we all know, Miriam Makeba was the well-known artist or a singer who actually used to praise all countries in Africa, and she is well known as the Umama Africa. And one thing that I like about her is she loved young girls. And even at her center that we're trying to revive at the moment, she had a tunnel where she wanted to actually try to assist the girls to grow agriculture products and be able to sustain themselves and train them and further. But I think as Africans, because of the experience that we know about Umama Africa, which is Dr. Miriam Makeba, we know what she stands for. We know the things that she has done for Africa and how she suffered to make sure that we as South Africans get people outside the world get to know what's happening in South Africa. So it's our time now to see how we can assist as Africans to revive the center of Mama Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tatu. Thank you. That was amazing. I think a lot of us don't know about that there is a foundation of Mama Makeba. I have the privilege to know that because we are connected, and I see the good works that you post on LinkedIn when you go, help the girls. Most of them that I see are the girls that you help in the community. And so I'm just thinking that I think we need to do more of an action togetherness, because she made an impact. Music is such an impactful way of transitioning a message, right? And Mama Makeba was such a respected person. Her music had, my daughter is named Malaika, and whenever anybody asks her, yes, and whenever everybody asks her what her name, she immediately starts to sing Mama Makeba's song. And and when and sometimes she's asked, oh, but isn't that Swahili? And she said, no, Mama Makeba who sang my song was from South Africa. And Malaika, even my tribe, actually means an angel. What I'm trying to say is that her music was universal and her music had a meaning. And I think you're doing such a beautiful thing that it's transitioning into the young people community. Quickly introducing myself. I'm going to just say something quick before we start presenting the awards. I speak a lot at different events. I've organized events. And so this event for me is very special and unique. Thankfully, UNIDO have been great partners of Sensex Africa. OYA, they have this program implemented by FAO and UNIDO, helping the youth. And I'm so happy that they've actually started activities such as in Zambia, we have girls, in the agro-business that have been trained in the and marketing commerce training, which was 10 weeks. I think for me, that's giving them the leverage and the knowledge to go further. But when we were organizing this event, I somehow wanted to make an impact to the youth that, yes, we're having the conversations, yes, we're having panels, but what are we doing? What are you, Tato, when you attend this conference? How do you feel like? What has been your impact apart from coming and, listening to the panels? And that's why we decided to come up with the Impact X Champ. The X is an infinite number. And so we decided impacting for the champions. If you've noticed, we haven't put champion because they are transitioning to a full champion. So the X is an infinite number. We would love to help as many champions as we can, but we wanted to start with the 6 from the 6 pilot countries. And then we hope that they will adopt and adapt, meaning whatever mentorship program they are going to receive from the next 4 weeks to 12 months, they will have to adapt it into their community and peers. That's very important. And that's why the X comes in, because we want our X-champs, our Ds, to be able to impact not just their families, but their communities. And also another thing for people like you and me, Tato, that have the resources to be able to tap into finance or people that can help them. I think our impact should just not be based on asking or talking about we need help. Basically, even us giving these young people the leverage and the time to be appreciated of what they do will go a very long way. I believe and I hope that they will also make an impact as we are making. In the next 10 years, I hope that one of them will be, spoken as a legend. And I hope this is the beginning of a journey for them to impact and to make the Africa that we want. It's the little steps that we need to take to achieve the greater vision that we all want to have. So I will now just take over, let you, Tato, to start with the first presentee award, and I will present the next one who's receiving the award. I'm so excited.
I'm also looking forward to announcing the first lady that we're going to be presenting the award to. But before I can start with that, one thing that you've said, Bibi, that is very important is that we all need to play our part in the community where we are situated in. And I always say, when you attend a conference, but now this is a movement. When you attend a movement, the movement is because you need to move. You need to actually acknowledge and take the knowledge that you have learned today and do something about it. Because you can attend as many conferences, webinars. It does not really matter how many can you attend, but as long as you're not going to do anything with the information, you just wasted your time. So it's about moving with anything that you have learned today. So before I can actually take it further, because now I'm starting to get very passionate about that, the first award is gonna go. Yeah, I really get very passionate when it comes to the youth and them saying, pay it forward. You know, whatever that you learn, whatever that how you assisted, make sure that you also pay it forward. You also assist those that are coming behind you, and you lift as you rise. So that's my motto in life, to say you lift as you rise. So
just before you present, are you passionate because you had a challenge in youth, or are you passionate because you've been nurtured to be helpful for the youth? Because motivation comes from either the challenges or the nurturing.
I can say I've been both. I grew up from the parents that have been entrepreneurs. So that was part of the nurturing, to say I am who I am because of my mom, who has been an entrepreneur all her life. But throughout the you know how life goes, I managed to find myself in a situation where I had to now really take the bull by the horns. And I'm saying that's us. We go through life cycles, but it does not mean whatever it is that you are faced with is the end of the world. You might learn from it, but all you have to do is to pick up your socks and see what is it that you have learned from each and every experience, and how do you move forward. And learning that every situation, it actually brings something into your life. It actually it initiates something in you to say, what is it that I've learned from the experience, and how do I take the experience, and how do I move forward? So for me, is that every single experience that I've went through in my life, whether it was good, whether it was bad, it was meant to happen for me to be the person that I am today. So that's the message that I'm taking out there, to say, whatever it is that you're going through, whatever it is that you went through, it was supposed to happen, but it's up to you for now to lift up yourself and to say, where do you want to see yourself? Because now all the speakers said everything, and it's up to you now to see how do you lift yourself up, and how do you go into the agriculture and face the world and make yourself be out there. It's your chance now as the youth. So I'm going to present an award, and the award goes to a Ghanaian who has a degree in resource management and entrepreneurship from University of Energy and Natural Resources in Ghana. She has a small track record in contributing to small business growth in waste recycling, and currently starting an agribusiness in mushroom production and processing from sawdust. So put your hands together for Judith Ilanam Deku. Sorry if I pronounce it well, incorrectly.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the award. The name is Elinam. That's the name. Elinam. Judith Elinam.
I'm learning my sister. Elena, don't worry. Next time I'm gonna say it perfectly. Elena.
Okay. Thank you very much. In fact, this is a very great honor than me. I'm very much excited to be selected for this award. It's I don't know, and with this conference, from what the panelists and brought up, the work from the panel discussions, it's been great that they've impacted us a lot, and I hope that with the opportunities that come with the award, I'm also going to grow in the sector and impact those that are after me, or those that are also interested, or those that I would through my empowerment empower as well. Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
Like
you.
we said, you must pay it forward, my sister. And I have trust in you, and I know you can do it.
Thank you.
All the best. That was our winner, Judith. And now I'm going to take it over to Bibi, who's going to present the second award winner.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Tato. The next awardee is Dumisani Jere from Lusaka, Zambia. He's an agriculture engineer, very interesting, with qualifications in sustainable organic farming. He can't win this at a better time when we're talking about circular economy. He's also a champion to use technology for agriculture for sustainable and efficient agriculture sector. If I can have Dumisani come up and get his award, or he can also say one or two things on how he will use this opportunity to impact his community. Thank you. Can we please have Dumisani on the stage, please? Hello, Dumisani. We see you are in a bus. Do you have one or two things to say about this award? You have to unmute yourself, please. Okay, so your award looks like that, Dumisani. Beautiful, beautiful award, but we are expecting that the 12 months of mentoring, you'll go through a 12 months of business coaching. Which actually forgot to say, 90% of the speakers that spoke on the panel are ready to mentor one person. Dumisani, do you have one thing to say, one sentence to say anything? You have to unmute yourself. Okay, if Dumisani is not ready, we'll pull him up down. Thank you so much, Dumisani, for trying. I'll hand it over to you, Tato, to present to the next awardee.
Thank you very much, Bibi. Now we're going to award another amazing young man. This award goes to Terence Temba. Terence was born in Lusaka in Zambia. He has a diploma in general agriculture management, and this has made it possible for him to work with 2 leading companies in Zambia. Terence, congratulations on your award. Terence, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so excited for this award. For me, indeed, this is a great honor, and I'm pretty much happy to be excited that I was part of this movement. You know, coming from a country where agriculture is mainly regarded as an old man's task, and for retirees, such ideas and such recognition gives every youth a very challenge to invest in agriculture, no matter the occupation. Yesterday's conference, I followed what Miss Larissa Miller said. She mentioned something about the Stone Age. She said the Stone Age didn't end because we ran out of stones. It ended because of progress. Therefore, I believe it's high time we combined innovation, technology in agriculture as a way of progressing in this venture. Therefore, as a youth in Zambia winning this award, it means I'm going to move on with this venture. And to every youth in Zambia and Africa, I urge you all to do the same. Thank you very much for the award.
Congratulations. Now I'm going to hand it over to Bibi to continue with the awards.
Thank you so much. You know, as as the organizer and presenter herself, you have to bear with me when I kind of glitch away. So I'm going to present the next awardee. This is Mariam Yakubu. Very funny enough, I've been chatting with Mariam, but she had no idea that I'm the Sensex Africa CEO. So it was only last night when she was like, "What? I've actually been talking to the all this time." But that's the beauty of women. That's the beauty of women empowerment. You flap your wings away to empower the woman in front of you, because as women, as youth, when we empower each other, you know, they always say, you know, when you educate a woman, you educate a community. No, I think when you educate a youth, you educate a community, because I do know male entrepreneurs that have been so well integrated and so aggressive like the women in terms of community impact. Anyway, Mariam is from Sokoto State. She's also one of only the luckiest entrepreneurs coming from Ghana. We were choosing from 6, but she sent such an applauding remarks of why she should win this award. And we said, let's give her a chance and show. And also she, her products are reaching Ghana, and Ghana is one of the 6 countries. So we decided to add her in. She's a graduate of archaeology, completely something different from agriculture. And she worked for a Limelight company that was into agro-processing and exploitation. So I think that's where she got her passion about agriculture. Her company processes products, finer millet, they do tiger nut powder, shea powder, they do so many processing products. And congratulations, Miriam, to this award. In 1 minute, can you please let us know how you are going to impact your community? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm so excited. I'm really excited. I don't know how to express how grateful I am for this opportunity. I thank God. I thank you. I thank Malobi for connecting me with you. I am just so grateful for this opportunity. And already I'm so passionate about helping the women in my community to grow in business. Like, I'm known for that. So with this opportunity, it's going to expand. I'll draw a lot of people to benefit from this award. I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful. I am the founder of Mainstream Limelight Limited. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, Tatu, I will allow you to present the last 2 presenters. Unfortunately, we don't have them because of internet connections, but we can give the last presentations digitally here on the platform, and we will wait for the team to introduce the keynote speaker before we end the event.
Okay, thank you so much, Bibi. On my list, I have Sharon Mutinga, all the way from Kenya. She runs an integrated farm where she's practiced soil and management, aquaculture, crop health. She runs quite a lot of things, water management, as well as pollution and byproduct waste management. Wow, Sharon, you are doing wonderful things. Congratulations. And like we've been saying, please tell us, what is it that you're going to be doing for your community?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Sharon Mutinga. I'm a communications graduate who decided to venture into farming. I'm from Kenya. And first of all, I'd just like to extend my utmost gratitude to Sensex Africa for this opportunity. It's truly, truly humbling, and I'm very, very grateful. I just hope to mentor other youth like me to take up farming from where I come from, you find that many youth shy away from farming because they think, oh, it's not a cool profession. There's no money in farming. It's a dirty job. But like I always say, dirty hands equate to clean money. So I just hope to be a role model to the youth, encourage them to take up agriculture and agribusiness, not just as a hobby, but as a business. And hopefully we can all grow this industry and contribute to food nutrition and security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sharon. And we're looking forward. And as our last winner, all I can say to all the winners is that it's upon all of you. I'm glad and I'm happy to pronounce that in South Africa, I'm the Brand South Africa ambassador for Brand South Africa. And the whole aim is to say, let's plow back, let's pay it forward, let's lift as we rise. And I'm happy that all of you are joining this movement to move it forward and to see how do we change Africa and become the Africa that we want. On that note, thank you very much for having me here and taking it back to Bibi.
Thank you so much, Tatu. This has been a very short and sweet presentation, and yet it just feels, and two women, actually, I didn't even think about balancing the gender on this one. The last awardee, unfortunately, can't join us. Her name is Deborah Ngandu. She's 24 years old in Zambia as well. We'll be getting in touch with her. Deborah, if you're able to see this on Facebook, you will know that we presented to you online, and you can see it on Facebook. We're just happy that you're able to take time to apply. We did get a lot of people that applied, Tatu, and for me, that's where I saw the lack of, we always talk about lack of financial access to finance, but our young generations don't even know how to do a basic business model that can help you look at your own structure, can help you look at the competitors, can help you look at the marketing strategy. Your little Bible, if I can call it, they don't know how to prepare that. And it starts from the application side, how you even apply to get an award or to get a loan will show how well you're prepared. And so I guess, I don't know, we will see in the future if we can help more of the youth to learn very basic, business plan models, very basic business plan itself. A lot of our entrepreneurs copy and paste business plans and then expect to make profits in the next 12 months. And when that is not happening, they get frustrated. And that's why it's important to have your own little Bible. I have businesses that after even so many years, probably only, I guess, broke even 4 or 5 years later. And I had to be patient. But guess what? I managed to go through that process because I had a mentor. I had a mentor that would tell me that, nope, you have to do it right. You have to be patient. And sometimes was even harder than my own family in terms of saving money and how to, be the mother on the side and the business owner on in the middle. Thank you so much. Before we leave, Tatu, tell us about if you do receive mentorship, how has that process been for you? And we'll wait to one of our team members comes and introduces our keynote speaker.
Okay. I think the most important thing about mentoring is that you have to find the correct mentor. Because sometimes you look at somebody and you think this person can mentor me, but for you to be a mentor, you need to understand what is it that's required from you as a mentee and as a mentor. So what I've learned, because I'm also a mentor for Allen Gray, and I mentor actually students that just completed their degrees, to say, when you go to school, you don't have to go to school for you to be able to go and work for someone, but how do you use your skills that you've just acquired to use them to open up a business? And remember, we have the high rate of unemployment rate, where we need our graduates not to go and seek for employment, but to use their skills to be able to open up businesses. But in order for them to do that, they need mentors that are willing to assist them. So it's always important to choose the correct mentor who will have time to mentor you, to get you to the next level. And you must see a difference in your life, a difference in your business while you have a mentor who gets you to where you want to be, even encourage you, and you that needs to understand you, that will make it easy for you to understand that you have to have patience. So nothing big happens eventually, like today or tomorrow. You must know that if you want to build a sustainable business, it will take time, but you have to have someone who assists you in terms of business planning, in terms of all the plans, strategic planning of your business, and so on. So my plea to the youth is that never be afraid to ask. Even if the person says no, you're not going to die. You can go to the next one who's willing to assist you, who's willing to mentor you. And if you're still not happy about the mentor that you currently have, you have a choice. You have a right to choose your icon. And this is not going to work for me. Let me rather get somebody who's actually going to give me more time and assist me in my life to move forward. So my plea out there is go out there, ask for people to mentor you. Some of them want to be paid. It depends on how bad enough you want to succeed. If you have to pay that person, listen, you can even get an extra work to an extra job, find something to do in order to pay the mentor that you want. But do it, because your future, it lies in your hands. So on that level, Bibi, it's very important to literally choose the correct mentor. And some mentors want paid, some are willing to do it freely, because we all have different ways or different
Would you go for a pay? I'm almost, I know my team says we're out and Dr. Justina will come are fabulous.
Yeah.
But would you rather, yes or no, would you rather choose a paid mentor or an unpaid mentor? And then next time when we have the event, we'll talk about
paid mentor. Paid mentor, I can ask for them. Why am I not seeing that? Because I'm paying them.
Okay. Thank you so much, Tatu, for coming on stage to present with us. You've been wonderful. And I just want to say thank you so much to everyone that has helped us, contributed, supported us, the speakers. We are not finished yet. And we will just allow someone from the team to introduce Dr. Mutale Justina, who is a very, 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 very special person to me. And she's been watching this event since yesterday, the whole time, and just rooting for us in the back. And I hope even you, Tato, can connect with her, because she has written a wonderful book on women on leadership. And, yes, I was with her last year in Vienna, and just when, when Harris was announced she'll be the president, and I remember Dr. Justina said, oh my God, just before I publish, at least now I can add her into my book as, the first Black woman to be elected as a vice president. So we'll just wait for the team to come on and introduce her. Thank you so much for your time. And I hope that the audience can still stay on and watch till the end. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bibi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amal Vital. Join me with other leaders, entrepreneurs, power players in the agribusiness, and government officials from across the world for the Agriculture, Innovation, and Technology Conference on July 21st and 22nd. This two-day virtual conference is hosted by Sensex Africa in collaboration with Opportunity for Youth, a program implemented by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and the Food and Agriculture Organization. The AIT conference is looking to strengthen value chains by utilizing innovative technologies for inclusive economic growth and job creation in agriculture and agribusiness. The greatest challenge to young men and young women in Africa is job acquisition, skills, and the ability to provide for their families. With that said, stay tuned for an empowering segment where 6 nominees were selected in hopes of winning the Impact X Champ Awards. Youth from the countries of Zambia, Cabo Verde, Ghana, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Tunisia, and Kenya will be involved in the X-Champ Awards. Panel discussions, workshops, exhibitions, it's all right here at the AIT conference. Here are some of the speakers who will be in attendance. Mr. Lee Young, the Director General of United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Mr. Malobi Obeche, founder of Pan-African Traders, Ms. Larissa Miller, Mr. Joseph Olivier Bailey, Ms. Lubamilia Jordanova, Dr. Tamra Kunda, and a host of other entrepreneurs, policymakers, and power players in the agribusiness. This conference is a great opportunity for you to get involved. Whether you'd like to be involved as a participant or a partner, log on today at synzexafrica.eu for more information. Remember, with AIT, it's not just a conference, it's a movement.
And I must say, it has been very, very amazing. And it has been a great privilege to have everyone to be a part of this. And I'll be honest, it's really good that I've seen the women empowerment as well as this very, very amazing number of powerful women on this platform. Just like I will be introducing one of them, okay? Now, I'm about to introduce Dr. Justina Mtale. Now, Dr. Justina Mtale is the author of The Art of Iconic Leadership, also the African Women of the Year 2012, founder and president of the Justina Mtale Foundation, Gender Equality Ambassador, International Women's Think Tank Vice President, United Kingdom's National Alliance of Women's Organizations Civil Society Speaker, United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, and African Union High-Level Panel on Gender Equality, Commonwealth Women's Forum, and also part of the Sensex Executive Advisory Board. Now, it's a great privilege to have you on stage, Dr. Justina Mtale.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether you can hear me as things happen with technology. My computer somehow just decided to pack up at this time. So I've had to kind of migrate to my phone, and I hope that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can, Mom, and my name is Innocent Kabwe. It's very good to have you on stage.
Innocent, thank you so very much, and thank you for that introduction. And of course, I am a gender activist, and I'm all for women and girls empowerment. But as a mother today, I suppose I'm all about the youth. Remember, children are born from mothers, from women. So I'm gonna sing the song about the youth rather than women and girls. I sing enough on the other global platforms about including women and girls in everything that we are doing. But of course, the youth are our children, and they are the ones who are taking us forth into the next generation. So I'd like to say that I am absolutely delighted to be here today, and I should be I'd like to start by thanking Bibusa, and of course with her team at Sensex Africa, their partners UNIDO, OYE, and of course the Food and Agricultural Organization and other partners, as well as the speakers, the panelists and moderators, and not leaving out the esteemed delegates who have made this event what it is, because an event is not an event without an audience. So, and you will agree with me that it has been an energy charged 2 days filled with energetic, thought-provoking, informative, and educational, enriching, of course, inspirational, and highly motivating insights from our phenomenal speakers, their moderators and panelists, and again, the invaluable contributions from the esteemed audience. As a person of an older generation, I am totally excited about Africa, about this event, and of course about Africa. I am overwhelmed and delighted to see so many young people from Africa speak so passionately about agriculture and the agribusiness in Africa. I am excited that Africans can finally appreciate the potential that lies in agriculture and agribusiness. You see, agriculture is, of course, not a new phenomenon to Africa. If you're as old as I am, you would understand what I'm talking about. From time immemorial, Africa has always depended on its land and agricultural activities to feed itself and its people. And after many African countries got their independence, our founding fathers re-emphasized once again the importance of Africa to be self-reliant and self-sufficient in food security by going back to the land and becoming farmers and being involved in agriculture and the agro-business. In my country, Zambia, in fact, this emphasis was even imprinted on the 15-Ngwe coin. Then an equivalent of, say, 50 pence or 50 cents in the US dollar. Say the tail of the coin of that, that was in 1972. The tails of the 1972 15-Ngwe coin in Zambia carried a maize cob, or in American terms, you'd call it a coin cob that read, "Grow more food for humanity." Grow more food for humanity. And in my school days, we had what we called Young Farmers Club as part of our school curriculum, in which all school-going children from primary to secondary school were introduced and taught practical farming. We were taught through the Young Farmers Club how to grow our own food, and of course, how to grow cash crops, as well as other agricultural products, including the how to rear livestock. But oh no, African countries had just got their independence, and our populations were then believing that they were just becoming sophisticated because we got this independence. And at that time, the message of going back to the land and being involved in agriculture was shunned and frowned upon. Families began to run away from their own villages, leaving behind their productive and arable land in exchange for the life in the city, because at that time, it was not fashionable to work on the land. In fact, agriculture and farming at that time was considered to be an occupation of the poor, the uneducated, and the unsophisticated. We now live in a globalized world where Africa is participating in the global economy. And as we have all seen and in fact heard from some of the panels here today, globalization has been so uneven and so unbalanced that there has been an uneven participation of countries and regions in the opportunities and benefits that come from globalization, starting with participating in the global economy, the global technologies, the global spread of cultures, as well, of course, as global governance. This is because the rules of globalization and those people that are writing them and the players who write these rules of globalizations are focused on integrating global markets. And with Africa's supposedly poor economic clout, Africa has for a long time been the underdog in the globalization equation. This, according to me, should no longer be allowed to be the case. Africa has now embarked on increasing its economic power with the creation of one single economic bloc through the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which covers a market of over 1.2 billion customers. And at an estimated total value of over $3 trillion US combined GDP for African countries, the African Union and its member states, the economy of the African Union and its member states will be nearly the size of the British and French economies, which rank 5th and 6th in the 6th and 7th in the world. So now, as Africans, as young people in Africa, you've got to know this is an important statistics. You've got to understand what the Africa Free Trade Agreement brings to the global economy and where Africa stands in that, the clout of Africa stands in that global economy. So developed parallel to this trade, as we have said from maybe some of the speakers, developed to this trade liberalization and harmonization is a treaty on continental freedom of movement in Africa, which paves the way for a customs union and gives political momentum to the African passport. And the African passport will allow us, Africans, visa-free travel among the African Union's 55 member states, together with our goods and services. So you see, these developments are expected to boost industrialization and exports in Africa and to cut non-tariff barriers and transport times. It will also attract foreign direct investment, which we depend on, and any other country does depend on that. It will also diversify the commodity-driven economy of which we've been dependent on for a long time. This will also create jobs in Africa, which we are talking about today. And of course, it will reduce the price of goods and services. It will also add goods and services. In addition, this will allow Africa to allocate resources more efficiently. We've had a few problems on how we should allocate our God-given resources. And this will increase intercontinental trade, an area in which Africa has been lagging behind, far behind other continents. For example, Europe has got its European Union, so we needed to have that kind of thing of coming together as one, as an Africa one. Of course, we couldn't do the United States of Africa, but we've got the African Union, and of course the Africa Free Trade, Continental Free Trade Agreement gives us the opportunity to operate almost similar to the African Union. For me, it is heartening. As an older person, it is heartening to see agriculture become fashionable and sexy once again. It is heartening to me to see agriculture and agribusiness become respectable, a respectable occupation for the youth, the rich, the educated, and the sophisticated people of Africa. It is heartening to me to see agriculture and the agribusiness finally being recognized in Africa and acknowledged as a revenue earner and of course as a significant fundamental economic booster for Africa. As we proceed into the 21st century, We need to recognize that Africa is at a new transition in its development, with Africa's youth pegged at approximately 70% of being under the age of 30, and the continent's population poised to double to 2 billion in the next generation. This is clear to all of us, to everybody else who's alive in this world, that the future of Africa lies in the hands of its youth. Personally, I believe that taking into account the perspectives of young people like Pius and Dr. Kaunda, who spoke yesterday, is critical to Africa's social and economic progress. This is because young people hold the key. We need to realize this. Young people hold the key to change, innovation, and real action in all areas of development. Africa, being the fastest growing continent with the largest populations of young people across the globe, we need to strengthen our value chains and utilize innovative technologies to effectively participate in the global economy. And as participants in a competitive globalized economy, we need to partner and benefit from international markets. African farmers, therefore, and anybody else that is involved in agriculture and agribusiness at whatever level they may be, need to acquaint themselves and avail themselves to all those agri-tech and artificially intelligent gadgets and other technologies and innovations that were mentioned in the closing session yesterday. From what was called farm robots or robots to drones and all the other technologies that you can use, for example, in planting and growing crops, tracking suitable land for particular crops. Remember, not what I learned in the Young Farmers Club, not every kind of soil is suitable to every kind of crop. So there's technology now to tell you which soil is suitable for which particular crop. And also there's technology to track and eliminate crop and livestock diseases, and all kinds of other technologies that can help our farmers and help take farmers and agriculture in Africa to the next level and put us at par with our international counterparts. Yesterday, we heard Pius talk about the need for equipping our young people with the necessary education. Of course, we did this in our Young Farmers Club, but I don't know what went wrong in between the other generation after us. We heard Pius talk of the need for equipping young people with the necessary education, knowledge, skills, and tools to be effective and to become effective and productive commercial farmers. We also heard from the young Dr. Kaunda, who is also a doctor, but she's also a farmer. She raised an important question of funding, an important question for investment, financing, and venture capital to be made available to African farmers so that they can be in a position to increase their yield and operate at a commercial level. In the discussions throughout the 2 days, we've heard concerns raised regarding storage, certification, standardization, packaging, and transport in order for our farmers to participate on equal footing as other parts of the world, and to help African farmers, of course, increase their exports, have access to international markets, and bring the much needed agricultural revenue into the African economy. Africa, as the birthplace of humanity, is blessed with an abundance of virgin and arable land, as we have heard from several speakers. Africa now, according to me, as I understand it, Africa has all it needs to be the world leader in agriculture and agribusiness. And as we proceed to the 21st century and into the fourth industrial revolution, Africa must once again play a lead in feeding itself and, of course, feeding the whole world. Remember, we have the best land in the world. We just need to utilize that. Africa must lead in agriculture, in innovation, and of course in technology. As the theme of this conference says, we need to strengthen our value chains and utilize innovative technologies for inclusive economic growth and of course job creation. See, at this point in time, most parts of the world have got aging populations, which within a few years are going to die off, if I may be blunt. But Africa has an agile, proactive, and energetic population. Once again, because we have this energetic and agile population, so once again, just as Africa is the birthplace of humanity, and birthplace of civilization, it once again falls upon Africa. This is a real big responsibility for anybody that is born in Africa. It falls upon Africa to lead the world, to lead humanity into the next millennium. And to do this, we need to be number one. And to be world number one, respond to the call to action as expressed by the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Lee Young, to partner with the relevant sectors and departments in making agriculture and agribusiness in Africa sexy once again in Africa, and of course, internationally profitable. I told you about the participating in the global economy and globalization. If Africa is going to flirt its cloud, we've got to be able to compete on equal footing with everybody else in that global economy. You can't say that the European Union can beat Africa or the UK or the US. We've got to be there and compete with them on equal footing. Having said that, in closing, I'd really like to leave this, in closing this conference, I would like to leave every one of you with these few questions. You know, it was said that the future can be seen in the past. And this is why Africa, as the birthplace of humanity and birthplace of civilization, will be the one again to lead the world to the next, into the next millennium. By the next millennium, most parts of the world will be gone because they've got aging population. We have the youngest population, and it falls upon us to take the world into the next millennium, because some parts of the world may not even exist because of their aging population. So Africa, you need to be proud. I know that we are always waiting for the rest of the world to tell us what to do, where to go, and all that. I need to re-emphasize this. We are the birthplace of humanity and birthplace of civilization. We brought the world to where it is now, and it falls upon us, having that an abundance and the youthful population to take the world into the next millennium. The rest of the world will no longer exist. So to close this conference, I would like to leave you with a few questions. What then are Africa's hopes for the next 50 years? What then are Africa's hopes for the next 100 years and beyond? What are our hopes as Africa, as a continent, of realizing the United Nations Global Goals for Sustainable Development by the year 2030, which is only 9 years from now? What have we done to achieve that, to actualize the Sustainable Development Goals? And indeed, what are Africa's hopes for realizing our very own ambitious Agenda 2063 as set out by the African Union? What are our hopes in all of these if we cannot adequately utilize our very own God-given resources, wisdom and wealth and natural wealth to sustain ourselves as a continent. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amal Vital. Join me with other leaders, entrepreneurs, power players in the agribusiness, and government officials from across the world for the Agriculture, Innovation, and Technology Conference on July 21st and 22nd. This two-day virtual conference is hosted by Sensex Africa in collaboration with Opportunity for Youth, a program implemented by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and the Food and Agriculture Organization. The AIT conference is looking to strengthen value chains by utilizing innovative technologies for inclusive economic growth and job creation in agriculture and agribusiness. The greatest challenge to young men and young women in Africa is job acquisition, skills, and the ability to provide for their families. With that said, stay tuned for an empowering segment where 6 nominees were selected in hopes of winning the Impact X Champ Awards. Youth from the countries of Zambia, Cabo Verde, Ghana, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Tunisia, and Kenya will be involved in the X-Champ Awards. Panel discussions, workshops, exhibitions, it's all right here at the AIT conference. Here are some of the speakers who will be in attendance. Mr. Lee Young, the Director General of United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Mr. Malobi Obeche, founder of Pan-African Traders. Ms. Larissa Miller. Mr. Joseph Olivier Bailey. Ms. Lubamilia Jordanova, Dr. Tamra Kunda, and a host of other entrepreneurs, policymakers, and power players in the agribusiness. This conference is a great opportunity for you to get involved. Whether you'd like to be involved as a participant or a partner, log on today at sensexafrica.eu for more information. Remember, with AIT, it's not just a conference, it's a movement.
Can I go? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the SenseX Africa AIT 2021 conference. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Dr. Justina Mutale, for that impassioned call to action for the youth to advance in agriculture and agribusiness. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to thank the elite level of panelists that came through. I'd like to thank Director General Lee Young. I'd like to thank Dr. Justina Mutale, Dr. Maureen Mwanawasa, Larissa Miller. So just to mention a few, I'm so sorry. We are so excited. Behind the scenes, you might see everything okay on the screen, but we were panicking. We were all over, you know, and it's been such a beautiful journey. I'd just like to say something. Sensex Africa, we do represent the youth. We are the youth. When we talk about youth empowerment, even when you look at our staff, we are basically just, you know, we are in that demographic, you know. So we actually take these issues to heart. We thank you, but this has to go with caution. We really have to implement what we talk about. We walk our talk. You understand? So I'd just like to say, we thank you so much. A special shout out to our CEO, Vibusa Visaman. We've seen her dedication. We've seen the sleepless nights. We've seen we've been on call 24/7 just to make this happen. And we don't do this for ourselves. We do realize that this movement is bigger than ourselves. That's why we are so passionate about moving the continent forward in each sense. And the youth have the energy to take us to the next frontier. I'd like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm going to introduce, I'll let my staff introduce themselves, as you can see. So my name is Mubambe Kevin Chenda, Director Communications for this amazing progressive company. And
I'm Lolelanji Nanyangwe, and I'm customer support here at Sensex.
I'm Bernard Robson Piri, and I handle content and data at Sensex Africa. It's been a great experience.
And I'm Innocent Kabwe. I am an audio engineer, and it's been really amazing to make sure every one of you can get what you're saying.
And ladies and gentlemen, hashtag, don't forget, we're still going. We are not going anywhere. We are coming back bigger, better, stronger, and better than the rest. AIT, hashtag AIT 2021, hashtag we need Oya, hashtag Sensex Africa, hashtag AIT 2021 is not just a conference, but a movement. Let's go!
So you guys have said everything, but you forgot one more. You forgot two more team members and one right there. So Yofi, introduce yourself before I make the closing remarks.
Okay. Hey everyone, I'm Yofi Anand.
Hi
I'm
Yofi.
with the team with virtual events summit and organizing. Thank you. Partner with Ben at the back there. Yeah.
So, and also my business strategies wasn't able to help us, but she's been there in the backyard from the beginning. I just want to say, before I go on to say anything else, I'm so proud of you guys. I hope that you've learned something from this journey, and that you will adopt and adapt, right? And also, on a serious matter, I would like to thank Opportunities for Youth in Africa. They powered this event. Without them, we would not even have this conversation. I would like to thank Milika, Mona, Bashir from UNIDO. I would like to thank the Director General Leong, who took time to do that beautiful statement for the AIT 2021. This is a birth of a greater movement. So we said Sensex AIT 21 is not a conference, it's a movement, because we know we'll be there next year and the year after and the year after. But guess what? Every year, each one of our speakers would have to come back and say what they did, what they talked about, and the action plan they did. So I'm just grateful for my whole team, for Lole, Innocent, Bernard, Kevin, Yofi, and Luba and Konde. I'm just so grateful that you guys supported me. The vision is bigger than us, guys. The vision is bigger. And let's continue to impact. Thank you so much from Sensex Africa. We are done.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amal Vital. Join me with other leaders, entrepreneurs, power players in the agribusiness, and government officials from across the world for the Agriculture, Innovation, and Technology Conference on July 21st and 22nd. This two-day virtual conference is hosted by Sensex Africa in collaboration with Opportunity for Youth, a program implemented by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and the Food and Agriculture Organization. The AIT conference is looking to strengthen value chains by utilizing innovative technologies for inclusive economic growth and job creation in agriculture and agribusiness. The greatest challenge to young men and young women in Africa is job acquisition, skills, and the ability to provide for their families. With that said, stay tuned for an empowering segment where 6 nominees were selected in hopes of winning the Impact X Champ Awards. Youth from the countries of Zambia, Cabo Verde, Ghana, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Tunisia, and Kenya will be involved in the X Champ Awards. Panel discussions, workshops, exhibitions, it's all right here at the AIT conference. Here are some of the speakers who will be in attendance. Mr. Lee Young, the Director General of United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Mr. Malobi Obeche, founder of Pan-African Traders. Ms. Larissa Miller. Mr. Joseph Olivier Bailey. Ms. Lubamilia Jordanova. Dr. Tamra Kunda, and a host of other entrepreneurs, policymakers, and power players in the agribusiness. This conference is a great opportunity for you to get involved. Whether you'd like to be involved as a participant or a partner, log on today at senzexafrica.eu for more information. Remember, with AIT, it's not just a conference, it's a movement.
See you, you're live.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Wibusa. I have come back to reintroduce our business strategy lead, Ms. Nkonde Chenda. She has been the powerhouse behind the concept of the AIT 2021. She has been there from day one, and we definitely wanted to bring her back so she can say her views and she can say hello. And the team is back. Okay, Nkonde, you can go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Hi. Nkonde, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
No.
No. Can you hear me now?
You have to put your headphones, I guess.
Can you hear me now? I can't believe I'm having technical issues. Can you hear me?
No, you have to take off your, I think just try to take off your headphones, maybe. Unplug it from the phone.
Can you hear me now? No?
No.
Okay.
I can hear you, but
We can get you.
We can get you.
Nkonde.
should we play the countdown timer? Kevin's favorites.
Yofi, you guys, you deserve this. You guys deserve to smile and laugh. You deserve this.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can hear me now? Great.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. I'm so happy we had a successful event. My name is Nkonde Chenda. I am business development strategist for Sensex Africa, and I am joining from elsewhere. I'm in Germany, Munich right now. The rest of the team is in Zambia. My CEO, Bibusa, is in Germany, and I'm so happy. I was tuning in whenever I could, but I'm so passionate about this project. I'm so passionate about agriculture, and this is the way forward for Africa. This is what will give Africa the edge. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that supported this. First and foremost, I just thank Bibusa for her leadership, for her guidance. This is the first time I've been part of organizing a conference. I've attended so many conferences, but I've never organized one. So this has been a pleasure. This has been an honor. It's been a lot of hard work for 5 months, and 5 months of hard work has culminated into a successful event, which I look forward to for the next 4 years. The next 4 years, this is an annual conference, so we will definitely continue with this. So thank you to Yofi, thank you to Coffee, the graphics, the tech guys. I really appreciate you for a successful conference. And
So we were just introducing the team. But Ahmad, if you want to say bye, what happened to Nkonde? Nkonde didn't say her goodbyes when we were live.
So I was in my house and I had the thing going, and my brother was like, "Do you hear that?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he was like, "That is y'all's thing still going?" I was like, "I thought it was over, and I could hear you all in the other room." And I was like, "Am I supposed to be on right now?" So I just like, let me go and see what's going on. So I just jumped back in, and I mean, since I'm here, I mean, thank you all for having me part of this. It's my second Sensex event. Definitely was very memorable. This one hit really home for me because of the purpose that you all were going with, focusing on the youth. That's part of my purpose. Is bigger than my life. When you talk about empowering youth and wanting them to build wealth, generational wealth. We talk about that a lot around here as far as building something that can go well beyond your life, where it's like your grandkids can have some wealth around. And so, we talk about building this agribusiness, and I just think it's awesome. So what you all are doing is more than commendable. And thank you all for having me part of it. And I've definitely learned new time zones working with you all through this process. It's been interesting. Thank you, BB. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Konde.
Thank you very much, Ahmad.
I appreciate it. And your crew up there, I don't know all of you all's names because your name wasn't on there. It just says Sensex.
Can introduce yourselves again so that Ahmad can know you, because he only has been talking to you via email.
Well, yeah,
Bernard, Kevin, unmute yourselves and introduce yourselves, please.
I'm Bernard Robson Piri. I handle data and content at Sensex Africa. We really appreciated your part, Ahmad. In the video too, it was a plus. Kevin.
Hey, player. I see you in that suit, baby. I'm good, baby.
Oh, yes. Did you have to drop the suit? Did you have to drop the suit? Close us out, man. Seriously? He's like, I love your words. You're killing it with the suit. I'm like, dude, did you just say that live?
Yo, nah, man, thank you so much. That Guy Media Group, the work that you guys did with the Sensex, the call to action was so fantastic. My name is Mubambe Kevin Chenda. I'm Director Communications for Sensex. I'm Konde's brother, by the way. So, it's a family thing. You did.
Hey, man, build that wealth for the generations to come. I love it. I love it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I'm Lolelanji.
Lola?
I'm Lolelanji. Yes, Lolelanji.
Lola and Konde. I had to, okay. All right. It's all coming together. I love it.
Yeah.
I feel like something is building here. Like I'm going to be like, I'm not in Sensex yet. I am. So, I guess I need to sit down with BB and see if she can come up with me one of those weird titles to where I'm like, I'm in the game, but I'm not fully in the game. I'm ready. Let's make something happen.
I'm actually happy with Bottom Back to Broadcast. It's a good thing that Konde wanted to come back and I did say my goodbyes. So we're like, okay, I have to come back and let her say her remarks, because the rest of the team said something that she did. And we have Innocent, who is fairly new to our team. So how has been your experience with us, Innocent?
Well, it's been very interesting, adrenaline here and there, but good. We need that because when we have the whole adrenaline, it makes things work. And things work really good for the place to make things done, and that also gave us the aspect of like working as a team, which was a very good experience. Despite all that, I'll be like, take it easy, man. So it was really good.
No, take it easy because the boss was putting you under pressure, right?
Yeah.
But let me tell you, a diamond is not formed out of air. A diamond is formed out of pressure, because a diamond is the strongest stone. So if I'm putting you guys under pressure, it's not because, and look, we were doing it under pressure, but we had a brilliant, successful event. Imagine if I was just sitting back and saying, I'll let them, you guys have never done an event. So this was a learning process, but I had to be hard. I had to.
Yeah.
Because I'm a little mini perfectionist when it comes to that.
No, that's good.
Now, BB, is your entire crew, are y'all all from Zambia?
So the office from Ghana and the rest are from Zambia.
All right. I know some awesome people in Ghana, man. My man John is out there, and my dude, I can't think of his name, with the fish. My man with the fish, who came to, I can't think of his name right now, but he's putting out millions of fish for the country. I met him. He was there next door to me at the Sensex conference in 2017. The other gentleman, I can't think of his name right now. I have a photo with him.
He's actually part. Sorry, guys. He's part of the fellowship. I wanted to invite him, but I've been just so overwhelmed with the speakers. But it went well. I'm happy.
It is, and you had very intentional people. You have very intentional people on who just get after and say what needs to be said, and that's what I'm grateful for, because, like one guy said, man, talk is over. Man, it's time to start making moves, like real major money moves and things that's going to build for the future, you know. And that was a great message to go across the board and to the youth. Speaking of youth, you got a young crew here, BB.
I know.
You got a future. You got a future in the company.
I know. That's why I got the young crew, because I just thought I want to. Like in the back of my brain, I'm like, I really want God to direct me to people that I can help build the way I have been helped to build up to where I am now, right? So every one of these kids or these young people on my team, they didn't come on my team by mistake. It was all ordained by, the direction of how God wanted it to be. And for me, I was having a conversation with them yesterday on, do they feel impacted? Do they feel like they still want to be part of this team? And for me, I want them, in the next couple of years to see them grow and tell a story of how they joined Sensex and of how they've grown into. Do you know what I mean? I don't know where, but I just want them to transition, and I need to start now.
That's what it takes. I mean, I don't know the ages of all of them, but they all look like a day above teenagers, which is a good thing. Meaning you're not ages, you're ready to take over the world early. I'm with it. So no, but you got a great crew, and they've been supportive in getting me the information needed. And I mean, I don't know what the next event is. I just feel like that there's more to come.
Ahmad, we already have people asking when it's starting tomorrow. And
when is what?
Already saying AIT 2022. There was a guy who came and said, "Where's the link for tomorrow's event?"
Wow. I woke up this morning and there was a young lady from Nigeria who was saying she wanted some counsel on getting a loan to start her agriculture business. I woke up to that, and I was up at like 5 my time. It's 5 or 6 my time.
But thank you so much, Ahmad. I could see that you're very passionate when you were talking about the youth. I could see that you were very, very passionate. And thank you so much for the video. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you for the support. This was a good event. And you have attended Sensex Africa's event. I think you do have an idea of the quality of the events that we organize. So the last one you were at as well was pretty much also a very good event, I would say.
It was, and and I have definitely a healthy appreciation of that, and just getting to see all these intelligent people around of all different ages, all industries, and it's just like you're just sitting there listening, and it's just like, man, you sound so intellectual, and I don't have a clue what you're talking about, but it's beautiful. It's just good to have that many minds come together for a cause that's going to help, Africa and the world at large. I mean, Africa's going to be the hub for, the next push in agriculture. Like, we were having those conversations 10 years ago. It's just like now it's here, and what needs to happen next. And so, I know you had said that there's some other things you want us to work with or whatever, and I'm game for it, because like I said, this is beyond me. This is a ministry. This is business, ministry, all wrapped into one. And so we're ready to rock.
We do have we do have, you have to choose which you'd like to mentor from the guys' side. So I will send you the profiles. You can interview them, because I think a mentor should also feel connected. Do you understand? I don't believe in saying, hey, you'll be mentored by B. I think you would have to have a conversation with the guys, and your instinct will tell you who you want, who God wants you to mentor. So I think we'll do that. We'll organize that in the couple of days and weeks to come. Just like give my team at least 1 week to just rest.
No, I just came off of a month-long event with my teenagers, and literally I just got my voice back yesterday for you.
Oh, wow.
I literally just got it back, because it was I was getting home after 10 o'clock every day for like 2 weeks.
Oh,
and
wow.
So, like, now I'm kind of back, even though I'll be back at it again tomorrow. Because
What
I
is
just
that
came off.
behind you? Impossible is what?
Is what?
Behind you, what is that written? Impossible is what?
Oh, impossible is a declaration. It's not a declaration. It's a dare. It's a Muhammad Ali quote.
Wow.
Yeah, that's one of my quotes. Degree, my first book cover up there, and then my mental performance coach is above that, which you can't see.
Yeah.
So this is the background of every podcast I've ever done, here lately. So just keeping that going. And yeah, I'm definitely game for the mentorship and any of those types of things, because I just believe that, something's being built and there's an opportunity to do something. So
we're doing it.
Yesterday was rough, BB. I will say that, because it was 3 a.m. my time when the conference kicked off, and I was sitting there and I was just like, it was 4:15 and I'm just like, and it's just panels and stuff, and I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna have to get some shut eye and come back and try to catch the back end of for 3 hours and jump back on. And then, of course, today, 7:45 my time is when I went on. So that actually worked out where I could sort of plan last night. But that day one, you all kicked off at 3 o'clock in the morning my time.
I know. And we had John. John came on at 3 o'clock, because John is in the States right now. And the first panel was at 10. And I literally got like, hello, where are you? I'm sleep. I wake up, put on a suit, and get on the panel. And this is a millionaire. You know what I mean? I'm like, wake up. I don't know where you are. and I think my team didn't know. This is what I was literally going on in the back. I would call speakers, if you don't come, you'll never talk to me again. And then
that's real.
No, I wasn't saying that. No. To be honest, I was lucky, because most of the speakers I've worked with them, so there's a percentage of respect, from mutual respect. You know what I mean? So when I ask them, they come. I mean, like, the former first lady is a lawyer. She could be doing anything else, but she's been watching the program since yesterday and today. Larissa could be doing anything else, but she came on and took time, but that just didn't come up from the blue. It's been, and that's what I want to teach the younger generation, is some relationships need to be nurtured before you can experience the trust. Some people like me, I'm lucky. I know how to nurture relationships. I'm lucky. But for the younger generation, they always want like quick things, do this for you, I'll do this for you, and you do this for me, and it doesn't work. But the good thing is when you do for them, at a point when you want them to do for you, it will be easier to ask.
That's been the thing since the beginning of human history, like, yeah. A lot of people always think like, I'll give when I get more, but you'll never get more because you never give. You have to serve. Service always comes first. Service always precedes. Seeds always come before the crop. That's why I use the farmer representation. You will not get a return until you plant some seeds, and everybody wants to be able to get the cars, the house, and everything like that. And it's just like, whose life have you made better today? Let's start there. If you ain't did that, But then you're going to stay broke, and you're going to stay unhappy, and you're going to stay unfulfilled in life. And that's where the game is out of order. And that's what I try to teach a lot of young dudes down here. It's just like, I'm trying to wait to get myself up. I'm like, dude, you gotta give from where you are, which is not much, but your time is what you can give, your service is what you can give, whatever expertise you have, share it with someone, share it with somebody who's in a worse spot than you. And then over time, you will build a network, and then you can be able to, like you said, call on people when you've done for them more. But service always has to come first. Nobody wants to plant the seed first. They want the corn. They want to eat first. Can't eat if you ain't putting no money in the bank. Sorry, that's the way the game works.
So we'll let Nkonde to come in, and then we'll say our goodbyes, and we'll leave. Nkonde,
is she at an airport or a train station?
She's in the club. She's in the club.
She's in the club?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
And they would never go to a club. It's like never ever. There are certain things you'd never do is go to a club.
But
I just
also,
love the scene changed like 3 times, and I was just like, that's interesting, or whatever. So, yeah. So, baby, take your week and a half off, and
That's a lie. We can't go on a week on a break. On Monday, we have to start doing the reports. In fact, if we could even do the reports, start working on the reports tomorrow.
well, whenever you get a chance, just kind of give me an update what we need to do next. Let me know.
Conversation, you know, I'm here anyway. And I will. We do have a conversation anyway that we have to have, and I'll do that as soon as I'm ready. But you have been amazing from day one, which is now
4 years.
4 years.
4 years. 2017. It was Thanksgiving of 2017, because that was the first Thanksgiving I wasn't in the States.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wait a minute, I'm gonna miss Thanksgiving. And Larissa was like, yeah, like they don't do Thanksgiving like that everywhere else. And I told the fam, like, hey, yeah, I'm going overseas, and we'll have to catch you at Christmas. So
yeah. and it was an experience of a lifetime.
Yes. I'm telling you, I can't wait to get back. I don't know what'll need to happen or when it'll need to happen, but I definitely want to get back to Chipapa Primary and get with those youngsters over there. I definitely want to get with them. I don't know, what that's gonna take, but definitely want to get back and spend some time with them. Learned a lot from those kids out there.
I still have speakers texting me, so this texting is not good.
Of course.
And the thank yous, thank you. Okay, guys, Nkonde, come on, say hi. We do our quick debrief on Telegram. The guys correct. Mubambe, can you please confirm Naifika?
Yes, please.
Naifika.
I'm quiet.
Yonse.
It's good burn.
Naifika, please confirm.
I'm quiet.
Okay. All right, Nkonde, say your goodbye, please. Yofi, what did you say?
I just
Boss.
Mr. Ahmad know that the video was really dope video. So I was like, wow, that was especially the 3D effects, the special effects for the.
So I'll take you behind the curtain quickly in a little bit, but we shot that in a cornfield, not too far from my house, and they only had six rows of corn. But we cropped it in tight to make it seem like we were just covered in corn. Yeah. So then we had the drone shots. But then we went to a park in my neighborhood that had even green field. And he was like, I just want you to stand in the middle of this field. Mind you, it's like 98 degrees. And you can see my flannel. I'm just sweating all through it. And he said, point to the sky, do this, do that. He's like, I'm going to have the Senzex logo as a hologram float around you when you do this. I'm like, I have no clue what he's talking about. But then, like when you saw me pointing, and I pointed at Malobi, and it was like, he had me do that, but there was nothing there. I'm just out there looking like a crazy man, just pointing at the sky and doing all this stuff. And then he's like, man, I'm gonna have the Sensex float around you as a hologram. And I was like, that's gonna be kind of cool. And so I didn't know he was gonna do that with the speakers. Like he just took it and made it into a whole nother thing. But yeah, my video guy is pretty clean.
Wait, guys, have you removed the stream on Facebook? You've just closed it?
No, I think once it caps to 8 hours, I think it automatically ends because we just got to 8 hours. So we are still streaming on YouTube though, and then hopping.
Okay.
Well, I can say that the video, I was shocked when you told me to go check out the video because I'd seen it on a couple of platforms, and I think I saw it. It was like 3,500 views, and then check back, it was like 8,000 views, and I was like, oh, okay, whatever.
But now it's almost 200, more than 200,000.
I checked back 4 days later, and it was at 188, and I was like,
because I kept on boosting it. Yeah. I kept on promoting the video.
I was like this video has almost 200,000 views on it. What is going on here? Like, not every day you see that, but I mean, I was glad that it was, and I just did, I tried to flow with it as much as possible. Had to enter in a little bit of the voiceovers because those names were quite a challenge. If you want to hear the raw footage of that, I will gladly let you hear me repeating those names 7 times to get them right, because your boy just couldn't get them on round 1. I'm sorry it didn't happen, but I'm glad it worked out. I hope from all different standpoints that this was a hit for you all. I hope that it
was beautiful.
Brings you more interactions, brings you more business. Hope that's going to be the case, and I'm ready for whatever's next. I mean, it doesn't have to be this conference. I don't know what's next on the list. I'm sure BB will let me know something, and if
I would definitely let you know, because
you'll let your Zambia correspondent from Texas let him know what's going on down there. Yes.
All right. So Nkonde said bye. She really wanted to. She's like, well, I wasn't able to say bye. And now she's off. Nkonde, can you come back?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Can you
said
say
my goodbyes.
Give a big
Yes. Goodbye, everyone. Can you hear me though?
We love you.
I love you too.
All right, you all be great.
Thank you so
each of you all individually connect with me, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever, so I can get all y'all's contact information. I'm about to check out. Your boy ain't had no breakfast, and when I'm in that state of mind, it's gonna get real. I've had 1 cup of coffee, and that's not enough. So thank you all, man. You've been great. We'll catch up with you on the next time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to the Telegram.
Wait,
Back to Telegram.
Wait. I love you guys.